like the way you love, distance from above, dignified. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, why don't you come on over? Do ya like the way you love, distance from above, dignified? Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, why don't you come on over?
BTS Better Together Sportswear, Iceman, Whakatane, Underwood and Wilkins, and Whakatane High School. And we're underway here, Tiv, in our first round of women's games. Bolts here with the first go at it. And look at that, there's some good physical defence already from playing up.
Yeah, and you wouldn't expect anything less from Tia Nortai. She's a no-nonsense player. She you know, it doesn't look like there's much to her in terms of physicality, but I can assure you that she is very much the physical player, so she'll be looking to impose herself in this one.
Yeah, and smooth transition there by playing up. They're well in on attack now.
As we see, one of the imports for playing up, number 14, Meg Sycamore, the Touch Blacks women's co-captain, hailing from Otago, so awesome to see that she gets a run. As you see, Skylar Tainui-Takere with the switch from Tautea, long ball out to Aria Tainui-McIntyre. Ball goes to ground, and that's probably a great vote of confidence in the Bolts defence.
Yeah, good option there, the shot from the wing, getting in nice and early. Well defended. A little unforced error there in their exit, taken quickly by playing up. It'll be interesting to see how this Bolts team deal with the pace of playing up. There's the long ball, and there's the first points of the match. It's off the back of an error, unfortunately, for Bolts. I think one thing we have noticed already, Tiv, is just the difference in physicality in the touches between the two sides. Bolts just looking like they're a little bit overwhelmed by some of the physical touch that playing up have started with, so they're going to have to try and learn about that on the fly.
Yeah, well, I think the other thing about that too, Brad, is that you know, the refs have let it go as well. So it's not up to the playing up defence to change up their physicality. It's like you said, it's up to Bolts to be able to withstand that. As you see, another unforced error, and I hope this isn't the story of the day for them. And a crooked roll ball there, without getting into the attacking 7 metre. So playing up will look to ruck and cross over halfway.
And just special mention to our referees out on this game, Bob Cotto, Stace Bannister-Plumridge and Gary Reid out in the middle for game 2 of the day. Sporting the pretty sharp looking BTS ref tops this weekend. Playing up there, they've got numbers on the left.
Oh, and I think she stood out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did look to dive over. I think that was Hey out on the wing. And I thought they had crossed over for their second, but foot on the line. Referees were on the money. They were right on the spot. So Bolts will get next use of the football. And just looking a little bit clunky in their yards. They want to tidy that up, but it is a little bit difficult when you've got the stifling playing up defence just rushing at you. That's the 5th touch. They haven't crossed halfway. And that is an excellent display of rushing defence there from playing up.
Yeah, and you can just see them really trying to get that left side up and cut off the sub-box for Bolts and make them really have to work sideways to get there. Really sharp work there from playing up.
And Tainui-McIntyre, she likes to fancy herself on the quickie dive, as does her niece with the ball now. Here's Skylar, one of the youngest Touch Blacks women's debutantes from the Trans-Tasman last year, back in April. 16 years old she was when she made her debut.
Wow.
As she looks to get a quickie, gets on the outside, goes to dive over. Touch has been called.
Great touch there too. Dive from both players.
And that's the sort of desperation that Bolts are going to want to employ. As the sweep comes around, Tainui-Takere goes the other way.
Yeah.
And instead of diving over, she'll stroll over to score, playing up second.
That's real class there from the young player. Out on the left side, swings around, finds on the right, and like you said, walks that one in the end.
Yeah, that was, she went for the quickie play in the middle. It was an excellent touch there from Bolts, but then as the play came back the other way, they caught the link defender for Bolts up a little bit too high, and Tainui Takere able to get on her outside as Bolts will get next use to the football, and they'll be hoping to at least get down to the 7 metre line so that they can put on some sort of attack.
Yeah, that's better yards there, that third drive. And again here for Bolts, so an opportunity for them now on the 7. And just couldn't get through. Again, though, it probably took them an extra play to get down there. We're only left with one attack at it.
Yeah, and that probably comes down to a little bit of organisation, especially coming from the first touch. As you see, an excellent dive there. And a great touch was made as Solomona looks to move up the field. The Rappers coming around. And a lot of space out on the left-hand side, as we see from our aerial camera here. If they can get the ball out there, there's numbers to burn as Tainui Takere goes that way, throws the long ball over the top, and Oli Heihei will cross over for playing ups third. You could see from our drone footage the amount of space that was out on that left-hand side. The Bolts defense very compressed, and Tainui Takere found the defense, found the space, and lobbed the long ball over the top.
Yeah, and you called it from that bird's eye shot. As Bolts just got drawn into this exit play that Playing Up put on in front of their sub box there. Just a couple of short passes really drew the extra players, and it became a 3-on-1 in the end for Playing Up. And good heads-up play for them to identify it as well.
That's, as we see, another messy roll ball. Foot was in the ruck there from Tote, and there's a little bit of feeling in this Bolts defense, a little bit more urgency, trying to press forward and really limit this playing up yardage.
Yeah, again, they're going to try and work this side before spreading it.
Kia ora whānau, welcome back. We're live here at the 37th Whakatane General Touch Tournament. A great 2 games to get us started this morning. In the Open Men's, Loader taking away the AS1 game, and just then in the Open Women's, Pearl Jam managing to beat Ninjas. But this game, the Open Men's, Waire versus Locken. Long time foes. It'll be an interesting one. Joining me in the box right now is the man, Dan Nicol.
Kia ora everyone. Awesome to be here down here in Whakatane for one of the most prestigious events on our touch calendar. Looking forward to this one. This is one that people earmark on the calendar. Waire Locken, two of our hottest clubs at the moment, 2 successful clubs coming off the back of successful campaigns of multinationals. So yeah, awesome to be here.
Yeah, our referees for this game here, Alicia Ruaiti, all the way from the South Island. Wonderful to have her up, her and her daughter. Also Mario Ropatini and Adrian Brown. They'll certainly control things well. As you see the 2 teams start to make their way onto the field, just a big shout out to our sponsors here, Lion Foundation, One Foundation, Clearsite, Consultancy. Also the Iceman, Whakatane, Underwood and Wilkins, Pack and Save. So it's always great to have the community support for this tournament. It certainly brings in a lot of action into town. The town loves to see them. But back into the game, as we see just in front of us, Dan, we see the Locken boys warming up. I see...
we've got the Stone Brothers. I think Mossy's come over from Australia after some successful campaigns over there, jamming with some of the best over there. So it's cool to see him back with his hometown club, and it's going to be awesome. Some live wire in the squad. Tommy Puna is a good one. The Stone Brothers, of course, and then Jordan Tuakana was MVP of the multinationals. So yeah, looking forward to this Locken squad.
Yeah, and obviously Waire, I guess, goes without speaking. They've certainly been into the final ring a lot of times now. So And as usual, Mr. Graham running that crew, and old MVP himself, E4 Jones. He'll look to him to do a lot for them. But I'm expecting a tight match. Dan, who do you think will take this one out?
Yeah, this one's been a hard one. We've been actually talking about it within our circles on just how tight this one is going to be. I couldn't put a name on it, unfortunately. Not going to put my chips on the table.
Sitting on that fence.
Sitting on that fence just because of how we know the prestigious team that Waire are, but Locken are coming in fresh and hot off that multinationals win, so I'm expecting them to get up for this one. It's just be a clash of similar styles, just see who we can execute at that back end when it matters most.
Yeah, certainly. I guess in terms of recent form, Locken, you'd have to go with Locken, but Waire, you can never ever count on what Waire are out. They're always there or abouts in terms of the finals position. So I'm looking forward to it. It'll be interesting to see, if it does get physical.
Yes.
And I'm probably expecting that it could do. And just how these players manage to move one another around on the park.
Yeah, and they have, I guess, similar styles when we're going into that red zone, and that orange zone is where, I guess, between these two teams, historically the game's been won and lost. So I'm expecting to be the same here today, but beautiful conditions for it as we kick off with Locken going right to left.
Yeah, to bring it through, keeping it safe, not scared to throw the ball. Kind of setup have they got? Check Stone, playing behind, looking for it. Can they find it early and down?
That was a great setup there from Locken, just working on their execution. But first jitters. I know this is Locken's first game, and Waire have already had a hit out this morning, so expecting those first jitter games to get the cobwebs out.
Yeah, and there's no wind to speak of in terms of passing, so it's pretty flat either way here. As we see nice speed penetration there from Waire as they come through, looking for the extra, not quite making it.
Yeah, that was actually a great set from Waire. I think Jordan there just got a good ruck on that defense and forced Waire into that extra pass out to the link.
Nice transition there from Locken. Starting to find early penetration in the count. So what kind of setup they got. Good momentum. So go looking for the extra. Can they find them? Not quite.
Locken love the what we call the passive shape out the links, and they play that shape off 32s and 33 lanes. And it ends up making an indecision for our wingers and links. It's just finding that execution on the back end.
Yeah, it's twice they've been down tail, no return. They'll be mindful of it. They'll need to get one shortly. So Waire will not muck around. Yeah, Waire traditionally start a little bit slower, preferring to get into the grind and then working you at the back end.
Yeah, Waire, they're just one of those teams you can't let them get the front foot. Need to find some early positioning and some early momentum, but some good defense, good lift there from Trey on the wing there. Stifling them at, almost at halfway on that defensive set.
Yeah, that's a good defensive set there, and they threw the ball away.
Yeah, it's a big win from Waire.
Undisciplined as they get the march up to the 10-metre mark. Nice start for Waire there. Showing a lot of intention. Waire trying to get through the ball quickly. Can they shift this Locken team around a bit? Looking for the passive as well. Didn't quite turn up for them. It's a bit of a hand wrestle at the moment, arm wrestle.
Both teams actually defending really well in that red zone. Both teams' red zone defense is really well, not really giving an inch for the offense. So it's just going to come up to exactly like that. Just whichever team can tidy up their little errors. But you give Waire some field position at halfway, and it's going to be another big D set for this Locken 4 that have come out.
Taking Same TV Davis starting to wrap around in and on now. So maybe they'll look to come this side with Tiwi opening back up to the left.
Yeah, that's a favourable play there.
Ifeon coming to the wrap, looking for the extra. Checking outside.
Bread and butter there for Mr. Jones, coming on his favourable sweep play. Then when you've got someone like Legion at dummy half and Tiwi coming down, you can't really go into a whole defence, because if it swings back open side, Tiwi's just going to rip you apart 3-on-2. So that was a beautiful attack there from Waire.
Waire opening the salvo there, 1-0. Been pretty tight up to now. Good lift there. Shannon Tormudi.
Yeah, Waire doing a really good job on tap-offs. We always talk about if you can get touch 4 outside of the 7, you give an offence only one set of attack, and that was beautiful from there from Mossy. Great touch equally on defence. But yeah, just encouraging that we need to get to the 7 on touch 3 so we can have 2 cracks at it. Otherwise, you have 1 crack like that, and that's money.
Yeah, very good defensively there. TB Davis, long limbs, managed to defuse that one. Both sides working hard, coming through the orange. Don't mind shifting the ball a little bit. E4 Jones.
Yeah, they both have similar styles in the way that they work your defense and push you side to side. Oh, that's
trail play.
It's a bit early for E4 to be turning it on, but
if there's a player that can, though, Dan, he can.
Yeah, and that was just a simple play, and it's one thing they've been doing really well. Waire, instead of feeding that dummy half there, they just give them enough time for the sweeper to come back door, and you give E4 that much space. And saw what he did at the World Cup on those sweet shapes, and it's looks like he's picking up where he left off here in Whakatane.
Jordan Tuakana Hudson.
Oh, that's pretty. That's a pretty setup there with that splitter play that's been coming into a few New Zealand teams and adopted from our siblings over there in Australia. But it's just again, it's just that execution again. I think if Locking can get that execution, this game's going to be a nail biter coming to the back end.
Yeah, I think Shaq's finding the mark there. He's certainly finding the mark, just the winger needing to be in position on it. It's the second time that he's gone there, and the ball's been in the right spot. Play on. Oh, luckily the ball was dropped.
Really good game of flowing touch. Referees have opened this game up, and we just love to see it. Love to see a game that's gone 7-7, and encouraging. Just really good attack.
You see the call coming out of Waire. It was always typical of all the Hamilton Waikato teams. They don't like any penalties coming in through that orange zone. No repeats. Tumipuna. Bit of a weekend for Lock-in on that one there.
Managed to fix the set with really good flow at that after touch 4, but just a small error in the ruck there, and Waire just too good defensively to not execute at 100%. Here we go. Can't give them any piggybacks like that, otherwise they'll punish you. So big D stop here, I think, for Lock-in coming up. We'll see what that man in the black bucket hat can do, coming into his favourable position on the 7.
You see his sweep setup coming.
Nice play there from Waire, looking at faking E4 on that sweep and bouncing off that link, just in case that defender close side link bites.
Good long, good work from the wing there.
Defense.
He held. Yeah, certainly wasn't curious that E4 was inside him. He stayed with his man. Great work there, Josh, I think it was.
Looks like both teams now into their systems, got the cobwebs out and just looking into some free flow attack and look into that 32 space here for McCullum. Yeah, it was a great shot from the outside to Waire there. I think they're starting to identify that 32 shape. They're locking like to run, and getting early position on that pass was really good on D.
You see them come charging through the field there. Legion Ōhope on the ball. Oh, Legion thinking he may have been a little bit short. Not according to the referee. As we see Lock and turn around, let's see what their transition's like.
Yeah, Lock-in here just getting into that flow once they're on their back foot there. It's just one of those unforced errors. If they can tidy that up, the game's going to get a little bit closer. But like we've been saying, you can't give Waire too many sets at halfway, because they will start ticking that scorebox over, and this game might get out of reach. But I'm seeing a big D set, lots of energy from here from Lock-in here.
Yeah, and I guess in comparison to the first two games, defensively both teams here have certainly been a lot tighter, as we would expect with the caliber of player that's out there. And the scoreboard, I guess at 2-0 Waire, 10 minutes in, it's been a lot more of a grind for both sides.
Yeah, and these are the type of games, I know we all like the high-scoring, flashy games, but for the touch fanatics, we love these grinds, we love these free-flowing 7-7 touch games, and these guys really turning it on early morning here in Whakatane.
Looking, just trying to shift around a little bit. I thought he might have been lucky to get away with that one. Thought he might have initiated that himself. Referee saying no. Defender needed to get out of the way.
Yeah, Tommy Puna looking to put on a big fend there and draw that penalty. Let's just see if Mr. Stone here on the sweep can make them punish for it.
You never quite know with Mr. Stone. I thought he was going to step back open and release early again.
Yeah, it just causes so much indecision with his, I guess he's got such a great low game, but his passing game, especially both ways in the last recent years, it just means he's a threat on both sides of the ball. And when the experience of Shaq Stone there, knowing that you've got two penalties, draw a third, and now it's 6-on-5. He's starting to come to this game, Mr. Stone here.
Making his presence felt, directing around, which is what you expect of him. Brothers working hard. As you say, Dan, good to see Mossy back for Mozzie.
Yeah.
Running with his crew again.
Yeah, just one of our legends of the game, and I guess in one of the biggest tournaments here in Aotearoa to have Mossy here. And that's good attack there.
Oh, unfortunate there. That was the one they actually did manage to work and complete.
This is where I guess Waire there. This will be one of those momentum swings if they can get a D stop here. You'll hear the E-box lift up for the boys, but with Shan Tomiri in the middle, it's going to be a tough ask here to possibly get a dot here for Lock-in.
Yeah, I think Lock-in's seen that the Waire wing is collapsing hard, so they're going to try and make the most of it. Ooh, referee not happy. Too many indiscretions on the line.
6 penalty. I personally haven't seen that since the new. Too many penalties there. Looks like that's a T, which is 4 sets. Oh, they were unlucky that one. Yeah, that was a great call here by Alicia out here. I think there was a foot on the ruck there.
Yeah, I think so. Shan Tomiri, I think it was. Trying to put a little bit more heat into that touch than was necessary.
This could be a momentum swing here if Lachlan can get a try, especially with 4 possessions that Waire do have to play 5. It's just up to, I guess, Lachlan to kind of... Oh, nice. Good shot there by Trey. If they can get the ball here to the 50, they should be able to find some green pasture out here. Trying to defend 4-on-6 is something that you probably don't train for much, but...
Well, reward for effort. Waire did, well to try and keep them out, but
hold them out there for a good couple minutes.
Yeah, Lachlan really did need that one. Waire up 2-1 now, but it'll give them the confidence that they need, and they're still up against 5 players, so another couple of sets. Waire just with 5, so Lachlan needing a good defence here.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good set to see if the momentum of this game can swing. If Lachlan can get a defensive stop here and then be successful attacking 5, this game's going to be interesting coming up into the final 10 minutes of it. Probably see Tiwi calming the boys down and getting a good set here.
Well, look, Waire is trying to shift the ball, shift everyone around, maybe pick up the odd penalty if they can.
I think they were a bit unlucky to not get the penalty on that lift call, but it's going to be a big defensive stop here. Keep the momentum running their way and see how Lachlan can respond.
This is what Lachlan need here, just to bring the scoreboard right. They've certainly got the ascendancy at the moment of Lachlan. Can they change the momentum completely?
Lots of experience on this Waire defensive squad. 4 NZ Open men's players and Mr. Chauncey out there in the link, so it's not going to be an easy task to beat them even with 5. So I'm expecting a big lift here from the Waire boys on this D set to see if Lachlan can match it and execute off the set.
Jordan Tua kind of on the ball. What can he do? He's through the backside.
Pretty. It's pretty from Jordan. Keeping that form for Māoris. One of the informed players I think that you're probably going to see out on the touch fields today. And just looking at the replay, just going into the open shape, and it was man on, but just executing. And I guess when you're under the pump there and you're defending that many sets, it is eventually going to catch up to you.
10 minutes to go, or 9 minutes to go. We're all drawn, 2 each. Waire should be on their last set, I think, with 1 player short. So look, I just need to be a little bit careful here that they don't end up in the same boat. They've managed to pull it back. Let's need to get a stopper on this one.
Yeah, and I think if you, like I've been saying, if a few penalties here between both teams. We called it before, this is going to be a physical game, and it looks like it's turning into that, but we've got the Jones brothers here and see what they can do on a... I think the ref caught him offside there, but the...
It might be 2, I think, is it?
Yeah, it's the second one there. Thought that might have been a ball down. But yeah, let's just see how the Jones brothers can pull this one back here. Got a good set on attack here, so this should be the last possession for Waire 2 with 5.
Patience here, just from Waire. We get a sweep around.
That should be 3. That should be 5-on-5.
Yeah, I think Alicia Ruaiti just asking Lachlan to step 1 back now, so they're even 5 each.
Yeah, and just looking at that try there, was a good dive there from Mifor, but I mean he got the next best thing, which is a penalty, and 3 penalties later, and here we are 5-on-5. And you can't give that man any space. That man can run through cobwebs. That guy's that slippery. Give Tamatoa some space on that 7 metre, and he'll make you punish. So it's going to be a real good set here to see where the momentum goes.
Talking, can he get him on the outside? Burning for pace.
There's that man, Tamatoa. Wheels for Burn. His older brother will say it came from him, but can't coach wheels like that, can't coach speed, can't coach that footwork. Give that man some space and he'll pay. And just as we see on the replay, just squaring up that defender, and he's got one of the most deadly lethal goosies in the game. Can't give him one-on-one space like that, otherwise he'll punish you for it.
Waire extending that out to 3-2 now. As we see Locken coming down, let's see what result they can come.
That's a great lift there from Chauncey. Locken running that down the lane play. And knowing that Mr. Stone on his favourable right to left side was a great lift and a great D set here. See if Locken can match it on defence as well.
Yeah, a bit of urgency there from Waire with that binning. See the change of attitude now as they steady things up greatly. Lucky not to be caught in the ruck there. And he was caught in the ruck.
I think the game's getting a bit messy now, and the physical nature of games like this in the open men's grade, when it gets tight, it gets physical. And penalties like that can really hurt you in the back end.
Shane Tamuri on the ball, just trying to shift players. Jordan Tuakana Hudson stepping up. Making that touch. Tiwi Davis on the ball, shifting into space.
Great skill set there. That was just, great Geordie there from Tiwi, and on the replay there, Geordie from Tiwi, and he's such a great ball player that you have to get him for that shot, and that's just skill set, catch, pass. Mr. Raul Das will be loving that skill set out there from the Wairere boys. One of the fundamentals, get that stuff right, and putting yourself in a real good position to polish off some of those tries.
Locken taking nice aggressive. Oh, nice passive.
That's a beautiful passive.
Good passive play. They've been looking for it the whole game.
Yeah, that's their bread and butter, and you can't give them that time.
This time like go right side on that one there. A bit of a change up as opposed to the left. So they stepped back. Found the passive. Nice work. Wing just a little bit tight.
Yeah, and I guess he's been in that lane looking for it all game, and I think Locken have tuned into it, and they've been able to pass it behind the back. And I guess when you're setting up for those shapes and you've got really good laners on defence, it's one of the things you can do is sit in a passive alignment.
This is the opportunity now. It's the opportunity for Locken. 5 to go on that. They're down 4-3. A dot here would serve them well and put pressure on Waire.
And this is exactly what we're wanting, Whānau. A real good tight tussle coming to the last 5 minutes. See who can execute it.
Yeah, great D there from Waire, making the 5-touch right on the halfway line, so it makes it hard for Locken to do anything.
Yeah, Waire's press D has been really impressive in this game. They suffocate you really well, and if you're not getting to the 7, they're just too good in their orange zone defence and too stable.
Looking long, Tiwi Davis, that's what he's known for. Couldn't quite pull it off, it was close.
From Trey there.
Nice bit of skill.
But again, just getting Tiwi on his favourable left to right and giving him some time on the ball. But equally, here's Locken, a really good flow here in the middle. Looking for probably a good finish from these two in the middle.
He's got him, he's through.
Oh, he's through, couldn't he?
Nice honesty there.
Yeah, great honesty on that defensive line, and just equally the two middles there from Locken, just awesome flow, and you get really good flow. Doesn't matter who you are defensively. Get good flow and good execution like that, you're going to get a good tidy finish.
Tommy Puna, his feet were just too good there. He managed to find his way, and this makes it interesting now. 2.5 to go. We're locked up 4 each.
That's a great lift from the link there on that help. I think Jones had got him on that bounce out on that sweep. But yeah, like we were saying, 4-4, a few minutes left.
Yeah, and with the way the format is run, oh, nice ball.
That is beautiful. both teams looking at, I guess, lifting in that link channel, and when you lift like that and you lift off your feet, the passive or the hit behind the back seems to be the play for both teams at the moment. And you can see in the replay that 32 shape with that one pump to lift him up and then pump behind his back. That's money, and that's just real clever touch.
Clock counting on Locken now. Need to go down with a result. We've got the right players on the board. Shaq Stone.
Oh, that's
Tiwi Davis going to get him. He's quick. He's quick as Tiwi.
He's going all the way here.
Locking him up.
That was a great lift from Tiwi there. I think they had them on that opens line, and he just read it beautifully.
Yeah. Yes, if Tiwi wasn't there, I think they would have played out the other side. It would have been a dot for Locken. Unfortunately, Tiwi Davis, too much experience, stepped right up on that line, took it away.
Yeah, and as we can see here, just setting up for that splitter play. And yeah, like we just said, if Tiwi doesn't get that, it's probably a dot there for the link. And that might just be enough there to get Waire the chips.
Yep, wonderful game. Open men's there. Waire Locken. Waire walking away with the lollies on that one. And well done to them. You can never, as we said earlier, you can never ever count Waire out. They're always in there for the fight. So great game, Waire 6, Locken 4.
Yeah, and there's just experience coming out at the end there. I guess some of the, Tiwi putting on it on both sides of the ball there, and touches one on both sides. And yeah, really great game coming into that final few minutes. We knew it was going to be a tight tussle. We knew it was going to be a physical one. And these two teams putting it on in the morning here down here in Whakatane.
Yep, great game. And another great game coming up at 11 o'clock. Open Women's playing up versus the local team, Full Circle. Playing up, obviously, last year's winners. So they'll be well prepared. Be interesting to see what the locals have got in reply. But yeah, once again, well done, Waire. It was a wonderful game to watch, and as expected, it was tight. But we will catch you back, Open Women's, at 11 a.m.
Doubters, to those who don't believe, this is the hour. You'll see, they will make ladders out of obstacles and stepping stones from roadblocks. Leap over the lines to say we won't cross, but you can't take the nothing. They won't see us coming. Scale all of the walls they built to hold us. We may be invisible, but we'll be unmistakable. We may be invisible. They may be blinding me, just wait and see. Like the way you love, distance from above, dignified. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, why don't you come on over? Do ya like the way you love, distance from above, dignified? Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, why don't you come on over?
And across the world for years.
Yeah, well, usually you look through a team list, and it's not often that you can count on two hands how many representative players they have in a squad of 16. So if that doesn't speak volumes to their calibre, then I'm not sure what will. As we see, the game tapping off. Bolts in the grey strip going from right to left on your screen, coming up with an early error at the roll ball. And now Waire looking to shift the ball from right back to the left-hand side. E4 Jones looking for the draw and pass. Te Aorere Pe Whairangi will cross over for Waire's first. And it looked a little bit too easy there to start with, didn't it, Brad?
Yeah, and it might not be on his mahikai list, but meat pies are going to be on order for Te Aorere out there on the wing. He's known for a try or two on the sting there. And like you said, just the one shift really from Waire here as they went right to left. Jones there puts Pe Whairangi away.
And it was just a simple play really. It was a 32 long and they just ran the one switch and then had the numbers to go back the other way as we see Bolts moving up to the 7 metre line. And probably something that their women's team weren't quite able to do was just get enough attack as we see a scoop through. Long ball goes over the top.
And the answer back.
Bolts will cross over for their first and they equalise.
Yeah, and look, if this first 2 minutes is anything to go by, we're going to have to be counting on three hands the score at the moment. Great start from both teams, and love the enterprising play there from Bolts, just skipping through at dummy half and then throwing the longie there to finish. So we see the One Foundation replay. Here it is. Little show gets him through.
Yeah, I think Hoiata Maxwell Blake just caught not in quite tight enough there. He would have wanted to shut there. Avion Jones, though, will answer back for Waire. He is so lethal, so dangerous on that sweep. His low game is probably one of the best we've got in New Zealand at the moment. He hits the deck early and he just skims along the grass, Brad.
Yeah.
And as we look on the One Foundation replay, he comes around the sweep from the opposite side and look at how quickly he hits the deck.
Yeah, real feature of his game. I think back to this tournament last year when we had a little bit of drizzle, and he was diving from outside the 7 and getting there. Avion Jones.
Yeah, he's got that dive down pat, and when the conditions are as beautiful as they are today, it's a lot easier to handle the ball, and the field is actually in really, really good nick. Shout out to the Whakatane Touch Association for keeping the grounds in really good condition coming into the new year and the Whakatane Touch tournament. As we see, a real battle at the roll ball there, and it does go the way of Bolts. Off the mark, I think, is the call. And young Bailey Ngatai Cribb will probably want his time over again with that one. Yeah,
they got a little bit ahead of themselves there. Why did they thought there were yards on offer, and we could have just pulled up and played the ball properly. And an error there. Let Bolts off, and here come their exit transition. Pretty smooth there by Bolts. Good opportunity working towards the 7 now for Bolts up that right link.
Yeah, probably just firing an early shot there, looking to go short. They went through off the dummy half scoop on the try that they scored, so looking to go just one more out and probably just condition the Waire defence a little bit. But they were up to the task, made the shutdown play, and penalty coming through the field as well for Waire. If there's one thing about this Waire outfit, the yards they come at you thick and fast, and if you're not prepared, then they're just going to get you on the back foot. And when they've got attacking players the calibre of Legion Hotham on the ball, as well as the Jones boys working in tandem there, as well as Tiwi Davies, who's parked out at left link, it's going to be a struggle. So Bolts are going to have to be on their game today.
Yeah, they're probably one of the best sides I've seen in when their transition, their sub-box rolls on. They're already set into play, and the way that their wrap comes through is one of the most dangerous we've ever seen. That one there, though, will beat them across the sideline. And when you mention some of those names, look, probably hard not to be organised when you've got those are your 2 middles and 2 links, and Hotham, the 2 Jones boys, and Tiwi Davies there.
That's it.
Far out.
as well as the army that they bring to the sub box every year as well.
Yep.
So plenty of experience for this Waire outfit. They've managed to nurture and push a lot of young boys through the grades to Waikato or even Manawatu representation, Bay of Plenty representation, and even through to the touch blacks as well. So they're a really quality outfit, Waire.
Yeah, absolutely. And they always come in their numbers. which is awesome. Right down to the kids in support, always in kit, which they always look sharp. Here come Boltstow trying to answer back. They're down 1 at the moment. Here come Bolts.
Yeah, I think probably just a little bit too close to the line there, and Sakis wasn't able to scoop through. They played the ball inside the 7 metre, so Waire only had to retreat a couple of metres before being able to make the touch, and just not enough range there for them to attack from.
Yeah, and here come Waire now on their transition. Messi there, and they'll win the penalty for it.
Yeah, Jacobson just getting caught up at the roll ball, and then the mark will be advanced a further 10 metres as well. So against this Waire outfit, you don't want to give them too many easy yards because they'll make you pay for it when it comes to the 7 metre.
Yeah, they're a team that love having extra plays down on that 7. They can.
And we are back, 2025 January Touch Tournament. It's starting to warm up here a little bit. It's starting to get warm. The sun is out and shining, and there's been a lot of hot games on at the moment, and this is no different. Open Women's playing up versus Full Circle. And joining me back in the box again, Tama Hawken. How's that injury going, my friend?
Yeah, no, it's going good. Thanks, Rod. It's one of these things that's going to take time, but just sort of chip away at it, and it's getting there, bro. It's getting there.
When do you think you'll be back, mate?
I won't be back until sort of back to sport until hopefully June. So yeah, end of this touch season. This one's done, but maybe get back to in a bit of rugby or just straight back in there into touch next season.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so this game, playing up in Full Circle, playing up. Obviously, they're last year's winners. They've been around for a long time, a lot of experience, and they've also got a lot of young girls sprinkled in there. Full Circle, local team. It'll be interesting to see how they can fit it with playing up at the moment, just as we hear the whistles from the referees. And our adjudicators for this game, Brett Kimpton in charge, Merv Reed and Holly Thomas. They're out there, they'll keep control of this. It'll be interesting to see with the first 4 games that we've seen this morning have been quite physical, Tama, and even the women's game, so it'll be interesting to see if this one follows.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like you said, Rod, playing up Open Women's team, the defending champs, so it's always a wee bit harder coming back to this tournament. You know, you've always got that target on your back and everyone's out for you, so in these pool games it's important to be real clinical and make sure you get through your systems and just play real well. Full Circle, they'll be wanting to come out here and show that playing up that that they're here to play and that they're keen for this tournament. Obviously, they've got the home advantage here, so it should be an awesome one, Rod.
Yeah, but as the girls just start stepping out onto the field now, playing up, you'll notice the black bands on their hands, and commiserations to the young girl, Mia Young, her mother passed away earlier this week, and she was unable to come down. So, just commiserations to the family. We're thinking of you all, and as we're starting to drive into it now and getting ready, I guess just in terms of players, Tama, and on the playing up side, any that stand out there for you?
Yeah, they're littered with talent, Rod. Obviously, got to give a shout out to Mariana Winiana. She's a great winger there. Also, Skylar Tukarangi. She's an awesome young player. Sort of got all the weapons in her arsenal, and now it's just she's developing her game year in and year out. Yeah, I could go through pretty much the whole list there, Rod, but to be perfectly honest with you, but their coaching staff, as well. Latoya and Peter Mack, that they have these women
running really well. So
Yep, and for full circle, we look forward to Shani Valila. Been around a lot of experience, been in Australia playing there, back in New Zealand now. And Kataraina Rowfield Stainton, she's the captain of their ship and she'll drive them around. So it'll be interesting to see how this game transcribes.
nice and direct early from full circle.
Te Aomihi Paul getting through and then looking for a 32.
Hard luck there. They look real organised full circle there. That was...
Yeah, a lot of these ladies, they've just come out of for Māori's Mātātua team. They went pretty good in that one there. So they'll get themselves around the park. What I like about them is they've got a lot of youth in this team at the moment and full of running. So it'll be interesting to see how they can put those legs up against the experience of playing up.
Great touch. Like we said before, Rod, nice and physical. And it's just when that ruck is such a crucial. You want to win that, throughout the entire game. That sort of ruck area, and full circle doing another great job of shifting the ball.
Yeah, just finding those extras, getting through that orange zone, saving those touches for when you need them. You see the young crew on. It must be their subbing group looking for the pick. Yeah, they drop a little bit close to the line there for that to be effective on a playing up defensive line that was nice and compact. So nice transition set here from playing up, just trying to find their space and get their momentum and get the hit.
Yeah, playing up will probably just want to be a wee bit tidy on their strike down there. They sort of dumped on that link, and so it went into a man-on situation. Could be a bit sharper there playing up. Great touch again.
Yeah, this transition is going to be a little bit difficult for full circle as they transition lateral instead of forward. Just taking a lot of their momentum. Well done playing up, keeping that one there down. Locking it up. Taylor and Kevin Stock having to run the ball out there for full circle.
It's a great win there by playing up. To see what sort of strike they get to, I'll probably just go for a 33 for Skylar here.
She's go. Can she find the space? No one can shake three.
Hard luck. Decent end. They've locked them in this playing up sub box here. Let's see how full circle can get out of trouble.
Yeah, playing up, controlling their transition well, making sure that they get a decent end on it, or at least a shot of an end on it, which is what you need. Full circle, making the error there, as we see playing up starting to bring their attackers on. See what they can do playing short. She's going to go low. No, she's hit long. Can she finish it?
Nice D there by full circle. That middle's working really hard. There she goes again. She's pushing up really high. Lots of energy. Ooh. Yeah, tidy there from playing up. Again, it's that sort of same. A few teams have been running that sort of platform. It's the sweep the link and then half sort of fakes that sweep and comes back open side, and forcing that collapse coming from the defensive team. And there was just an option, just a pass selection thing there.
Yeah, good start for playing up. 1-0.
There's a starter from full circle.
Yeah, just an error there. Nishan Collier unable to pick the ball up on that one there. As you see, playing up, just go direct on it. Nothing fancy. To bring their wides, looking to the outside now, a little bit different. Sammy Stanton.
Tia Nortai at half. Great D there. Ooh.
Yeah, good work from Full Circle there.
Yeah.
Just staying with Tia. I think she wanted that outside line. Fortunately, they held on it.
This is where they're going to have to sort of maybe improve their game a wee bit. Full Circles, just their exit. Playing up are obviously well connected through the field, especially defensively as well. So that's great work here. They can just keep it on. Nice.
Shani Valila, once they get there.
Very good. Didn't get the result, but yeah, that was a great set. That was a good set. Yeah, nice. Great touch one.
See Almihi Paul getting right up and under there, slowing that down.
Great fly.
Shani Valila stepping up on that one. They're working hard now. This is a much better defensive set from Full Circle. Maybe they're starting to find their stride. She's playing up on the last. Can she get through? Ball played it. Yes, it was. Probably unwarranted there. No need to panic on that and play it there, Paul. It's the last touch. Now they get to defend the full set. Smart work. Tani Takare.
Oh,
nice.
Nice. Very good. Oh, it's forward. It was actually pretty. It was good defence there by Full Circle initially, and then Aria just sort of, she has a lot of time on the ball, and obviously that one went forward, but let's see how well Full Circle can exit. Oh, that's a shame.
Ari's still there, and I guess that's the thing with Ari. If you give her the time, then she'll find the option that she wants. So it's important for Full Circle to just take your time away. Middle defenders just getting up on it, and there she goes again. Calling the shots. She's on the ball. Going over the top.
Oh,
nice.
great hands.
Where's the legs?
Where's the legs? Here we go, Mariana Winiana chasing. Oh, she's been doing her speed work. Can't buy. Great intercept by the Full Circle winger there. There was a great athleticism just to get up and give her a chance to get to the ball, and then to pluck it out of the air was awesome. But gives Full Circle an opportunity here to go 1-1.
Yep, they're right into the park, but great chase by Mariana Winiana there. Yeah, Full Circle certainly not as structured as playing up. It's an interesting contrast in styles. Nice step up there by playing up, get the foot in. Well worked. It's the discipline of good defence.
Nice, great drive.
Just going about their business.
Yeah.
Nice step in, looking for it. Can this chop there? Defender come across. Great work, Taylor Ann.
Great touch.
Kiwi stock there coming across and shutting that one down just as well. Was a nice setup from playing up there.
It was. Sort of getting into their rhythm now, playing up, especially on their strike. Their 4-5 is a lot tighter than it was at the start of the game. But yeah, it was good option there by Skylar. But
Shani Galila moving it forward. Yeah, I think if anything for me, Tama just Full Circle on their transitions. Their 2-3 touches, especially their 3 touch, they're kind of subbing behind the 10. You really do by 3. You really do need to be moving forward on that.
Yeah.
Out of the sub box, just makes life a lot easier and maintains your momentum.
Yeah.
So they're struggling a little bit on those 2 touches on transition, as we see playing up here.
I just think that on that touch rod, they've got no options. They've only got that one runner. They haven't got a traveller coming, or so they're sort of limited and playing quite narrow. If they could just get another option on that touch 3, as Aria sort of bows herself in and short long.
Down. What did the refs say?
Really great touch. Great touch.
Red Kimpton, it was a touch. Full Circle working hard on this one. They need to be playing up 1-0 up. So Full Circle still in the fight.
Still in the fight.
Need to maintain aggression on this and lift high.
They're defending.
There it is.
Really well.
There's a return.
There's
a return.
Touched.
Waire, they get the repeat on that one there, playing up, and see what they can come up with. You see,
Yeah.
I think I just sent Skylar back on, I think.
Full circle. If they can just keep defending confident like they have been, they can take a lot of confidence out of this.
Aria looking for the chop on that one. It didn't quite come. The winger was onto it. There it is.
Ball down. Hard luck on that winger. Yeah, short side, but you know she got across there. It was a sweet play for Skylar there, and they've sort of been trying to attack that left side. Here, as I'll see on the replay, short side there, and a good seed across.
Well, let's see what Full Circle can do, bringing it through here. You've got the young girls on, trying to transition through, playing up, doing a good job. Physical, very physical.
There it is again.
Just rattling the young girls just a little bit as we see it there.
Decent there by playing up. They just need to exit clean here, you know.
Mia McLaughlin.
Great drive.
Ball through now.
Complex curves.
Major error. We weren't able to sub off that one there. Back on they go.
Yeah.
Destiny Katani.
I'd say Latoya and Pete might be a wee bit, you know, just want to be a wee bit sharper there.
So
Full Circle just sort of biding a wee bit of time for the subbers coming on.
patient, not sort of challenging the line too much.
Nice and tight.
Yeah, is that, I guess, that unstructured side of their attack, not really piecing it together in a position where they, they've got the opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's just an organisation thing for the players that are out there for Full Circle. They've got all of the ability and all the footwork and speed. And it's just more of an organisation thing. As Tia Norto does a great job for Emmy. Nice touch.
As expected, though, playing up, ending at the right end of the park, but they just need to work hard and keep them out.
Yeah, Full Circle staying in this grind. They're staying in the game. It's they get a bit of relief there. They're staying in it. They just haven't got any results, obviously, in terms of the scoreboard. But if they can keep just chipping away, keep the score close.
It's just those areas they just give playing up another crack at it.
You sub some guns off for playing up, then more come back on. So
yeah, another 10 minutes to go. Playing up, not panicking at all. Having said that, they're only 2-0 up.
That's right.
Full Circle did a good job defensively up to now.
Nice
Over the
D.
top, yes,
Nice D.
yes, good D.
Very good. Nice and connected there, Full Circle.
I've been impressed with Taylor and Kiwi Stock there.
Yeah.
The winger for Full Circle on this side. She's snuffed out quite a few of them. She's present all the time. And just the value of a good winger, Tama.
Oh, it's
on the line.
it turns a good team into a great team. It really does, and they got some nice tall wingers as well on both edges. So real athletic.
Yeah, so I see our cohort, Dan Nickel, also injured. Tom, he's out. Looks to be out for a while as well.
Yeah, Danji, he'll be out for a wee bit. He's had surgery on his ankle, so hopefully the bro, recovery's going well as far as I'm aware. So, but no, it'll be good to see him back out there, hopefully shortly.
Yep, as we see, Full Circle here, just trying to bring the ball through. We're getting late in the count now. So once again,
just here's where they need a bit of an organisation, or just one person to sort of put the head down and sort of dig into this line, try and get into the playing up line. That's better.
They need to work hard here now, keep playing up out, upset their transition so they can get something off the back of it.
Maybe force a mistake even, or...
Full circle, just a little bit guilty at the moment of trying to ref as well.
There it is. They get one here.
Yeah, just need to maintain discipline, do what they need to do, follow the processes, and they'll all have them, so they can get the best off the back end. And just while they're coming through, just once again, just to thank our sponsors, Whakatane High School on the backside. They're part of the field layup, so a big thank you to them. Pack and Save, locals, Underwood and Wilkins, and the Iceman. You see back on the line now, Charlie Valila. She's the one that needs to be on the ball.
Oh, miss!
Yeah,
great feet, great honesty there by Emmy. But great feet. It's great feet. Sort of nothing, just a wee static play. Just stood that middle defender up, came off the left and show and go again, and just a wee miss there by Emmy. Great honesty.
Yep, and if there's an attacker that they do need on the ball, it is Shani, because she can do this. As they close the gap now, playing up 2, full circle 1. So, and as we see, it looks like playing up have already picked up the momentum, understanding the gravity of the situation at the moment, not wanting to let full circle get close. 17 minutes down. Patience, and skill.
Much better by the playing up middles there. Just sort of shifting the defence one way and then coming back against the grain rather than trying to just pass selection and ball play off option 1. So here Tia gets a quickie, release it straight back to Skylar, and then it's just a 3-on-2. Good basic footy, but it's sort of probably what playing up needs to get back to, is just that real basic stuff.
Yep, there's certainly a change in the attitude there a little bit with playing up, which is nicely spotted by the coaching staff. They've made their adjustment now. You see Shani, Valila, Telmi, Paul back on the ball and see what they can contrive out of it.
Oh! Hard luck. It's a wee special play there. That was just a hard full pass, so it was great execution apart from that full pass. Relieving penalty as well here.
It's unfortunate.
On the replay, just quick replay here. It's the 32 pick, fake, late. Oh well, those things happen. These things happen in these games.
They
just
do.
Got to roll with them, roll with the punches.
They do. The thing is to flush that one and get on to the next job.
Yeah. See what playing up have got here offensive wise. Whether they go to more of this expansive stuff that they were running at the start, or they go just play a wee bit more basic, wee bit more tight, split a play. Or just a wee bit poor execution there.
7 minutes left to go in this game. It's still fairly tight.
It is.
There's playing up 3, full circle 1, so full circle still in the fight. Need to get Shani Valila back on the ball. Someone who can create. People looking long. Once again, Winiana, too much gas there. She managed to cover that one quite well.
Yep. Playing up will be looking to execute here.
Just direct and fast.
They've
got their sweepers on.
Shift.
They're there, momentum mainly.
Solid D there by full circle, that length.
Yep, I thought there might have been a little bit more for playing up if they had carrying on, going out the open side. Thought maybe they had the legs on full circle there, but they stepped back. Important here for full circle not to go quiet on it. They really do need to go forward. This is what they need right there. Just get forward, get in and ruck hard.
it is getting hot out there, Rod, and I think you can just see a wee bit of fatigue coming in. Just these 1%ers, those extra options that are usually there, just aren't there for Full Circle at the moment, but they're still in this game.
Yeah, the level of touch that everyone's playing here. Every game is a hard game, so there's no easy ones. It just starts building on itself. So it's important for everyone to maintain composure.
Yeah, nicely worked there by playing up just a wee play on call and got that far middle and link up together, and then Skylar just sort of runs through that non-shutting gate. Nema calls and finishes it off. Just here, sort of nothing in. Well done. Here's this these two attacking middles that you were talking about, Rod.
Yeah. When they're on, it's things happen. So it's important they're looking for similar play.
Liking their plays that they're running though.
The players have certainly got some creation. They still need to execute and finish
speed.
As we see Valila through again. Once again through there. Unfortunate, but she's certainly their player.
For sure. Great speed. Just sort of took off that half there. It's great job. Well defended in the end by playing up, but
countdown 4 on the clock, playing up 4, Full Circle 1. Playing up is looking for extras. Certainly working well at the moment. They'll build their momentum, heading to the outside.
It's Tia Norta on the end. Nice little feet work.
Yep, she's found the hole.
Ooh, hard luck.
Not quite. Yeah, just the experience, I think, some of this playing up squad.
Yeah, they've just sort of their strike plays have sort of just taken over the game and offensive wise in the end, and just a wee bit too good.
For the trace.
I think I missed there. Yeah.
Nice
little follow.
Nice follow there.
Yep.
Well worked.
At the end, they've just gone back to basics. That's just wee crossover follow there. And it's not nothing flash or nothing pretty, but it works. Getting there, both middles up, crossing away from her, and this wee little inside pass. Hard luck to the middle there. She was there, just missed.
Yep, still pretty physical while playing up defensively.
This Full Circle team looks quite young, Rod. They've got some young ladies in here, but gosh, they can play.
Yeah, they've got a lot of youth, but these games serve them well. This is where you find your medal.
That's right.
And you certainly learn from it.
Nice.
Long, can they
great pass. That? Yep, great finish.
Great work there.
Great work. Same again, just back to basics. Same players we saw at the other end, just a crossover. As we see on the replay here, just cross away from that middle and just wise up and great right to left, gets it to the winger, and great finish by the winger there.
Yeah, like you said, in the earlier setups that they were doing, they were looking for that short side chop. And this one here, they just went back to a basic play. And they found some fortune with that. So if they can keep doing that, they'll get another couple of downs with it.
Another spotter. Short side there. That splitter play, it's obviously a play that's come in, into New Zealand anyway, quite recently. I've seen a few teams run it here, and the good thing about it is there's so many options on it there. Like Skylar's sort of coming in on that outside shoulder and just looking either for that short side bite or a dive. So it's more of a live play here. As you see, she's just looking straight here. Or you can run it like a down the lane into a 4-on-3 situation. So it's a nice tidy play if you can execute it well.
chance to get the play on it.
Yeah. Nice penalty there. Again, that's great. 32 peel release. As you see the hooter go. See what full circle can do to finish this game. Nice little footwork, nice little jam. That's it.
All right, as we close that game out, playing up, the experience of playing up, been here a number of times, proving too good in this instance against the locals, full circle, 6-2. But it was a good game out. Certainly a good hit out for playing up, finding, just working their way through all the creases as they dig deeper into the tournament. So well done to playing up. The next game, 11:40, Open Men's. Another big one, playing up versus Elements.
Another big one.
Be interesting to see how those two teams go. Both Auckland, out of the Auckland region. But it'll be another tough tussle on that one. But once again, in the women's, playing up, well done.
Yeah,
they'll go away to their break.
Yeah, well done to playing up there. Just sort of too good in the end. I think Latoya and Peter Mack will just want to be a wee bit more clinical, especially coming through the field, and just get to their strike a wee bit better, make that a wee bit tidier. But well done the full circle as well. As very impressed by some of their young guns, and they were awesome.
And we will be right back, 11:40, as we say. Open Men's playing up Elements. Catch you on the return.
Like the way you love, distance from above, dignified, extra light. Do ya love the way you walk, live the way you talk, justified, Mr. Side. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me unafraid, find a way to relate. Why don't you come on over?
Set our benchmark on the Australian teams, so it's always good to have them here and just see to see where we are. And from what I hear, Dylan Hennessy's running with Elements, and we'll see them a little bit later on. But it's good to see those marquee players here in and around and doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see on the field now, Bullets will have first use of the ball. They're running right to left on your screen. Outcasts in the teal blue. They'll be defending the first set. And those of you unfamiliar to Whakatane, 25 minutes straight shooter. No half-time, no switchover, just fast and furious touch. We're underway here through Bullets, one of the powerhouses in the women's game. Of course.
Yeah, they've certainly been here doing it a long time. This is a nice little wrap there and long. Unfortunately, the wing just shut in a little bit too quickly on that one. But as to be expected from Bullets with a lot of experience, just nicely set up from the kickoff there.
Yeah, they had a pretty clear plan there. Their first set executed well. You mentioned the wing here for Outcast, just bit on the link a little bit too early. Opened the channel up. And ball over the top. As we see the One Foundation replay, it's this little overs ball. Walked in and dotted down in the end. Jordan Rogers. Here come Outcast though on attack. They play the shorty. Touch called there. And there's Outcast again, just backing up. Gives themselves a little bit of an attacking space. Here's the setup on the 7.
Yeah, very good defence there by Bullets, as you would expect. Everyone's staying well connected and pushing up nice and fast, as we just see Outcast just pushing through a hole there. But yeah, very organised defence there by Bullets.
Yeah, and it was good to see the Bullets girls made it through to the final of the drop-off last night, with some of their younger players showing up for the drop-offs, which was exciting. Just to see some of that continuation for them. And you see them out here with a full sub-box and the extras here this morning. Outcast there's looking a little thinner in the sub-box. And here come Bullets on the attack. Juggle, tip on. And full pass in the end there.
Just a nice little bit of a ad-lib play, just trying to push to the outsides and finish with the ball on, on the far side of the field, just to make Outcast just work a little bit harder to get across the field, try and pick up 2 or 3 touches before they hit the 10-metre mark. We see Jean Marsh just stepping up and taking that one away from Outcast. Bullets doing a good job in defence now. Outcast having to attack from a long way out. You see the pick. We're on the last.
Yeah, that's it. They just used Bullets forced them into using too many plays through their transition, and now they'll take possession up on halfway. Only 2 touches in. And here come Bullets into the attacking half. Paul will scoop that one. And again. And through offside markers. Bullets double up there.
Yeah, Kairi Edmonds there, working well just with, I think it was Merirangi Paul just coming through the field. But, it all started with that transition just out of the box. It was just nice. They kept the flow going. Just aimed straight for the middle and just went away and tried to pick up the middle again. They got both of them in. And, luckily Kairi managed to save that. The defence couldn't get back on side on time.
Yeah. It was a nice little 2-man game, straight up the middle, middles on middles. Here come Outcast now trying to answer back. There's some space on the left. The wing creeping in.
Yeah, good cover there by Kat Inosa Taifo. But she's been here many years, as have many of these Bullets ladies, so she certainly knows how to operate under pressure.
Yeah, and taking her time there, bringing her back in too. They know they've got the scoreboard advantage early. They'll catch your breath and get a reset. Here come Bullets out of their own end. They'll work towards their sub-box. Great clear communication too from our refs on this game. Special mention, Haerua, Thomas Webster and Te Ahu Kosi out here on this game. Alongside a whole raft of referees we've got across, of course, like I said, 18 fields. Shout out, of course, to everybody that has put their hand up to ref this weekend. We couldn't do it without you. It's a huge job. You're out there just as fast and just as much heat as all the players, and often thanked less for it. So, thank you so much to our referees. They're looking good as well in the green and blue ref shirts, thanks to BTS, Better Together Sportswear.
You see our Outcast starting to push through. Not a bad transition from Outcast here. Yeah, just a simple, just try to run a W off their last there, but just the three's just a little bit too narrow there. Couldn't quite find their space through.
Yeah, and here come Bullets again, looking smooth through their transition. 2 plays and they're up well inside halfway. Paul scooping. Working again there with Edmonds, the over. Not on the mark that time.
Not quite. Just trying to run a little passive there. Probably wasn't quite the plays the other side, especially with Merirangi's speed. She's got speed to burn.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's been given the brief just to conserve.
Yeah.
It can be a bit of a long day. And we are back and hot, and this is the 2025 Whakatane January Touch Tournament. It's been a wonderful day so far, some big games. And once again, this one doesn't change that open men's playing up versus elements. And back in the hot seat beside me, Dan Nicol.
Yeah.
Dan, what are you expecting out of this one?
Yeah, glad to be back, and this is going to be a real tight tussle. I think what I'm most excited about this is actually the battle of the wingers. One thing that's probably not really spoken much in the game of touch footy, but we've got Marshall and TJ Flower on one side, and then you've got on the other side with Carter, Razor and probably the best winger in the moment in the world at the moment, Finlay Barnett. So I'm really excited for the battle out there. But yeah, classic two teams from Auckland battling out every Thursday night down in Pakuranga. These two go at it, so I'm expecting this to be more so same down here in Whakatane.
Yep, local derby, and our referees for this one here, Te Aroha Mani, Ben McLaughlin and Quinn Murphy. Quinn been around, young man, been around for a long time now. He'll serve this one. Don't need to be on their game. I'm expecting a big one and a hot one. And I guess the only difference in elements, or the main difference in the elements on this one, Dan, is the introduction of Mr. Hennessy. He should bring a lot to their team.
Yeah, when you put a name like that in any squad in the world, you have to give them a chance. And the fact that they've also added Chris Lennon from Australia, who had a successful Opens campaign at the World Cup. He's lightning and has been pretty much one of their best performers at the NTRs last year and at the World Cup. I'm just expecting this Elements team to revolve around them, Taide, Hignett Morgan, carry them around the field. And equally, when you look opposite, you got McIntyre and the lot. It's going to be a real good game.
Yep, look to playing up to defend heavily on the likes of Tian and Pōkaiao Kurukanga. Usually drive the ship around the park. But either way, both sides will need to be on their mettle defensively, or they will be found out. So looking forward to a great game here. It'll be certainly interesting. Coaching staff.
Yeah, yep. It's going to be a battle of
Luke
the coaches.
Luke Chapman in the box for Elements.
Yeah, when you got Luke Chapman, one of our most experienced coaches in the country, and on the other side you got Mr. Takarai, Wudumi Takarai there. You're going to see a lot of in-game adjustments. And yeah, two mighty brains when it comes to touch football here in Aotearoa. It's going to be a spectacle for the next 25 minutes.
See both teams on the field ready to take the play. Tian McIntyre will start us off. We're underway.
Just getting into really shape that playing up like to run.
No lollies on the back of that one. Important for playing up to defend hard here, keep them out.
This might be just a battle of the first 5 minutes of a grind. I know these teams might be their first game of the day, having a one less team in their pool. I'm expecting a little jitters, a little cobwebs, and when the execution comes off like it did here for Hennessy, this game's going to open up.
Recount on that one. Recount in a good position. They've got the right man on the park.
He's got a handy man there in Sonny as well, so expecting a lot of ball to run around Sonny and Dylan in the set.
Just feeling one another out, going short side, looking long. Oh, good cover.
That was a great touch out there by Razor, and it was, again, these wingers are going to be the difference between a try or not. And we've got world-class wingers on both sides.
Can he repeat it? Not quite. Didn't quite make it there that time.
Sorry, Razor. I think it was commentator's curse. But that was just great execution, setting up for that 32 shape. And yeah, when you've had to do a diving touch, it's back it up for the next set. It's not something that you probably are accustomed to, as you can see here on the replay. And this was just coming off the back of another 32 shape. And you give that man space, and we've known for the last 2 decades he's going to find the try somehow.
Coming out, into the rep coming around. Took out Ropati, not quite making it. Phoenix Tunupo on the ball. Sean Law, what can Phoenix do? Releasing early. Can Finn Barnett find it? Referee, ball down. Great work there.
That was a great pull there by Hunapo on the floor. It's his pet play, his little Geordie play. And he just, flung it out, and great finish on the wing there from Finlay Barnett.
Yep, we come to expect that from young Barnett. He's dotted down many a time in his career. He certainly did a really good job there, unfortunately. Yeah, the Elements winger couldn't quite make it across. He was close, but not quite there.
And it's just his bread and butter for Phoenix there. He loves the Geordie setup. He loves coming off his left foot or using his right to left. As we can see here, Lennon with the pill. And that's great shuffle defense there.
Yeah, Finn Barnett got under low and fast. Forced the ball back inside again. Managed it.
Yeah, that's great rope defense there from playing up, just shuffling off, knowing that they've had a 32, they've had to defend a 32 shape the set before. And off the back of that awesome defense, they get the penalty, see if they can execute.
As expected, the box very vocal on the playing up side. You can certainly hear them from, we're on the opposite side of the park.
Yeah, when you've got Aaron Nutai in there, very passionate man when it comes to touch footy, a lot of touch IQ, he's always going to get the boys revved up. As we can see, yeah, Chops and Tucker are coming on his sweep, on his favourable sweep. Yeah, that's great execution there from playing up. It was a hard one to defend when you've got three players with the calibre of Chops, Tatui and Tapuha coming on his sweep. It's an easy fake there. Defenders usually collapse on that sweep shape. Tatui broke that line and great execution. As you can see here, Tapuha coming on that sweep, just forcing an indecision there. And Tatui with that footwork. I think that knee bandage might be for show there, Rod.
Could be. He's been wearing it for a wee while. Let's see if Elements can return favour here. As you see, sweep around, looking for the follow. Didn't come off. Executions that you need.
Yeah, playing up are just a squad that if you give them a sniff, they're just gonna punish you. And they love to be in the grind, and they love to be vocal and high energy. And unless you take that away from them, they are just going to punish you for the whole 25.
I don't imagine that Urumi Takare would have been too impressed with the finish on that one there. They did really well to come through the field.
Yeah, they had great flow. It's just that their execution there, and I guess you might be expecting someone of Harry Carter's calibre there, but also our off-ball work's got to be just as important as our scoop. Here we go, there's a danger man. Great D set to recover that for playing up.
Yeah, they've recovered it in a nice position too, so gives them the good platform to start from. Can they work on it and push through? That's a bit better.
Yeah, what a danger pod there with McIntyre. Kurakanga and Tatui here.
Fake the sweep possibly. No, they've gone to him. Looking for the late. He's in it, going long. Can Razor get ball back inside? Ooh, certainly enterprising. Not scared to throw the ball around.
Yeah, not scared to back that off the cuff play. And when you've got players at the calibre of Tatui there, and that nice late sweep off that 32 shape, they're just going to look dangerous, just cause indecision the whole game. Got Hennessy on that 32.
There is again. Man, he really does know how to fire that pill, doesn't he?
Yeah, just got an awesome shape, and I think it's one thing they've got to really switch on to as well. Elements is he does have a really good pick, and he does take the option 9 times out of 10. But our off-ball work has to be just as to a high execution as well.
Playing up, getting a little bit static on this one here, needing to get through. Hunapō looking for the
and there he is.
Short, but Hennessy's there where he needs to be. He'd have to be pretty quick to get past young Barnett.
Yeah, Barnett and Carter on the other side, probably our two fastest wingers in the country at the moment. Maybe swing it back a decade and Dills would have had them. Just see how they can execute on the end of this flow.
Yeah, great work there by Hennessy, though, just bucking that one out, and as a result, Elements down the other end of the park. Just trying to work, playing up at the moment, and get what they want.
Yeah, that's just an experience of Lennon there, knowing that defence had sucked within that 7 metre, drawing that penalty. Now let's see how we can execute off a whole set of 6.
Until that hole, can you get on the outside of him? A little destructo.
There it is.
Well worked.
That crossover play, and it's something we see a lot over in Australia, especially within his NTL team. cause so much indecision, especially with just coming back off that crossover quickie there and looking at Cam Tidy in the middle. You have to be tight on both sides of the lane, especially on touch one.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. You cannot defend a line. You've got to step up and off it and take away any dive opportunities. That time there, defence just a little bit guilty of sitting on the line and waiting and allowing the attack to dictate terms. The result was a touchdown.
Error there from playing up. Could see a little bit momentum swing. Just need a good finish there. They got a good set right side of the field to see how we can punish here for Lennon. And give that man another set of 6. We'll probably see Hennessy come on here and see how they can execute off a fresh set of 6.
Too loose. No, they managed to get the touch. I thought defensively they were a little bit looser there on that one. They managed to get it.
Yeah, and just on that touch one, this is both sets now. We're on touch one. They're just staying a little bit loose. 9 times out of 10, the team's not throwing long on touch one, so we've got to just stay loose there on defense, or tight there on defense, sorry. That's a great touch there by Tahuri. And the penalty. That's a momentum swinger.
Yep, important that both sides maintain discipline. Easy repeats is not what you need, not with a short clock of 25 minutes.
Yeah, elements of getting the ball, they just need to say execution on the 7. But equally just as good on defense as playing up on those touches.
Carter trying to have a go around the outside. Didn't work, but a nice way to close the set out, as long as playing up work hard here to try and limit the number of meters that elements can make. It's good work. Took a bit of momentum out of that set.
Yeah, the elements had a really good flow on there, even though they were attacking a high press. Playing up managed to win that and probably won the set. Great chops by Korakanga there. Great touch there.
Yeah, defensively great job by playing up there. Managed to put the 5th touch for the elements well and truly outside that 7 zone. Taka Ropati's always when he comes on, adds a little bit of pep to the attack.
Both teams just sliding on those 33 picks. They seem to be encouraging their middles to, I guess, play more of a hold shape and almost not man on, but stay a little bit closer on their ruck, and their links and wingers aren't having to sliders as tight. As we can see, a piggyback penalty here for Elements. Those are one of those coach killers. You had really good lift on that first 2 touches.
Yep, Hunapuna forward, just getting lazy on that one, taking the ruck out. Tight game, playing up 2 Elements too.
Yeah, it's going to be just a contrast of styles, and it's exactly how we anticipated, just a real tight contest. Probably see play come out to the left link, right link here with Lennon again.
Going long. Razor too quick for it. Read it.
That's a great read by Razor.
Yeah, as you would expect, he managed to read that one there, shut him down.
Again, the difference in wingers and just how they can win games just off the back of defense. 9 times out of 10, our wingers are out there on an island and having to make great reads, and when you've got 3 of the best in playing up, they're just a hard team to try and beat out wide.
Yeah, that was good work by Elements there, defensively, just through the field. Just managing to agitate playing up a little bit. Playing up wasn't able to find the mojo through it.
Yeah, great chase out just on the replay there with Razor, and this is probably the 3rd one of the game already, 12 minutes in, so they are keeping Razor honest. Just see where they can open the field up between their link and middle channel.
It's an arm wrestle as you'd expect when it's even. for the late. Didn't quite work it out. Communication wasn't there.
Yeah, Elements wouldn't have been too happy with the end of that set here, but their orange zone defense has been pretty good for both teams.
He's a little bit better from playing up here. As we see them getting about their game. Tahiri with the ball down. Whakatane with the ball. Nice in
that's
line.
beautiful play there. Not too sure if you quite saw that off shot, but playing up had a trick play there. They set up for a 32, but instead of having three players on the outside and running open side, they had a late check on from their box. So it ended up being a 4-on-3.
Well played, look, going low. Hawkeye is down.
Bread and butter. He loves that crossover dive.
Great work managing to break the stalemate. Whakatane with the down there, playing up 3, Elements 2.
Yeah, Elements just, I guess, that link and middle zone. Chop's just punishing that link and middle zone. It's his bread and butter. He loves the crossover. He loves to square up that defender like he does here with a little goose step. Given that much space, in any 50-50 call, Chops is getting that one down.
Working hard. Just whilst we're getting through it there. Thank you to the Whakatane District Council. The park's in wonderful nick, as we said before, 18 fields on the go.
It's 32 shape here for Elements and step back. Just great D. Great D there from Sean Law. Can see him, probably expect him to lead this defensive unit out here.
Yep, always vocal. Here he goes. Everyone knows where they need to be. Good cover. Good cover there. We're playing
That's
up.
great cover. I think Hennessy had picked the right option, but defense just equally up to the task, and Takuā managed to sweep around Razor on their back foot pass there. Hennessy and Mr. Law and Sean Law have met many times for Australia and New Zealand, so I'm expecting this to be kind of a personal battle here between these two.
Creating the beef both sides of the Tasman there, Dan, I see.
That's a great shot there by Razor.
It's good work. It's certainly interesting watching them go about their business. As Hennessy just trying to direct his troops. Looking for the split. There he is. Not quite the read that he wanted.
Got a penalty. It was real good defense there. I guess Hennessy went for that splitter play and went for the second phase. Lennon hadn't quite gotten tucked in under. And off the back of that defensive set, they've just created an error here. And like I've been saying, you give playing up their momentum, they're just going to carry on with it.
Nothing fancy here from playing up, just going direct and getting through their job. Starting to open up now, looking for their overload. Can they get it back there? They've gone early to it.
Really good flow. I think it was good execution, but just equally Lennon wasn't biting on that 32. Managed to defend that 32 long from Carter really well. Just see if Elements can just swing some momentum back and get a good finish here to their set. Oh, this might be a 7-on call here.
See the referee's just having a chat now, playing up, calling it out. 7 on. Looks like they've won that one. Good game knowledge from playing up. Managed to get an extra few yards out of that one, which always helps.
Yeah, and I guess giving them a tap ball at halfway with the caliber players that are on at the moment. Takuā, Pukaiwa and Tian here.
Firing it to Mr. Dependable.
There he is again, that man on the wing. And equally just a great pull, great setup there. Setting up for that link sweep play, coming back open side and just punishing this open side on the Elements here. Yeah. You can see Kurakanga sending the link sweep over, forcing an auto collapse and just hitting Mr. Reliable on the wing.
That's great work there from playing up.
Elements will look to swing the momentum back in this set. The game slowly creeping away. Let's see if they can get one back.
You just need to shift. I think you need to shift playing up just a little more left and right just to create the holes and show a no. Not something that you usually see from Mr. Law.
Yeah.
He held on that one.
He might have just crept over a little too far. Looks like they ran that splitter play where the setter coming down that 33 channel, the planter goes outside the link. The link comes in between both. But I think that was just a bit of luck from there from Elements. The dummy half hadn't wrapped quite around Lennon, so it ended up being a man-on with him and Sean.
You got to create your luck sometimes, so that they did well closing that gap to 4-3.
Yeah, recount here. It's going to be a big defensive stop here from Elements.
Honestly, there from Darius, and just touched the ball.
Yeah, just Lennon just cruising over that one. So just, we always say, a try is only as good as a defensive stop. So Elements need to back it up here. 3-4 more touches. Yeah. Great lift there by Sonny.
A little bit early, not caught that one. Playing up, just look for, I guess, something from...
Yeah, dangerous pod on here at the moment.
McIntyre, I guess, looking to...
There it is. Tuckerai wouldn't be too happy in the coach's box with that one.
No, I see the hat's come off the head, so he's not happy.
The infamous hat on the ground, Whānau. If you see that, then you know it's not impressed Mr. Tuckerai in the coach's box, but that's a great set from Elements there. Great defensive stop from Tiana and Lennon. They met at in the World Cup final, so there would have been a bit of homework on each other prior to this game. That was a great set from Tian there, holding the defense, getting extra yards, and just attacking that third touch at the advantage line, winning his team a penalty.
Yeah, just the experience there, just knowing how to work the defender, looking for the penalty. It came off on Putz's side and good start. Hunapo on the ball.
They've got them quite tight in the middle here. We'll just see if playing up, maybe open it up and punish this wing. This 32 shape. There it is. That was unfortunate. It was a great pick, and it was actually a good chop line there. They had hit about 3 tries out on this wing, so the wing had actually held, so it was actually a great line here. I think Carter just had too many wee picks on that pass this morning.
Yep, a little bit unfortunate for Mania King there. Couldn't quite pull the ball in on that one. Playing up, missed out. Now it's Elements' turn. They're only down by 1.
Yeah, Mr. Chapman will be happy. There's been a few errors, but their orange zone defense has been really good, and it's just executing now. They're getting the opportunities on the 7. They just need to put some away.
Nice strong touch there. No, a little bit too aggressive, says the referee. Te Aroha.
Yeah, Hennessy setting up into his favourite right to left Geordie shape. But again, just our off ball there. I think we had a subber, so when he stepped back on, it was a bit of man on there, but we'll see if he can create something in the middle here.
Good work there. Obviously, the coaching staff are playing up. Have read that.
Broadhurst
trying to get away, couldn't quite.
That second phase was just 1-2 metre close to the try line there. I think just made it easier for playing up to recover. Otherwise, another couple metres off and could have been looking at a 4-4 scoreline here. But all it takes is a breakaway like it did from Broadhurst, and momentum swang straight back into playing up's favour.
Playing up, just looking for a buffer here. Ooh.
Oh, that was nice.
It was well done, and they get it. the buffer they get. It slips out now, 5-3, playing up 2-up.
There was great eyes up on that pick there. They're seeming to find something. They're finding some pastures out here on playing up's left wing. As we can see, it was a quickie, sweep shape. Takuha just faking that sweeper, causing indecision from the outsides, and again Mr. Barnett clocking up the try-scoring tally today.
Yeah, I think the wind's starting to pick up a little bit too, Dan, and so it favours this near side for the camera, the left side for us, and that's the side that playing up is throwing to. So, they're using the elements, I say it, to their best advantage. Finn Barnett, he works all day.
Yeah, it was a great read there by Finn. Darius does love coming down that splitter shape and hitting over top of the link. And I guess teammates from the Fijian Cup, Mr. Barnett knew that and had a really good shot on that shape there.
Nothing fancy playing up, just getting through. Tian McIntyre, nice yards. Easy yards at the end of the day. Putting themselves in good. Someone's going to have to go here now. Kutakanga on the ball. Tuta just trying to spin him in and out.
Yeah,
he managed to.
That's fancy footwork from that man. They've been setting up for that 32 shape, and it's a pet play between these two. They love to go into this 32 shape. Instead of going long, they give it back. Take 2 steps, feed it back, and you give that man any space. And you don't defend him in front up or give help. He's going to punish you.
Great work there from playing up. As we see Elements and Hennessy back on the field.
Yeah, see if Hennessy can pull one back here on his Geordie. There it is. He'd been hitting long and enticing Reihana out there on the wing. And he finally got a good ball runner at that link chopper and just executed that to perfection. Just his Geordie shape. He loves this shape. He loves the right to left. Give him a good platform and some good whole line choppers. Sorry, there was Carter out there, but they had been hitting long and just found some pasture there at their link channel.
Great match there, playing up 6, Elements 4. Was a good tussle playing up. I guess we'll be happy to come out of that one. A little bit still to work on with playing up. With Woody taking his hat off, he wouldn't have been happy. So I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the middle of that debrief at the end of this game. But well done to playing up.
Yeah, great tussle there. I guess the experience of playing up and playing together, and it was a bit of a mixture of a whole lot of people kind of adding to that attack. When you've got really good defensive systems, you just back that good attack up. So another great game down here in Whakatane in this open men's grade, and looking to see how playing up continue on for the rest of the day, because we can expect them to be back in the pointing end.
Yep, absolutely. So another open men's game down, 12-20. Their next match, exhibition match, Barbars versus the Invitational squad. This will be interesting. Players from yesteryear. We'll see what's still left in the legs. I know a lot of them played in the tournament yesterday. So how they back up today will be really interesting. But excited to see what they can bring out for today, and it'll certainly be very interesting. So another great game, 12-20 the next one. We'll be back at you real quick.
like the way you love, distance from above, dignified. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me. Why don't you come on over?
Burns the skin and gets the minds going to some dark places when you're out there on that pitch, as well as 60% humidity. So it's going to be pretty tough for the players, especially heading into the afternoon. Yeah,
that's it. I think that hole in the ozone we all complain about is right over Whakatane at the moment. It's got some burn in it at the moment, and such as is freezing hot. They're going to be hot out there today. They're working their transition now. A little bit back and forth there, but they get a roll on now. Freezing hot. Shooter was offside, so they'll keep going here. And again, happy to keep the ball moving. Freezing hot, there's the dive. And touch called.
Yeah, they had a bit of ball movement, didn't they, Brad, through the middle third of the field, especially coming out of their transition. They crossed over halfway. It did look a little bit clunky, close to their box, but once they managed to spread the ball, they were really confident in their ball security and their ball movement, and they got a good strike off the back end, got a dive over the line, but a great touch made. So let's see if Legacy can match that, as Morrow finds a bit of purchase through the midfield.
Yeah, it was a fractured line there from Freezing Hot. They were in all sorts of positions there. The shooter missed and almost made pay. Here come Legacy. Extra is on. They'll walk one in. It looks like it's Alicia Presley there on the sting for Legacy. They go up 1-0. 2.5 minutes through this women's game, and good start there for Legacy. They defended that strike from Freezing Hot, and they go the full length of the field there in their transition. Well executed by the ladies from the Waikato.
Yeah, and it was a good identification there from Kaya Kepa out of dummy half, and then she passed it off to Morgan Morrow at link, and that's a really tough skill to be able to catch one way and then turn your body and throw that sort of 10-metre pass. It might only be 10 metres, but when you got your momentum, your body momentum going one way, and the pass then needs to go the opposite way, it's a really tough skill to master. So Morrow did that well there, and Freezing Hot have come up with an error close to the 7-metre line.
A little juggle there. She'll hang on to it. And Legacy get back into their work at the sub-box. That's a great bit of yardage there. Rolling onto it now. Zaid Sarah Baldwin. And they release. They get the extra. That one is Samantha Faulkner. They've opened up both sides here now, Legacy. The ability to go both ways. And it's the extra pass there. Great hands shown by Legacy early doors in this game. They're up 2-0. Look at the replay here. Looking right, swing back to the left. And draw and pass, does it?
Those Highland Potts there just popping out of dummy half. She's had a really good start to the year. She was quite strong for Waikato Tainui at the Māori Nationals in December. And it looks like she's carrying on that form. And then Yeremia with a nice little draw pass. So Legacy showing their wares pretty early in this game. They're up 2 tries with only 4 minutes gone. So Freezing Hot, they might just want to, I suppose, knuckle down and get stuck into their work as play through is the call. The referee,
offside that
indeed.
First one.
No.
No, he's flipped the coin another time.
I'll tell you what, give Morgan Morrow a sales job, because she's managed to sway the referee there. Let's have a look on the One Foundation replay. See if we can peg what the call was for. I think the touch was called, but a little bit controversial, we'll see.
No controversy when Morgan Morrow's involved. She'll take care of things. Plead her case and did it well enough there. So that one erased for Freezing Hot. Legacy working out now towards their sub-box. Just overruns that one. And cool to see the club connections here. A couple of the Waire boys in the coaching box and helping out, of course, the Legacy ladies.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Trey Poihipi, Shaunsi Waho as well. So some very experienced heads. As we see Legacy manage to go through. Wardby skips away.
Yeah.
And she manages to dot down for Legacy. That's their third in the first 6 minutes. So they're going about a try every 2 minutes at the moment, a Legacy.
Yeah, and you said you went over and saw them on a break a little earlier in the day and looked pretty impressive in that game, showing it all here on the main stage now.
Yeah, and I think the most impressive thing is that it wasn't an easy game. You know, they were still playing a Lock-in, who, as we saw in the first game, you know, they're a pretty impressive unit, the club team. So they played their women's team who are finding their feet somewhat, but still able to pull up a good fight. So it was pretty impressive to see the way that Legacy went about their business in that game. As we see Asafo Tavita turns the ball back on the inside. I think that was to Liliana Asafo.
Kia ora whanau, I'm here with the legendary Piri Wepu, and just got a few questions I'd like to fire to yourself, Piri. Firstly, congratulations on your 30th anniversary with the Bar Bars. Just give us a little bit of a background on the Bar Bars and where you're at the moment.
So originally started way back, and it was pretty much the boys just throwing the ball around up in GI and Tāmaki, and I think it was Loss who said that let's just start a team together, and then they started bringing the team down here to Whakatane, and I think we've been here for 25 years, but we've just started our own competition up at Papamoa for the 40s and over, because tinana is not the same these days. There's a lot of young kids running around out here, so we don't want our ankles pakaru.
And just with that, Piri, we talk about our tinana. You know, I know that you've been in the highest echelon of the All Blacks, and you're with the Bar Bars. You know, what could you say to us ageing males, and how do you find that transition of coming out of that and then just carrying on, I suppose?
Oh, I guess the one person you could actually talk to is Mr. Touch himself, Peter Walters. He's still running around. It was good to have a jam against him and beside him today in that little spectacle that we had. But I guess it's actually just trying to look after our wairua and just our insides and all that as well. Nice. That sort of helps us out and sort of being active. I mean, a few of our boys have had a few, issues health-wise, and so they're sort of just realising you can be as fit as you want, but if you're not looking after yourself properly, you could actually be sort of hurting on the inside and you don't even know it. So guys like Rubes have come from a sort of a bigger skier last year. He's come along today and run around with the boys. Might have tweaked his calf a bit yesterday, scoring a meat pie, but he showed up today, and we've been a bit of a walking wound at our lot. But it's been an awesome time together over this week, and it's always special to come back here to Whakatane and Whakatane.
Nice. Just before we wrap up, I've touched a little bit about on the All Black sort of side of things. What would you say in that environment your number one was? Your number one of all time?
What, mates or team?
Mates, team, whānau, game. You know, the one thing that when you click back to it, that's what I remember.
I think it's just the friendships you make off the field. It's not only just the players that I've played with, it's actually the players that I've got to play against and got to know off the field. That's probably been one of the biggest things that I've always enjoyed, meeting new friends from foreign countries, knowing that they're doing the same sort of stuff that we do, going out there to hurt themselves for the jersey and for the country, but at the end of it, after the games, that final whistle's finished, you actually get to sit down and have a cordial and talk about what they do when they've got free time. So that's probably the main one. But I guess for this, it's always a good one, because there's a lot of boys in our team that have ex-athletes, and you can sort of rub shoulders with them and talk to them, like all the league boys that we have in our Ōhope, that we can always have a cordial. But nice. What was your favourite moment in your career, you know? What about you?
In my career, I suppose I coached both of my daughters in the Auckland Open Women's, and I get to coach with my daughter in the New Zealand Open Women's and coach my moko. So it was family orientated, you know. We don't have the money, but I think the same feelings and prowess in terms of people that you meet on and off the field and people you do it with. Last one, your favourite fishing spot in our glorious country, and you know, your favourite time on the boat?
I don't have a favourite. I think it's the people that I actually hang out with that make it memorable and special. You know, I'm going into their kaupata kai, and for them to allow me to go to that space is awesome. But not only that, you know, you're in a beautiful part of our country that we always talk about, but we never go and venture and get to know the locals. But yeah, I wouldn't say I've got any special ones. Everyone that I've gone to where I meet new people and locals, and they show me what they do and where they learn to do it. That's always a special moment for me when they give me a bit of their mātauranga.
Oh, beautiful. I'm a huge fan. I just want to thank you very, very much, and I'm a huge fan of your show and what you do for our people and how you show our people around the country and even our country. So I just want to thank you for being a part of this, and yeah, all the best.
Thank you. Hopefully I won't be cramping up tonight as we're heading back to Tauranga.
Kia ora.
Well, they'll be in their new purple kit, loaded in the black singlets. Siren sounds, Tiv. We're underway here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Brad, massive ramifications for this one. Top qualifier from each pool. There's 4 pools in action for the Open Men's section. 20 teams in all, so 4 pools of 5, and only the top qualifier goes through to the semi-finals. So massive ramifications for this one, as we see. Tian McIntyre goes long over the top to Barnett. Well defended there from Bergen, though.
Yeah, and without knowing for sure, we assume that both of these teams are probably undefeated to this point. And this is the premier matchup in the pool. The little chop line there, couldn't take it off the chest.
Yes, a chance gone big in there for playing up, and we've mentioned throughout the day, you know, in these round games, while they're only round games, every game is high stakes, as a loss pretty much rules you out. And so you've got to take all the chances that you can. Playing up, let one slip there, as we see Sinclair on the ball, shooting up out of the line. And he'd definitely be one to watch for. Loaded as the diminutive number 9, Matt Sinclair, long-time servant of the black jersey as well. Coming up to 11 years representing the New Zealand men. So he'll be a massive figure for this loaded outfit today.
Yeah, and here come playing up now towards their sub-box. They'll roll on. Here they go now, up the middle. Mania King is working through the middle. And the handover well defended by Loaded.
And I think probably in these fixtures more than any other fixture, that middle third of the field, isn't it, Brad? That orange zone is going to be really telling, as we see Sinclair coming back onto the field. He's got an incredible left to right pass, as we see the scoop with the left hand and picks his option. He picked it well through the short ball, but great touch there from Ngāpipi Tukirangi. He was in great form, was Ngāpipi for Ngāti Hine at the Māori Nationals last month. And speaking of Ngāti Hine, the spiritual leader of that side, Takua Ropati, sustained an injury in the final. So it's great to see him back out there within a couple of weeks, overcoming a torn hamstring.
That's it. I was just going to say, we saw about 45 seconds of Tux in that Māori final. So good to see him back out here. You mentioned for playing up. Obviously got the miri happening over the Christmas and New Year. Maybe it was just the Christmas ham that got him over the line. So good to have him out here.
Might have been the craze that he plucked from mine and Hicker's hand earlier today. So it's all good with Tux. He's a leader. He's actually co-captain for this weekend, alongside Ray Hanasuta-Finch. So plenty of experience. While it is a new look outfit for this playing upside, you know, gone are the days where you have the Yarra Notsais and the Wiremu Takare's, the Tama Guthries, the Gary Rileys, and they've all been shunned out the door, the old fellas, and replaced with a new crop of talent, and they do have some game, these young fellas. So look for them to show their stuff on this stage.
Yeah, that's it. And one thing, no touch call there. He likes it. It's the first try of this Open Men's game. It goes to playing up. Excellent low dive there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Brad, we saw Avion Jones in the Waire game a little bit earlier on. This fella, Tian McIntyre, he's got a low game to match it, as we see on the One Foundation replay. He sets himself up, parks himself at link, and then he'll sweep around the back of the ruck, and then just how quickly he can get to the deck, gets to the line before the loaded defender could get onside, and he gets the first try of the afternoon for playing up.
Yeah, excellent execution there too. Here come loaded in response. Great touch on the fifth.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that one, Manai King. It was a short side shot. And then a penalty on the back end, and you can hear the volume as well. You know, the unmistakable voice of Aaron Nortsai. He'll be hyping these playing up boys, and it'll be just as loud on the opposite side of the box as well. This game's going to be intense, Brad.
Yeah, it is.
And we are back in live, 2025 Whakatane January Touch Tournament, 37th rendition. It's been a wonderful day so far. 6 games through, 7 up, 1 p.m. game open men's. Full circle, local squad against last year's winners, 2024 winners, Pearl Jam. Looking forward to this one, to see what shape Pearl Jam is actually in. And I'm lucky enough, once again, to be joined in the box with Mr. McIntyre. Rocking and ready to call this one, Pete?
Yeah, I am. I'm pretty excited about seeing Pearl Jam on the big stage. You know, they're playing a local team, Full Circle. Ricky Horlock's proud and proud to have been a part of the setup of Full Circle. So he brings his, I suppose, legendary coaching prowess and knowledge back to the Whakatane where he's from. Obviously, big task on hand today coming against Pearl Jam, who's a very slick outfit.
Yeah, absolutely. And our referees to get this one here underway, Sonny Whakaro, Jimmy Wang and Amon Rimene. Looking forward to how they judge this game. I'm expecting, the previous games have been quite physical up to now, so I won't be expecting anything different, I guess, out of this game, to be honest. And just while we go into the break, just a shout out again to our sponsors, the Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, Lion Foundation and One Foundation. Great to have them on board with us, and our roading construction guys working diligently outside Clearsite Consultancy. Glad to have them on board. But yeah, as we were talking, local team, Full Circle, as you say, Ricky Horlock been at the front of that. Just looking down the team sheet on them, Lacey Tuhaka, a name from a while ago, played in through the age grades in New Zealand, very good on his feet, and likewise Maxwell Wharewera, nice rangy link. He's always there and in and around, and if Pearl Jam don't take care of him, he will use those long levers to do a bit of damage. And I guess in terms of Pearl Jam, Macca, who should we keep an eye on?
Well, I think you can't go past Danyon. Danyon's a primary ball player. If he gets a good platform, he's got something to work off. Nate Rolliston with his speed. But I tell you who's quite deceptive is Lewis Nicol. He's got deceptive skill and release, so he's a threat. I think the biggest threat will be their system and their continuous system that they will run. They've got a bit of firepower across the board, but they play at quite a high level in terms of intensity. So we'll see how we go there. And I think if I look at the Full Circle side, this is a game. Whakatane is a tournament where you can get an upset. As long as they stand the grind and they're doing their basic fundamentals, which is ruck, pass, catch, then they're in it. Hopefully Ricky's versed them on their defensive prowess, but they've got to have that ruck, pass, catch mentality and turn it into an arm wrestle in terms of backwards and forwards and controlling tempo, because Pearl Jam will bring tempo.
Oh, absolutely. And As I said earlier, it's a 25-minute rush. It's just a single half, so there's not a lot of time for you, to sit back on your laurels or to worry about any errors you make. So the best way to deal with that is to not make them. So it'll be intense as we get through, as we see Full Circle starting off. Lacey Tuhaka on the ball. Pearl Jam working hard, lifting up out of that middle zone. Daniel puts it on. Unfortunately, just got his foot caught in the ruck there.
Good contact at touch, but I just think his footwork, if he just sorts that out, he actually had good energy there as well.
Yeah, Nate Rollinson for Pearl Jam there at link. It's pretty hard to get to the outside of him. You really do have to shift him a lot earlier than that.
Great lift from Nate there, and all that does is make them step back and go to a balanced middle. So you'll find that the system from Pearl Jam will be their link wing lift and the continuous of that.
As you said, Pete, about their work real quick, bring the intensity and a lot, very, very fast through the field. Just to give themselves all the options that they need on the back end of it.
Just a little bit of miscommunication there on that final platform, and they just lost a ruck, lost a half, and just a little bit of comms there. But good for our local boys, Full Circle. They just need to stay in this and make sure they're completing their sets and getting their opportunities down the other end. 5 East found the hole. Pearl Jam closed that down pretty quick. Interesting, they'll take it to a foot race, especially off a narrow transition like that. If I could say anything, it would be opening up that middle so that you've got a defined gate. So if it does go to a foot race, you've got an opportunity to latch in late there on. Yeah,
pretty hard to foot race. The Urban Burgess boys, they're quite they're quite quick. So they did a good job to open and close it.
Still, every opportunity, every no finish there gives them a bit of credibility in terms of, they're still in this. So, like 2 arms, 2 legs, that's the mentality.
Let's see how they can transition through there.
Great exit defence, though, that Pearl Jam will put on, So if you're looking at the wins in this one, Pearl Jam would be happy with what they and to keep them within the half. So that's the objective. Your exit defence, you want to ensure that they don't get back end platform and keeping them within their half. So that's really good.
Yeah, Joel Foster, coach of Pearl Jam, I guess that'll be the first tip he'll have. There was a great defensive transition for Pearl Jam there.
Daniel on the ball now, so let's see. They just got to find that range that they're not closing it to give themselves opportunity to release.
Just a bit unfortunate there, went over the outside line, but Dan Nickel getting about his work, creating space.
That's an interesting rod, that one they played there. They play a 32 ruck, but they give it to the short side link, and he gets that link caught tight, and then they play that 2V. It's actually a 2V. It's not very defined, but when it's going against the grain, it can work.
Managed to pinch that one there, Pearl Jam.
Yeah, and I talked about the grind. I think if they've got to have a chance here, they've got to ensure that they take it to a grind and they don't get caught with the Pearl Jam defence or defences just locking them in their half, not giving them opportunity.
Yeah, it's been a pretty sloppy transition from Pearl Jam. Coach Foster wouldn't be happy, I guess, with that one there. It's a great opportunity.
Here's the ball player, and I talked about him earlier. He's very deceptive with what he brings. Well, I'd have to agree with that. This floated forward, that just looked forward to me. Like we've got lines there, so that was quite an obvious one. So I think with Full Circle, they just need to sort out their, making sure they're being penetrating in a gate rather than attacking a point defender. At this time, they seem to be always going on a point defender and getting, just as I talked about, and getting caught high and losing that ruck rod.
Yeah, it looks like Full Circle has pulled Pearl Jam into a bit of an arm wrestle at the moment, which is interesting. Pearl Jam, typically they'll start pretty hard and hot. It hasn't transpired in this case, which is full marks to Full Circle for diffusing that. So I imagine they'll up the speed a little bit, up the ante, Pearl Jam. Having said that, put the curse on them and full circle step up and take it away.
If I had to say anything for full circle, I'd say they're exiting to their box quite early. I'd go and get the middle and make sure they got penetration at the middle before they head towards their box.
Yeah, that was a good pickup from the sideline ref there, Sonny Whakatane. The ball was definitely forward. He was passing that ball off to Ōhope over the hill there.
It's pretty forward, about as forward as you can get there. But anyway, at least they got out on that one, Rod. I think the urgency on the full circle turnover gave them the opportunity. I think Pearl Jam just need to sort out their platforms, open up a bit of range and put some intensity on what they're trying to achieve here. You know, not take it for granted that it's just going to happen.
Daniel puts it on you with the gas. He's through the hole. Can he finish? Couldn't quite offload it. What do the refs say there? Well, do we have a hold?
Yeah, with the short in goals, it actually works against your power pickers. They're like 3 metres, Rod, at best. So, you know, like if you're going to that short side and you're chucking a good mirror, as long as they're not chucking a screen on you, you know, you've got a good opportunity to run them down. Good lift from number 7 there. Great lift, great defence, great link defence. Nate Rolliston, renowned for his sweep dive. Oh, there we go, and I talked about it. The smooth hand. I talked about the smooth hand, and he's got a very good eye for finding mismatches, has Lewis, and good on him, you know. Very, very, very adept at finding space and mismatches. Well done.
Yep, high touch IQ. Is that Lewis Nickel? And it is one of his favourite plays where he will step back and have a quick look to see where the hole is and release. So he likes to pop the ball over quite often. Pearl Jam middles working really, really hard here. Nice lift.
Nice lift. Nice lift in the lane. Good ref call though. You know, he's in the lane and he's certainly made a play at it.
3 brothers on at the moment for Pearl Jam.
And very, very good. I can't say enough about them. The physicality, their willingness to improve their IQ in the game. Like that was a great touch and profile there, and great hold by the link there. That's good in every aspect. The middle stayed square. I really like it when they go and get the middle, Rod, and they penetrate that middle. Like there's 2 good ones. There's 2 good where the Pearl Jam just need to realise that you are going to get push and sub, just discipline.
This is a bit more used to what we've seen.
And they get the outcome back in. You know, good stuff.
Jackson Ephraim's just searching, but it comes off the back of a good build-up, some nice speed through the middle.
Yeah. I think those 2 first touches were really good for them, for Pearl Jam, and gives them transition and back in. So for all the bidding coaches out there, if you can get good setup on 1-2, it'll set you up for transition and you have a rolling back in.
Looking for you to go long on it. No, he's down.
Not bad though, you didn't get a big lift from the outside there, so he had an opportunity.
Toby Snellgrove.
So just for our people at home, when they're setting up our rucks, we define them by middles and link rucks, or 33 and 32 rucks, and it just defines a part of the field. And here we go again, and it's that man again, Rod.
he hides it really well, which is the part of the game that I liked. He hides his true intentions.
Yeah.
But he does find a result more often than not.
Yeah, and look at it. It's actually beautiful to watch. You know, we talk about touch IQ and having the ability to see things people can't. He certainly has the ability. You know, skill set. I think that's an area he can work on. But percentage-wise, when he's pulling those off and he's 2 for 2, you know, you've got to give credit where credit's due. Full Circle running a 33 ruck passive. I think with their passive, if they're running a true passive, they need to get it where the ball beats the player, rather than it's a half passive and you still got it having to put some effort around it.
The ball is always going to beat the man, so you're always better to have the man in the right position to start with, and then use the ball to beat him. So
yeah. Good intent. They just need to get a little bit accurate on their shape and setup. And as we say that, Pearl Jam come through the field. They're starting to put the screws on now. It's amazing what a couple of tries do for a team. Just, and I don't want to call it confidence, but it just gives them the ability to free up some of the stuff that they have got and get to consistency.
Yep, another repeat for Caro. Just driving the ship around at the moment. Devin Burgess. Slide. I think he got him on that one.
He got him. Beautiful as he comes on the sweep, how he holds on the body. So he holds on the body and guides the body to a position where then the range of his dive is just down. And we watch how he comes onto the body here, holds on the body, bang, down. Yeah. So really, really good. Quite a technical aspect of the game that, our primary attackers need to learn.
Let's see, Pearl Jam 3, Full Circle.
Dummy half. Picked up from dummy half there, just, a bit of a head rush there, So let's see what Pearl Jam, they'll just get to that system where they get the middle first, tie it up. Now they're just running back to their process.
12 minutes in, Pearl Jam 3-0 up. Certainly in control in every means at the moment. Full Circle can't quite find the answer, as we see Putsarangi pick and move through a hole there.
Yeah, I just thought his supporting line of I think that was his brother there, he just needed to hold that range. He didn't really need to move forward there, and it would have made it a cleaner pass because Danyan was doing all the work on the inside. Just, just some youth stuff coming in there, but, he's playing open men, so it's all learning, and he's in our New Zealand youth system, so, that's going to be a level above this, so, yeah, it's great to see.
Easy read from Rollerson there, just held, picked it off.
I think Full Circle are playing to the 7. I think I'd play out of transition to build that 3-4 to get intensity and then just do something off the back end rather than giving Pearl Jam the opportunity to get a set defence.
Yeah, which is always the issue when the attackers always want to attack on the 7, yet the defensive side, that's what they've trained for week in, week out.
Yeah, and it gives them time to set their defence right. So I think if the 3-4 can be a little bit more and have a little bit more intent, they're going to get a better back end, whether that be a power pick or even just a little bit of movement and running a combination of a 3-man or 2-man Geordie. And as we say that, Pearl Jam get another down. So, they're really turning the screws on now, taking away any opportunity from full send and then turning the screws at the other end.
George Devin Burgess faking there off to Dan. Dan seeing the hole and just sliding under.
And a good down is that. I thought the defender could have moved forward to take away and get in that channel a little bit, just take away the option of the line.
Full Circle, as you said. Mecca dropping right onto that 7 again. Yeah,
it just gives them what happens if you drop onto that 7? It gives you a one release attack, and it's very single phased. So if they come back to a 10, it'll just give them the option of having a 2-pronged attack.
Lewis Nickel, easy coverage, no real threat there. He's managed all to stay man. Here we go, they look a little bit further out.
Going down to a 33. 33 peel there, and just looking for that short. Again, their range, because they're playing on the 7, and then they're taking away their attacking range. It just doesn't give them a release. Latching. I do like the latch and look, Rod. They just got to make sure they get on body with that.
Yeah. I guess that's the point of the latch, right? Is to make sure that you grab them and shift them sideways. So not quite working it Just trying to try a little cheeky that time, Pearl Jam, which they are renowned for.
Yes.
Just sending a cheeky down the sideline. Didn't get away with that one.
And look at that transition. That's beautiful where they come on speed, and then that's the outcome. Beautiful, beautiful. Straight out of transition, you can see your two power middles coming on. They'll either run a two-step pick, short pass release, or they'll do a speed power pick, and you've got enough on the ball there with Nate Rolliston and the Burgess boys that you've got speed on the ball. It's this one here where he powers through, gets there, 1-2 step, release, beautiful release. Real, that's accurate touch, Rod. Take my hat off to them.
It's skillful stuff, and those are the micro skills that you need.
Yeah. And then we're looking at our defensive end here, the agility. The young Puturangi boy is really impressing me. He's maybe a little bit hard in that there. He doesn't need to win it. And that's the outcome. With that there, I'd have to say he needed to control that. And what he tried to do, he tried to win it with power. And he actually didn't need it. Control and just slow it and set it. But it's learning. And I love his intent. So he got over the top of his shoulders there. His shoulders got over the top of his hips. So that means that he's, unless he really dominates that, he's going to be caught on a release.
Yep, first down for Full Circle, the 16-minute mark. So hopefully that brings a little bit of confidence to them, knowing that they can score.
And I think for Full Circle, it's just going and getting some, to be honest. Game aside, score aside, I think if I was in the box there, I'd just say, young boys, let's just pick up the intent and the intensity. Let's just go and get some. You've got nothing to lose here and everything to gain. The experience of what you're going to get. Oh, that's lovely tips, Clay. I would have wrapped that one myself, but anyway, that was sleight of hand there. So he steps back, throws the short, tips is there, and then you've got the over the mismatch or the 3v2. But again, Lewis Nicol, as we say, very, very good in terms of IQ.
Yeah, that's a much better start to a transition.
Oh, yes, and even back in,
now we've got a little bit of speed on.
Yeah. And that's, and that's way better, that's getting some.
There it is, play him again,
Yeah, so that was a much better step from Full Circle. They went through the field with intent, just a little bit of maybe lost comms in terms of touch count, but interesting in our game, Rod. Now I'll turn it to improvements for Pearl Jam. We still have the idea that we're getting that point defender. We're coming to our exit and we're still looking at a point defender rather than dominating a gate or two defenders.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting. Sometimes we lock ourselves into a system where the system can actually be detrimental to the higher outcomes, and I mean as you move up your levels. But interesting. Back end, Nate Rolliston, as I said in the earlier one, speed. So off the deck, he's lethal. Very, very good. And it works for him both defensively and offensively. So it makes him, a bit of an all-rounder in terms of what his value both ends. And when we're, at the higher honours, and I'm talking about New Zealand, we have to start looking at what they bring both ends in terms of the value to any setup. Great hold there by our link, the Burgess boy. Great hold. Didn't lift too high, but he lifted hard enough to, support his middle in terms of not defining any space. Really good.
See, that's a bit better from Pearl Jam there. It's a good first down spot.
And if I'm looking at Pearl Jam, I'd just be looking for clean consistency. As much as the score is 6-1, it certainly has been clunky at times. All I'd be looking for is the tidiness as a coach. So when they're getting into the bigger games today, and I'm not saying this game isn't big for them, but they can fall back on that.
Nice late there, let's turn it back in. Whakara to Lewis. Lewis on from there.
He's been quite lethal for the Pearl Jam side today, Lewis. He brings something extra. You know, we look at our athletes nowadays and it's all about their physicality, and, you know, I think the part that we miss is sometimes the prowess of the IQ and technicalities of the game and what we bring. In saying that, imagine the athlete, he could be at the highest level, and I think that's what we need from Lewis. So we need him to be at the highest level, and we need the best Lewis that we can have for our country to be successful. You know, not that one player is going to beat the best in the world, but certainly if we use that as a mantra of getting everyone the best they can be, we've got to be better off.
And it's the IQ that gets passed along down the line as well, as you see Pearl Jam now 7-1 up, 5 to go. Certainly in charge here.
Yeah. I just like to see them tidy up their system, even their rucks. You know, they can decrease in their intensity, but increase in their effort areas in terms of accuracy. And as I say that, we lose one at the ruck. I think they just need to tidy up that accuracy, and it's something that at every level, you know, that's easy work on, as we would say, the 1%ers. And our ruck in our game is something that we, as a country, certainly need to tidy. You know, we're high, we're slow, and we're late to ground. Yeah, but
as you see, full circle, they're just in the attack, moving it laterally, but not really taking any defender with them. So Pearl Jam not really having to work too hard defensively there.
Yeah. I like a Geordie setup, but it certainly needs to be in a better zone that you're going to give yourself two sides as an option of that Geordie setup. And for those that don't know, the Geordie's a 3-2 play in going live, and then Pearl Jam will just go back to a 32 pick going to a half passive, and there's no lift from the outside. You know, good on Pearl Jam. Like so they've come to the big stage. They are the top dogs in this arena at the moment. You know, their form from Auckland has been good. You know, and they need to start setting standards, and I think 8 is the standard. I'd be a little bit worried about the ruck errors, but they're certainly putting a statement on here on.
Yeah, and I did talk with Tamahawken earlier just about doing the basics, but doing the basics right in terms of their play selection and the rest of it, and making sure that they execute and they get an end on it. So they're starting to work through that at the moment. Although, as you said, a little clunky at times, but they're certainly starting to build to a nice end to the day. I think that one there might have been offside, I think, Pete.
I think the intent there was him to take away the range. He's very aggressive defensively, which is good. You know, I think just the connection defensively there, he steps back there. He's short of the line, so I do agree with the call. But the link did make the touch, so I would have gone to a penalty to myself. I'm not the ref, however, and the ref is the ref, so we play with that. But yeah, the Burgess boy is very aggressive when it comes to that defence stuff. Which is great. I love it. The range of it, however, maybe at the 8 or the 10 rod for me, not so much the 7, Yep.
Yeah. We see Pearl Jam just get picked off there. They're looking just to try and do a little sinker over the top. That's the third time I think I've seen that picked off, so they'll have to adjust on that.
I just think Full Circle just need to define a ruck at the back end, in terms of their platform. I'd get away from the narrow middle, because then they're just going to the physicality. Maybe open it up in a 32 pick, everyone running holes and with a bit of power.
Let's see what Pearl Jam can do here. Nate Rollinson on the ball. How quick is he?
They put on quite a tight zone defence, Full Circle there, so he didn't really get the power pick he wanted, so that's good.
Yeah, Tamaro Kare for Full Circle, just holding his line and managing to diffuse the Rollinson situation. see.
Oh, it's narrow again, Rod. You know, like. Oh, good call, ref. Good call.
Yeah, I think Lewis just got caught a little bit aggressive in that ruck. Never really found the recovery that he needed.
I think he should have just played the body just a little bit more on Lewis there. Oh, yes.
Yeah, possibly still thinking about that that initial indiscretion and didn't give out. Although I thought there that the winger maybe could have stepped in a little bit more and just helped him out.
Yeah, I agree. So, you know, interesting the intricacies that we talk about. If a link's going to defend, he's got to have support from his winger. You know, so I have a mantra that, you know, the only person that's going to get scored on is the person next to you. And if that is the mantra, then the only place you're going to get scored on is on the outside. So the winger should have supported there. But a convincing win from Pearl Jam, so and gives them space to move and obviously progress and get better to full circle. Congratulations for picking up and getting on the big stage, and now you know where the mark is and what you have to do to, you know, to be better than the best, Rod.
Absolutely. That brings to the end of Game 7. Pearl Jam 8-3. They'll march on through to the later on in the pool, but we certainly expect to see them come semi-time. Certainly very interesting times for them. Very interesting to see what Joel Foster dreams up out of that one. Certainly looking forward to the next game, Open Women's Legacy versus Full Send. So effectively Hamilton v Whanganui, and a lot of those Whanganui girls are on the scene a lot more now.
Yes,
certainly on the ascent. And it's great to see them here. So 1:35, that'll be back. Open Women's Legacy Full Send. We'll be right back at you.
Kia ora whānau.
Come on over. Like the way you love, distance from above, dignified. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me. Why don't you come on over?
In terms of the trials and tribulations that teams that have to go through to get to being crowned Whakatane champs, that's one of the beautiful things about this tournament, is that you know, the challenges that you do go through, you truly have to be at your best on this particular day. So to win a Whakatane title is by no means an easy feat, and Bullets have done it plenty of times, but Legacy will be hoping to spoil that party today.
Yeah, that's it. And I give a quick shout out to our other two Open Women's semi-finalists playing over on Field 3 at the moment, of course playing up, and Pearl Jam will try and stay on top of what the go is out there, but out on our main field, of course, it's Bullets with first use of it. Here is Paul onto the ball, popping out, there it is, what a start. And the miscomm there, Link Wing, just got caught drifting.
Yeah, that is exactly what the doctor ordered. If you are Bullets, as Hetaraka strolls over, and it was Merirangi Paul, wasn't it, that came out on that rooster play, gave the early release, and the defensive link for Legacy just tried to hold and hold and hold, couldn't hold any longer, ended up shutting, and then that created the pocket of space for Hetaraka to dive over.
Yeah, look, it's probably not often that you earn a mistake out of Morgan Morrow there, the link just getting caught out. But they do well there, Bullets, in their first attack, now being asked to defend. An opportunity now for Legacy to answer back. They'll get a full set here on the 7. Here is Morrow on the ball for Legacy, working that left channel. They go Shorty.
Yeah, just running out of room. There was she crammed herself into a small sort of 32 channel, and it was easy for the Bullets winger there to pick that off as Potts looks to go long over the top. It's a good finish, but I think even better defense. The touch was made by Enosa Taifao, and another penalty is coming for not staying forward as he's holding his 2 fingers in the air, indicating that that is the second penalty, and one more will result in the Bullets player being excluded until the end of the set. So they want to be on their best behaviour here, Bullets.
Here we go, footwork, low dive. Touch called.
Zaid Sarah Baldwin, number 15 for Legacy, playing against some of her former teammates now, previously playing for the Bullets club, and she's looking to do the damage for Legacy as she goes to the short side. Ball is gone. Great defense though, out wide from Joseph, and 2 more touches up their sleeve, Legacy.
Yeah, a lot of questions being asked here of this Bullets defense, equal to all of it so far. Here's Morrow with the plant. Little stutter there, excellent slide and cover from Bullets.
Yeah, that's a great show of defense there from Bullets. They were connected, and while they had those 2 penalties hovering over them, they did manage to defend the play. So yeah, after scoring one, that's the next best thing that you want, isn't it, Brad, to defend the following set?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you know, they say defense wins championships, and backing up a good attacking passage with some repeated defense. And now look at this, out of transition. They're on a roll here, Bullets.
Fifth and final coming, looking to slice through. That was Jamie Kalose. One of 2 Kaloses in this Bullets outfit. Yep. Jamie and Tori both on the field at the moment. So yeah, pretty talented duo.
And it was interesting, just off camera, we were able to see it there though, but Shah Davis just having a little bit of conversation with the ref here about their 2 penalties for not rolling off the line. Just trying to get some clear guidance on what they're looking for there. That's a heads up, sort of player / coach, I guess, as you will.
And handy players to have in the boxes.
Yeah.
Wardby goes through.
Still there.
Oh, she extended the play well.
That's excellent work in the danger zone there for Legacy.
And Mania Wardby just able to sneak through, and she did superbly well with the dead ball line hovering at her heels. She managed to evade the Bullets defender and extended the play to find the open player. And Legacy have managed to tie this game up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, look at this. Little see you later. And then finds one in the middle. Excellent execution in the end by Wardby.
Arorangi Tauranga was the one that finished that one off, as we see a good hard touch in the middle from Potts. Paul looks to go short. Well defended there, though, by Ariona Yeremia. And 5th and final, they'll come with the static one.
Paul bouncing. That's not what they drew up, I don't think, there.
Yeah, always a bit difficult on those 5th and final plays. You're sort of going one way to try and latch a defender, but nothing forthcoming for the Bullets girls there. And now Legacy will look to ruck off their line.
Yeah, and I think off that static too, once they realised nothing was happening, the idea was just to die in this away corner for Legacy. And now they've got them 5th and final, well up by halfway here. Excellent defence by Bullets. And they number up well.
Yeah, and as we've probably harped on about it all day, that middle third of the field, that's where you make your money. If you can dominate that middle third of the field through the orange zone, as we call it, you're going a long way towards winning the game.
Yeah, that's it. They'll be disappointed, Bullets, in allowing that Legacy try. So just putting a clamp on the defensive middle. Huge. You can see, look at that. Shooters right up, forcing Legacy backwards. That's excellent effort plays by Bullets.
Yeah, Lisa Rua there. She's usually accustomed to being out on the flank. Looks like she's in at link for this match, and she's a handy player for the Bullets outfit.
Legacy now on the fourth. Here's the final. There it is. Bullets now will work their transition towards their sub box.
Probably just taking a little bit of speed out of their transition here, Bullets, and I think when you sacrifice a little bit of speed to make it a little bit cleaner, that's when you're going to get the results. As we see an awesome drive here, Kolossi will come on the scoop and she'll scoop through.
Yeah, she's through. There's three there. Can she find one? There it is. There they go.
And I don't know if you can see it on the One Foundation replay when it comes up, but Jean Marsh, the try scorer, actually physically pushes her teammate out of the way to say, no, get into some space. We need to find some space to get the offload, and she did so. As we see a great drive there.
Yeah, keep an eye on 14 here in the picture seat.
Get out of the way. Play on is the call there. There's complaints of a small bobble at the roll ball for Legacy. 2-1 is the scoreline. 7 minutes, so we're about approaching the halfway mark of this first stanza. The pass just dipping low. Priestley unable to pick that up off her bootlaces.
Yeah, and it looks like the clear direction from the coaching staff in this last 3 or 4 minutes is to lock in their defensive efforts. I said they'd be disappointed in the try they did concede, and it really looks like they've been trying to focus on that these last couple. And that one's going to help them too, piggyback.
Yeah, and I think that'll sting for Legacy because they managed to stifle all of that Bullets momentum. And then just a relatively cheap penalty given away there from Tauranga. And now Bullets will get a full set of 6 inside the Legacy half.
Yeah, unfortunately for Legacy, late in the touch count as well. So full set here. This is the fourth. And in possession there.
They try to work the second phase, but just ran out of range. And when you're trying to run a second phase, sort of half a metre away from the line or less than, it's pretty simple for the defenders to take 1 or 2 steps back and then be there to make the touch as dummy half. So as Morrow cops a shot up high, and just like the men, there's no tiddlywinks here as you see another body-to-body touch. Although that one draws the ire of Tanisha Gill. She thought 1 was all right, 2's probably pushing it.
Yeah, that second one there, just on Kaya Kepa, who went in to play the ball. It's too much, so full set here for Legacy. Can they equal things back up in this first half? Morrow, handoff, dive, touch called.
Yeah, just a little bit too high on the dive there, Jeremiah. I think if she was lower to the ground, she might have been able to sneak that ball past the Bullets defender. But the touch is made.
And here's Legacy just trying to work out their plant, draw a defender in, win that penalty.
And I think I've mentioned it at Fijian Cup as well as the recent Māori Nationals. Morgan Morrow just has this insane ability to hover in and around the 7 metre and just draw different defenders. And she manages to either draw 2 defenders up at the touch or draw a penalty. So when you're on the line, you've got to be strong and confident, and you've got to be right out there as a point defender.
Here she is, Morrow with the plant. They go the opposite, bounce back. Ran out of space a little bit there, had to cut back on the inside. Yeah. It's Alison Priestley out on the wing there. Now they come back the other side. So it's the 2 Priestleys on the wing at the moment for Legacy.
1 on each side.
And we are back. 37th annual Whakatane Touch Tournament. Starting to get deep in the day now. Our last pool game for the day before we move in to the semi-final rounds. Open men's game. Jedi and Nippies. In the commentary box next to me at the moment, Pete Mack. And Pete, you've got to skin both sides of this game.
You could say that with the playing up Jedi side, a side we created out of Central Auckland many years ago, and they've I suppose it's the foundation for our playing up men's side, and a lot of our young boys have come out of there. And then you've got Nippies here. My grandson is actually a part of the Nippies setup, and we're lucky that. That's a pun, lucky. We're lucky that he's in that environment, and lucky the coach has taken him on, and he's progressing there. They're a good young bunch of boys that Lucky's had for a long time, and this should be a good challenge both ways. I'm looking. So if I was to call it, I call it a draw. But anyway, we'll see how it goes.
Sitting on the fence, I like it. I like it. But yeah, I guess both teams have been travelling quite well through this tournament. So it'll certainly be an interesting one. A bit of a contrast, obviously. Jedi's, the younger crew, the up-and-comers for the playing up group, and this young Nippies crew out of counties. I think a lot of them are counties under 16. So certainly a very good platform for these boys to attend the tournament here and go up against the big guns of New Zealand touch. Our referees for this game, Dion Griffiths, Chris Tane and Ben Matthews. So they'll certainly allow the game to open and flow. So it'll be interesting to see where this one ends up.
And I think our weather's playing its part, Rod. The big sun's come out. Not that it hasn't been out all day, but it's certainly not behind any clouds, so she's warm out there. So we'll see how that affects the flow of the game. I hope the refs open it up, and then we have an open, flowing, attacking game. Counties bring a very diverse style. They like to throw the ball around. They've got a very good low game, and you've got the likes of Calvin Harris-Tavita, who's got a very quick off the ground, but a very good long ball game. So they're going to be interesting that side. And then on the other side, you've got some experienced ball players, Isaac Walker, and you've got some agility with Hendricks, and then you've got the likes of Terry, who's got a very good low game, and his form's quite good as well. Playing up, as we look at it on our screen, playing from left to right. They've both got white strips, playing up Jedi white and purple, and Nippies, obviously, with the big Nippies on the front, white and gold. So I'm looking forward to this one panning out.
Yep, it'll be an interesting call. Both teams in white, so we'll see how the referees get on.
Yeah.
But it's been an awesome day, so far. Plenty of good games. Everyone out enjoying themselves. Whakatane's turned on the weather. And thanks once again to our sponsors, Ake Accounting, guys at Iceman and Underwood and Wilkins, who have been there for us through the tournament. Major sponsors, Clearsite, Consultancy, One Foundation, Lime Foundation, Whakatane, Ōhope Community Board. As we just wait for this game to get started, it looks like Ben Matthews will be our starting ref.
Just on our sponsorship, Rod, I just would like to, tautoko that. A lot of our New Zealand stuff, we're very reliant on our sponsors, so we're very lucky to have them. So people, if you're out there and you have the opportunity to support our sponsors in whatever way, I do recommend that you do that for our sport and for them as well.
Controlled start here for Jedi. Just trying to get to the line, find the line, and sweep on.
Came a little bit late on the sweep there, could have been a little bit early, so the attacking triangle there a bit loose, but he has an opportunity. And here's one of the boys that I talked about their agility prior to our thing, Hendricks. He's very dynamic on his feet. Now let's see what Nippy's exits are going to be like. And again, the one percenters, or the catch pass ruck, as I would put it, need to be good for the team to progress in this as my grandson enters the field, I just want to say I love you, grandson, and play well.
Nippies showing some intent here, coming through. Nice little tips play. They get it over the top. Well worked.
Beautiful little short tips play and over the top. Great setup and great flow. And well done, Trevon McIntyre, on the score. It helps if you put the ball down quickly.
Lessons for these young ones, Pete.
Yeah, I think in terms of the Jedi side, they just need a little bit more comms and control the 7, and not giving that platform for the Nippies. They're just making touches for the purpose of the game, or the purpose of defence is controlling that back end there.
As you see the sweep coming around, Tyler, Tyler, sorry, on that one there.
A better connection on there, the sweep there, better timing. And then they're going to a 32 ruck here, and let's see how they go. He's going short side, he goes long, and the winger a little bit tight there, and it's a good finish. So, this could be a high-scoring game at this rate, Rod. They've certainly got to stand the grind here. I think if Nippies turn it into a grind, they can start targeting a couple of the less athletic people in the Jedi side, but we'll see how we go. It's 1-1 at this stage.
Yep, early starts, so it'll be interesting play. Jedis need to make sure that they get a stopper on here so it doesn't turn into a high-scoring game. Defense makes games. See, touch made. Right away.
It's better control of the 7 metre. Good touch by Isaac there. And that's good defence. That's way better. Good solid at contact, good release, not getting over the top, the shoulders over the top. And that's good by Nippies, ensuring that they finish their box side and letting Jedi having to, really earn the right to get to their box.
It's a little bit sloppy, not the part of the field that you want to give up.
In his day, Hena was very, very diverse, let's say. And that wasn't the way to start the game from him. Lucky they've done a punisher there, or quickie on the link. They lost control. So I just think if they're going to work that far set Jedi link side, that Hena needs to engage a middle so he doesn't get himself isolated there.
So split a play.
I talked earlier about the Nippies, go-to, and Calvin Harris-Tavita, he comes through there and got a great low dive. He's very athletic. He's a very athletic young man, but he has good vision as well. Playing that great sport that we know, rugby league, gives you those skills, that skill set, the release, and even our sport, that it actually, I think it develops some of the best rugby league players in the world. So if you're a rugby league player out there and you want to get some skills to develop your rugby league game, play touch.
Right, as we see Jedi down, Laufiso on the ball, trying to pull the middle over. Looking for the... resting in the pocket there, MJ.
Yeah, and I'm loving the 32 peel play, but it's just short to long release. They've got to get some engagement of player there.
Yeah, I think it's important here for Jedi not to, be too physical in terms of their style. They need to create space and find those holes and work holes. These young guys have got plenty of legs, so they'll definitely stay with Jedi if they start to play that game.
Ref nearly got caught in there, and a little transition down the link, down the wing channel.
Good work, Cameron Bolt, stuck to his man.
Yeah, that was good. I think Nippy just needed to be a little bit more patient with their setup there. They're closing out of a zone, and then it just gives them their assisting running lines then become difficult. And it's just as I say that, and Jedi come out of transition, they turn it over, Rod. So a lot of our games that we've done today come back to that completion rate. With it being a 25-minute game, they've got to ensure that they're completing all these sets.
Yep, it's a short, hard burst, so every lost chance there's a chance that the opposition have to get one on you. So important. It'll be interesting to see what the coaching staff are delivering. Nice work by Dylan Year there, stepping up, taking that one there away.
And just
hopefully they can get through this transition without the errors.
A little bit learnings from Nippies there. If you're going to come back and go to that open side, and on that short one it's an early release, to give that opportunity of the big release. It's not normally that you're ever going to come back that open side and it's going to be free. Let's see what Jedi's coming up with here. The uncle and the nephew on the ball, and how we got it. Oh, that's a touch there.
Yeah. And Nippies, they're quick, young boys, plenty of legs. A lot of running.
That's good getting out there. Ooh. There's a tendency with our teams, Rod, when they go into the box to really close that zone down and not give them much space to move. Yeah, so quite interesting. It's been a trend today.
As opposed to just opening up space a little bit more and allowing yourself either side to release?
Yes, yeah, and even defining space a little bit better. As soon as you come to that sideline, you can only go one way. So, just giving yourself a little bit more option. Like a lot of the more elite teams will run that sneaker play down that blind side, and they tend to bring it in to a better zone when they're doing that. So, interesting. But I suppose under fatigue, you just want to ensure that you're getting off clean. So, yeah, that's where you're heading. Oh, I don't know about that one, Rod. I thought that he had control of the roll ball and got over it. Yeah, so interesting call by the ref there.
Yep, we always, I guess we always discuss decisions and stuff through referees as we get on, just trying to gain a greater understanding of how the game is reffed. And there's always individuals. Whakatane calling the recount on that one there.
And as we hear that from the box, they're talking about a sequence play, so let's see what their sequence is. 33 through the middle. That's good. They're going short. Oh, beautiful ball. That was a beautiful ball. The range that they played on that was very smart play by Calvin Harris-Tavita, and good off the ground, very good. If they open up that attacking range, he will find it a little bit easier. But as we go through the replay, they run the in between. He runs it short, drops in, straight off the ground, long, beautiful. Yeah, nice play, nice setup. I think just with Jedi's sweeps, they've got to get on the body. They're sweeping and going straight to the gate, which then turns it into a bit of a running race. They've got to manipulate body a little bit better, and they'll find they'll get better outcomes. Good ref call there. I think he got stuck in the mud a little bit at the contact of the touch. A bit of a 50-50, but the ref is the ref. Jedi really need one here to really come back into this. They've been the percentages have been, that's better at the body. That's way better. And even just a short release there because he collapsed the gate. That's better in terms of the sweep setup.
And again, calling the play through. He heard him.
Yep.
Soaks it up. It's a good chance for them to rekindle. Thought it might have been an opportunity there for Jedi to get some fresh attackers on.
Yeah, well, they've had a couple of sets now, so it'll be an interesting penalty count. It's certainly 2. If they get 3, then they get 1 released. Intent of play, pretty good, Rod. I think zone and setup, not so good. They want to open the field up a little bit better than that. Oh, he lost that. That was actually great getting in the back there. They run a screen, what we call a screen, where the middle will come around the back of the wing. He just lost control. Oh, unfortunate. But Nippies are doing well. They're sticking to their systems. coming on. Let's see what they got back end. Oh, I don't think that worked for them.
No.
We have a strategy. If they're coming through the field and they've got control of that strike dump, that we will pull out. I thought the range there was too far to do that, and they run that exact same play through the middle, but they don't run a phase and run short and score. Well, Nippies are getting away here, Rod. Well, I think our young Jedi boys need a bit of affirmation in the box there.
Yep, it's starting to slip out. 11 minutes into the game. Important that they pin one back here. And just while we're talking about it, obviously there's a lot of other games going on around the park. Whakatane January tournament. If you look that up on the web, there's a lot of our media team photos and all the rest of it out there. If you need to see them, you never know. You could see one of your teams there. So please visit. As we see a turnover there by Jedi.
Nippies get back into their system, getting to the box, getting on fresh. Oh, great touch there. Great touch. I think they just need to get a little bit control, Nippies, out of transition. Oh, not bad. Just in our skill set, in our game, Rod, it's something that, rugby coaches, I think they take for granted what you can develop from a game like ours in terms of that skill set. One, the IQ of hitting the right pass, and two, having the ability to, do that skill. And it's very prominent in our game. And even when you look at the elite athletes that have come from our game, that it works for them. Oh, a little bit short there, I felt, in terms of 7 metres, but again, ref is the ref. If I could talk to, like we had Pity on earlier, and his skill set in terms of passing. In terms of the All Blacks at the moment, young Legion Hotham has come out of our game, and you can see his skill set. And the Crusaders at one stage, we had most of the halves there. Mitch Drummond came out of a touch background. Obviously, the number 10 from the Crusaders, he was who's now in Japan doing a Richie doing a sabbatical, I think they call it. He was very prominent in our game, so there's certainly a place for it.
A little bit clunky there from Jedi.
Yeah, I think
on the transition.
They've just got to get back to their systems and making sure they're getting forward and the platform is good enough to tack on. And then the basics of ruck, pass, catch are then followed up by that. And I think that they really need to sort that out. Nippies are in those aspects of the game. I think they're doing it consistently and then getting back in. And our score says that, Rod, with the 4-1.
Yeah, I think Nippies are trusting in their systems, and they're staying with it, which is and it's working for them. But unfortunate, but they certainly like to attack with pace.
Yes, yeah, I think their 4-5 touch is the difference at the moment. They got the intent there to make the physicality a weapon, whereas Jedi, their 4-5 is quite passive as it would be. And they're going laterally rather than going direct, and they need to tidy that up. Let's see what we go to here. That's yeah. Oh yeah. I agree with that one. Like, he was in the lane, but he was trying to get it off. And that's the first error that Nippies have made coming out of the zone. So I don't think the coach will be happy with that one. Good link defence there. Good link. And why I say good link is the link's coming from the blind and stepping up and taking an option of a quickie player that's quite Oh, well, good reffing there. What's he trying to dominate the rack rod? You know, I suppose being a little bit vigorous in contact.
Yep, they'll have to be wary. I think that might be 2 down on the line. Nice feed.
Well, good defence. They're very physical, these young boys, eh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're in pretty good condition. It's a credit to their coach.
Henry Tuatui on the long. Can we get a finish on the outside? Not quite. Someone thought
the ball was good enough to be finished. As Henry exits the platform of the game.
And the last, what can they dream up?
There's just a little bit of miscommunication with the two middles there, you know, one stepping back and the other one cutting the step. They just need a little bit more back end, young Jedi. Nippy's going back to their system. Oh, geez, just the last couple, Rod, you know. It's 4-1. There's still some time here. They really need to sort that out.
Yep, 7 minutes, but it's important that Jedi, they need to get some touchdowns on the board. They are racing the clock now. This means it gives them the opportunity to try things, right? You start to run out of time, and there's the time to do it. Put it all on the line.
I think their platforms are quite lateral at the moment, Rod. I think they need to, get some direction here and stick to the first call. Oh, intent was pretty good, but, just discipline. I don't think there was any malice in that, Rod, No. They just need some discipline here and make sure they don't have 7 on when they've got all these players running on the field.
That's right, the refs are looking the other way. They get away with it.
Yeah.
Smart.
Nippies could do a clutcher here, they've got their big dogs on the field at the moment. So, they're playing the passive out the back. Oh, I don't think they needed the player. Would have gone to them in between again myself. They didn't need the change up. If it's worked 3 times, surely you'd play it the 4th.
It's good work there by Jedi. They're straightening it back up.
Yeah, that's better. That's get forward. That's 2. That's what we need. That's better. That's 3. Where's everyone? Oh, we didn't need that. That's 4. We need a strike here. Back of the gate.
Fiesel down. Yeah. Speed game. Hail Mary.
Good energy shown from the 2 young Nippy boys. They're not giving up on anything. And it's a credit again to their coach. And even the boys themselves, They know what's on the line here and they're in the big stage, so good on them. I think we just need a little bit more in terms of comms and leadership in terms of the Jedi side and going with the first call. They're going too lateral and having 3 calls, and that's not working for them. Some directive coming from the Nippy's box. Just keep control and take the touch.
Yep, the simple plan has worked for them so far.
Oh. Okay, just the execution here from Nippy's, falling a bit. It's like we've still got 6 minutes in this game, Rod. One, Jedi need to get forward and then get some ascendancy on who's doing what at strike. Nippies just need to get accurate with what they're trying to achieve here. That's better. I'd play on for hard call, I felt. I'd like the intent and intensity there. It was a little bit short, but anyway, that's the ref's call.
But Nippy's doing a wonderful job here, just controlling the game and keeping it simple as they come through in the transition. And as soon as I say that, I curse them. I do apologise, Lucky.
And that would be something I'd say if you were that young team when it comes to the big ones. And at the moment it's 4-1, but if it's tighter, you certainly need to, ensure that you're completing your exit sets.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, Wynyard Saunderson there,
Yeah.
dotting down.
Steps back on a 32 peel, steps back short side, little fake dummy and goes to ground. Good try. I think it was simple and direct. 32 gets around, squares him up, short side. Good try.
Important now that Jedi get the stop and get back down the other end.
Yeah. The time certainly is working against them, so if I was Nippies, I'd just be completing everything, making sure you're locking in the Nippies box side, which is the side closest to us, and then just making sure that Jedi don't get out of the zone. A little bit casual here from Nippies, but they've got their ball player on the field. They're playing the in-between again, and a beautiful ball. Oh, They get a repeat, so it's first one. Again, times against Jedi here, so they have to be, I suppose, quite a little bit more aggressive. Karan gets the ball. Oh, he gets a penalty. Well, that's good. All they needed to do is, play the clock at this stage. With 2 in it. 2 in it and 3 minutes to play. Oh, and it.
He did it so well there.
Yeah.
The link stepped up, turned out.
Yeah, that was good. Set of sequence plays there, and then we get the young fingers up from the young boys. Yeah, they run the out on the punish. She shuts that down. Then he fakes it backside, and the link's still on that profile on the out, and they score on his inside. Good work. I think the clock's going to be a threat to Jedi here with a couple of minutes to go, and they need 3. Rod, I'm not liking their chances. That's all good, they can play that time. Every set they have to repeat. There's time that they're taking off the clock. That's a better play, better setup. A bit of a lock-in play, quickie, early release. They need to get the back of the gate with the defender at the back there. And their links need to get in an assisting line. It's a little bit wider than they are now. It's 1 minute to play here, Rod. I think Nippies have got this one.
Yep, certainly got this one. Jedi can finish with a flourish.
Oh, yeah. They tried to with a bit of, I think the discipline of the Jedi side has got them at the end of the day, just ensuring what their roles are and who's doing what. But again, if we had to say anything to the Nippy boys, it would be ensuring they complete their exits.
Jedi's get another shot at it.
Well, they've got a minute to do it, so let's see what they can come up with. A little bit narrow, and the links are so narrow, Rod. And they're not putting any options, and then the Nippies are just tightening up the middle and taking away all their options. I think that's the last throw of the dice for Jedi. I think.
I think so. It's been a wonderful performance by Nippies here, the young boys. Great experience for them here at this tournament.
And isn't it great, Rod, that we can have a group of young men come into our competition to get that experience for higher honours, and this is what they play with. They want to play with some flair and express themselves, and good on them. So well done to Lucky and the Nippy boys. Well-deserved win on the big stage, and to Jedi, it's building for next year and looking for high honours. Just a little bit of discipline and roles and responsibilities, but Rod, not a bad effort all around.
No, wonderful effort by the Nippies boys. As we look forward, I guess that was our closing game in terms of the pool, in terms of the pools. Now we step up to the semi-finals games, the serious end of the stick, as they say, the pointy end. at 3 o'clock, Open Women's semi-final 1, and that will be Bullets versus Legacy. Bullets Open Women's we haven't seen yet today. Legacy we've seen a couple of games ago. We know what they can do, and with Bullets we know their history, so we know what they're certainly capable of. So it'll make for a massive game coming next. So once again, thanks to our sponsors, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation and One Foundation, and Clearsite Consultancy. Also Ake Chartered Accountants, the Whakatane District Council, Struddys, the apparel supplier for the tournament, and obviously local Gecko here who are with us, doing a great job helping us out. And it's always great to sit here next to Peter Mack and call these games. It's been a wonderful day so far. Looking forward to the back end.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you for the invitation to come and support the game that we love, and I love doing it with a man that I respect, and we've done so much together. So we're now at the nitty-gritty of end of the day, so all the best to all the teams up there. Kia ora whanau.
Catch you on the back end.
The way you love, distance from above, dignified, extra light. Do ya love the way you walk, live the way you talk, justified, Mr. Style. Why don't you come on over? Get to know the unafraid, find a way to relate. Why don't you come on over?
Teams here, 15-minute halves now in our playoffs and finals. And our first of 3 finals will be bringing you this, 35 Old Boys, then of course the Open Women's Final, followed by the Open Men's Final. We're underway here as one with first use of it. And there is Zane Walsh there, just playing the middles at the moment for as one. Throws the longie. Oh, and just like that.
Yeah, what a start there for As1. They worked the ball through the middle of the field through Zane Welsh, and then the long ball came out to the left-hand side. He got involved in the play as well, and I suppose it's just that two-touch mentality, just wanting to get your hands on the football for more than once in any given touch, and then he evades the defender. The long ball goes out to the left-hand side, and As1 in their first set of the game, they managed to cross.
Yeah, impressive start there by As1. And now Galaxy into things here. And as we mentioned, there he is on screen, the legend in the number 1 jersey. Who else but number 1 for Galaxy? Peter Walters there. He'll show a little bit of magic. Shorty. Good touch there by As1, and it was the 5th as well.
Yeah, and he'll probably work a lot with Dave Edmonds in the middle of the field. Dave Edmonds, no slouch himself, so plenty of strike power for this Galaxy outfit. As you see, also Johnny Blaze in the white cap, number 11, just forcing the error for As1. He's a former New Zealand, or sorry, I should say, current New Zealand representative in the Masters grade. So plenty on display here for Galaxy.
Yeah, and it's our first look at the Old Boys division. Of course, most of their games through the early parts of today being played over in the backfields. And so what will be interesting is the field's slightly bigger out here on the main stage. And they've been at it all day in the sun. It'll be good to see what's left in the tank from these two Old Boys sides. Great scoop there. Galaxy press in the middle.
Yeah, and if you're watching and you've been a fan of touch since the sort of 90s, there'll be plenty of names that'll be familiar to you. And I'm excited to see Stefan Tiamo for Galaxy. Haven't seen him around the touch scene in a while, so it's awesome to see him back playing at the Whakatane tournament and back for Galaxy as Zane Welsh looks to drive forward, pops the ball over the top. Working in tandem there with Matthew Hodson. And that is the 6th touch hand over there.
Yeah, that's Telmore there with the sideways backwards cap at the moment. White one for Galaxy. Just rolling himself off and unforced there. As one big opportunity to double up here. Well inside the attacking half.
And it'll be interesting to see the sort of tactics that come into play as you get older and the body starts to go, that's when the mind starts to grow. So, when you talk about the old boys grade, while the bodies might not be there physically, the minds are there and they're sharp. As we see a scoot to the short side. I think that was Hodson there. Came on the rooster play, stepped off the right foot, went to the short side and got on the outside to get over. And Aswan scored their second. They take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and tidy finish there, Matthew Hodson. Just showed a little bit of toe to get through the gap there, doubling up for Aswan. And Galaxy now, they're going to need to fight back here in this Old Boys 35 final. We're only under 4 minutes into this first half, so plenty of time for both sides to show what they've got. Here we go. Let's see some of the magician.
Just ambles up towards the 7 metre line, lobs the ball over the top. Great defence there though from Aswan.
Yeah, good discipline from the wing there, just not to bite in on that overs ball. Excellent touch there. I think it was Kyron Marshall.
And we are into it. Welcome back to the 37th Whakatane January Touch Tournament. We're into semi-finals time. Tama, next week, this women's game. Bullets and Legacy. We've already seen Legacy at the start of in the previous game. Should make for interesting viewing.
Yeah, well, Bullets obviously have a pretty good track record at this Whakatane tournament, and obviously going down last year in the final to playing up, but and then this Legacy side, they were pretty clinical in that live stream game that we saw earlier today, Rod. But it's going to be an awesome match. Two teams both stacked full of Touch Blacks representatives, so it'll be a good one, man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. The referees for our game this round, Caitlin Kimpton, Alicia Ruaiti and Te Iho Kapa. So they'll keep the game open. And for me, my preference is they keep them nice and wide, so we get a nice, fast-flowing game. Certainly makes for a better spectacle. But interesting, we haven't really seen Bullets in action here yet in terms of the stream. But I guess their legacy, for lack of a pun, is renowned in this tournament anyway. So, as you say, they're stacked full of superstars. And then, they're never short defensively. They're very, very good. Yep. And Coach Tony Langahito, he'll certainly have them well drilled. So it'll be an interesting one. With your choices going for this one, Summer?
This one's going to be hard to split. I might have to just hang on the fence a wee bit, Rod, on this one. I saw a wee bit of Bullets in their pool rounds a wee bit earlier, and they've just got that free flow sort of style. They've been playing together for years. So they're very well connected in that, and whereas Legacy, probably two contrasting styles, to be honest with you. Legacy have that real, forward mentality, yards, defence, and Bullets with probably a wee bit of flair, offensive wise. But yeah, it's going to be hard to. I can't call this one, Rod. Sorry, no second kinners here.
The trouble with sitting on the fence, Bo, is at some point you end up with splinters. So you do have to be careful. It makes for an interesting game, though. I guess just based on experience, for me, I'd say at this stage I'd have to sit with the Bullets crew. The likes of Jamie Colosi, Mererangi Paul, Tori Colosi. They've got a lot of experience, and they're not to say that Legacy haven't. but they've definitely been here and they've done it before. And as you say, just narrowly missing out last year. So that's probably where I'd sit at this stage. It makes for an interesting tussle on this one. And just the change up, I guess, in format for the semi-finals. This round we're at 2 15-minute halves, which will change the complexity of the game a little bit here. Just in terms of the coaching and what they put out there and how they push it. So it'll make for interesting experience.
Yeah, and with those 2 15-minute halves now, compared to the 25 minutes straight, it's really important to, like, your completion rate has to be super high, and you just have to get in the grind and stay in it. Where Legacy might have a wee bit of an edge there, their yards and their free flow mentality is sort of, they might just keep getting those little wins transition wise, put Bullets under a wee bit of pressure, but Bullets are so experienced in these games that you wouldn't put it past them just to absorb that pressure and kick on.
But it's been a wonderful day here in Whakatane as we see the crowds slowly starting now in the semi-final rounds. The crowds are slowly starting to merge from the outside fields, coming inside now. They're at the meaty end. Certainly been a great day for everybody here, and it's always a wonderful spectacle and experience for everybody involved. Much thanks to our sponsors, Lion Foundation, One Foundation, Clearsite Consultancy, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, Ake Accounting, as we get the game underway. Nice measured start.
Good energy early from Legacy here. Not letting Bullets get to the 7 metre line. Oh. Well covered there by Edamir. Splitter. Yeah, well covered. Great D by Legacy. Good start. Not bad from Bullets. They just a wee bit tentative early.
To be expected, nerves semi-final rounds. They'll be wanting to work one another out. See what the game plan is, both sides. Bullets a lot more passive in their defence. Definitely a contrast in styles, Toma.
For sure. Legacy looking for that power game, and Tia Kemera on the scoop. Didn't come to much. Bullets will be relatively happy with that.
Yep, just a different style through the field defensively. Bullets just happy to suck, but keep their line flat, which makes it a lot more difficult for the teams to go through. So, well defended by Bullets. So we see them come on now onto the attack.
Another splitter.
Good call by the referee there.
Yeah. When you run that splitter on the coming into the last, you're sort of taking away that second phase option. So, Bullets looking to have in play on that. See if Zay can make something out of this. Yeah, well defended, covered on the inside.
Yep, the refs keeping them apart and well here, which already there's a lot more flow in this game. Just said it. It's the first error by Bullets.
First error, and Legacy in the earlier game were real clinical from the opposition's mistakes. So see what they can conjure up here. Got Tanika Willison on this link, and yeah, well covered there by Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie Kalosi had that one down. He's certainly well connected defensively on the line as Bullets.
Simmons on the street. Oh.
Show and go. Can Simmons shake free? Yes, they can.
Yeah, ball down. Great setup there by Legacy. Like I said earlier, they were real clinical in that area. It was great shifting the point of attack as well. They gave Tanika a crack on the short side, and then they opened the field back up, change the point of attack, send a sweep around from the far side, and then just fake and go. You see here, just the dummy and gone, short side. Mary able to break her mirror.
Great work. Gets the first down. It's Legacy. See Bullets trying to build.
DC from Legacy again, just didn't give Bullets a 7. You know, Bullets are, women's and men's are so dangerous once you give them the 7 metre line, so they're doing a really good job of getting them outside and on that 10 metre. Here's this free flow again, Rod.
Yeah, just shifting the ball, you know, just finding whatever yards they can, get themselves into a better position. As we see Sarah Baldwin, nice little feet there, trying to shuffle, she's through.
Oh, and she's through. Oh, and breaks a mirror again.
Great work.
Yeah, clinical. Great feet there by Zaid, and speed as well. Just sort of stood her defender up, as we see here. Bang, bang. With the speed to back as well, and great work by that winger there, just to break a mirror. Bullets, they won't be panicking though. You know, they've been in this situation before. They won't let this get to them. You know, they'll keep coming.
Legacy.
Another splitter.
Got control at the moment. Good defence. Legacy, but you're right. They step up, aggressive. They get really, really high. And to be honest, I think that could be an opportunity that Bullets could work on if they can draw that Legacy defence a lot higher than expected, and you know, just challenge it in behind as we see a nice little offload again.
Great footy.
Mary Idemir Allen. Great touch IQ. Legacy not panicking. Everything's control.
Great D there. Recovered well. Just need a clean transition here, Bullets. Get them back into the grind of the game. Regain a wee bit of momentum. Whereas Legacy work hard in this area of the field. You can see that they just get off their line nice.
Looks like the wind is turned around on us here, what little wind there are. So it's going from the bottom of the screen to the top. I was wondering why Legacy were pushing the ball that way and looking for longs, but they've picked it up. So obviously look to see them throw that side a few times.
Again, just Legacy getting them off the 7.
Nice touch, nice aggressive touch. Bullets just allowing themselves to get a little frustrated at the moment. Early in the game, 6 minutes gone.
Early in the game. Yep. Great yards.
And fifth touch coming up.
Here we go. They just want to pull a corner here. Great step up by the lane. Great scoop. Manned on well. This is that grind that we talk about, A-Rod. It's just back and forth, back and forth. No, it's the first one to crack, first one to make a mistake. There we go.
Well picked up by the referees there. Great opportunity for Legacy just to extend that lead, push it out a bit more.
See what Legacy can come up with. Their bag of tricks, it goes pretty deep, so they've got a lot of weapons in the arsenal.
Yeah, great cover there by Bullets.
Yeah.
Looking into Edmund stepping up, just taking that one, backing out. The cover nice and tight underneath it. There it is.
Oh.
There's the extra. Well done. Perfect play.
Yeah. Short side there by Bullets. It was a, down the lane just and then released to the wrapper there. So they'll want to be a wee bit tidier there. Betcha Langers will give those comms in. Yeah, just down the lane. Saw that link bite hard, and then just a draw and pass. Well finished. Clinical again by Legacy. Again, Bullets won't be panicking though. They're experienced, like I said, and they're just going to keep coming. And with the experience of Langers in the box and their personnel.
Yeah, for me at the moment, Legacy is just steady about everything they do at the moment. So not panicking, not rushing. They're getting it right. Error-free touch. It's always what we want to see, especially as coaches.
3-0. Ooh.
Indeed, I've done it again.
Yeah.
Got to stop doing that, Timmer.
Yeah.
And you see that an error there by Legacy on the line. Fortunate position for Bullets. What can they come up with?
Yeah. Ooh. Half an opportunity there. But it's better by Bullets, I feel. It's, just going back to basics a wee bit. Just a quickie step back by Jamie.
Created the collapse,
Yep.
so they know they've certainly got the firepower to do it.
Yeah. I feel like this is where Legacy are getting their momentum, is just through this orange zone. Great touch. Good work from Bullets. So on a transition clean again here. Get to a completion.
Nothing too expensive, I imagine. Coach Lungi
great
would
yards.
tell them to settle down a little bit.
Michaela Nossa with a little front door, back door. Well read by the link. Oh, beautiful. Oh,
Great
yeah,
play.
well done.
Everybody staying connected.
Yeah.
It's a great example of not giving up on an attack play.
Yeah.
Just staying with the ball. You never know.
That's right. It's great keeping the ball alive here. I think that's Imogen came on with a great 33 scoop. Great pick by Michaela. Front door, back door. Late with the link. Tip in. Unnor tip in.
Yeah, great work by Bullets there. And they needed that one, I feel, just to give themselves some confidence about what it is they can achieve. 3-1, not too far away, 10 minutes in.
Points give confidence, and you can hear it from the box here. They've gone to that next level. They just need to stop. Oh, well read by Tanika. Yeah. Just seen that short side coming in.
Great reaction there by Willison.
Yeah. Great pass selection. Just saw that Lincoln wing unit just coming in, collapsing, lobs it over the top.
Just extending that lead out again, giving themselves a buffer as Legacy.
It's signs of a great team, that Rod, is just when you're needing one, just to get one. Just give them that momentum back.
Missed opportunity there for Bullets. Turnover, forward pass.
Legacy need to exit well here. They'll just want to get back in that grind. Keep just things ticking away, and that's not really helping that. But
It's moments like these that can do some damage. He's done it before.
Yeah, great read there by Mererangi Paul. Outstanding athlete. Great to have her back in the touch game. Been away with rugby for a wee bit, and that was just a great read. Just have the confidence to just go out and snatch that ball. Again, just a wee bit of momentum. Bullets will want to stop.
Important that they get to stop here. Stem the flow.
Yeah. Well connected that.
Defensively on the line, and certainly the chat has increased.
Oh, winger. Great read by the winger. Cat.
Yeah, well read. Legacy, not a bad play. Show. Dummy get in behind the back.
See on this replay, Mererangi just comes and snatches it.
Not too many around that would catch it.
With the penalty. With the relieving penalty.
That's what they needed. Bullets. 2 minutes left to go in this half.
Yeah, just hear the cries from Langers there, just yelling out forward, just to go forward. Get down there.
It's a bit better getting forward now. Can they be connected and go with
Crossover. Ball down.
Deliberating.
Ball down. Yeah.
Senior Alicia Ruaiti
Yeah.
stating the case. Wonderful touchdown there by Bullets. Pulls them back within reach. 4-3.
That's a great touchdown. As we see on the replay, Jamie just gets back on the wee crossover. Hits the link on a wee out. 50-50 that, but ref's got it ball down.
It's a nice quick down though, I must admit.
Very good.
Diving away. It's added a little bit more spice to this game. As you see both boxes now. Very vocal.
Very animated.
Over the top, can she recover?
Great D set by Bullets. Great D set.
No panic.
No panic.
I think the box is wanting Bullets to step up a lot quicker than that and just take it.
Yeah, that's a massive stop before half time here. Just want to complete another set. Finish this half out. Ooh. It's tough.
They get their transition. Need to get back in position real quick. More importantly,
20 seconds to go.
Need to get the ball back. Don't let Legacy in. Maintain that 1 point deficit.
Mary on a sweep.
Very well defended there by Bullets. As going to this half time, Legacy 4-3 up. I think that's a true indication of how the game's gone, Tom.
Yeah, for sure. Legacy coming out really hot, with a lot of energy. Bullets absorbed that well though. You know, they let a few in, but with their experience, personnel wise, and in the box as well, they just sort of grinded it back, won a few moments here and there, and now they're only one down. You know, Legacy will just want to be getting back to that, into the grind. You know, transitioning off, defending well. But no, what a half, Rod.
Yep, it's looking good for the next half, mate. Catch you back on the backside of this game. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as we see in the highlights, Zay just with her little feet and just gasses through. Winger does well to break the mirror there.
She's been pretty dominant in this game. And whenever she's around the ball, she's a very dangerous player for Legacy. So she's a wonderful creator. Like a Lily there, just taking the ball forward, popping it right back into the pocket, and that was well played there set up by Legacy.
I think this is Bullets. Maybe Bullets' first or second one. This was just to get them back into the game here. Just Imogen, just late cuts with the winger cat and just tip in back to Michaela. Well worked try.
Legacy on the last one, just out and in. Willison on the ball. Another player, and then obviously she knows how to deliver a fill.
Oh, she's been good, hasn't she?
Just the vision there and understanding to know where to go.
And this is just Mererangi, just a bit of a freak try, that one, just coming out of the line, reading the ball, athleticism to back it up. And this is Bullet's last one, just crossover there by Jamie, bang down.
So a wonderful half there for Legacy. Looking forward to the second half, and once again thank our sponsors, Clearsite Consultancy, One Foundation and Lion Foundation, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, and Ake Chartered Accountants, Struddys, the apparel supplier, Whakatane District Council, Underwood and Wilkins. Everyone working together to provide a wonderful event here. And as we see Legacy, they're back out on the field, keen to go again. Bullets getting on now. It'll be interesting to see what change-ups the coaches have had in this scenario now. Does it change your outlook on who you think will take this one, Summer?
Nah, I don't think it does. It's it's still neck and neck.
Fence sitting.
Yeah,
oh,
fence
wonderful.
sitting. I've got splinters all over.
Good work here.
Here we go. Bullets on the D here, though. Just want to be nice and accurate here. Great touch. Yeah, play on. Great win. Great start by Bullets. Just want to exit well, exit clean, get to a completion.
Yeah, I think both coaches would have been talking about just, you know, error-free touch, giving themselves the best chance that they can. Okay, that wouldn't have nice into the hole there.
Great attack, but better D. You know, it's Legacy worked well just to nullify that. Bullets went to try to find a wee bit of space, couldn't.
Starting to work there.
Yeah. Really seeing the energy from Bullets lifting now.
Kimura just trying to push one to one side, making sure that she finished that ball on the far side, give her team the best chance to defend the Bullets transition.
Yeah, they won't be wanting to let Bullets out of that corner now. If they just press really hard, keep them away. But Bullets always know how to use the ball really well. It never really dies with them.
Working hard. Legacy done a wonderful job there. There's the 5th touch. It's a great place to have it.
Yeah, Bullets finding it just a wee bit hard to get to the platforms that they're looking for, I feel. They're just trying to shift the ball, trying to find space, but it's taking away from their strike players a wee bit. But Legacy, you know, it is credit to the defence as well that Legacy are putting forward.
Yeah, I think if Bullets can tidy up their 3-4 touch coming through the field just to give them a little bit more forward momentum, then they'll be in better shape. But, you know, full credit to Legacy for obviously taking that away from them. And as I said, there's that wind going from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen, which is why we're seeing Legacy throw that now.
It is sort of picking up too, isn't it, Rod? And if that ball goes just a wee bit higher, you know, it is getting carried a wee bit. Bullets working away.
And it almost feels like that with that wind picking up, we might be due for a little bit of water. We will see what comes later on. But that was a turnover that Bullets really didn't need.
It's a penalty here. Legacy were real clinical in this area in the first half. Let's see if they can keep that consistency up. Let's go to Tanika. She wants this link quickie.
Got it. What can she do with it? Keeping it slow.
Oh. Yeah.
There's something.
Tough. It's a tough down. Great dive, great footwork. Just gets it back here. Langhito was there, number 6, but just misses her. You can see the frustration. That's hard. It's hard. Great down by Tanika though.
Well done, Legacy, extending that, creating that buffer. See how Bullets reply to that little static at the moment.
Another splitter on the short side option. Oh. Bullets just don't get frustrated by this. You know, there's still 10 minutes to go in this half. It's still a long time to go in this half, and just keep chipping away, keep getting little wins. But Legacy just been clinical, kicking it across this 32 Ngawai into Mary.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a grind at the moment. It's a bit better than Bullets. You know, they're more than happy to shift the ball around and just move it. It's more like the Bullets of old. Trying to find some space.
Yeah, just playing with a wee bit of momentum here. This could be a good set for them. Ooh. Another half an opportunity.
Yep.
Those half an opportunities are massive when it comes to finals time.
Legacy just clinical in what
Clinical.
they're doing.
So sharp.
Not panicking. Well done.
Great scoop.
Sarah Baldwin just pushing forward there.
Do you feel Legacy are just getting to their strike plays a wee bit better than Bullets at the moment, Rod?
Because I think they have better ownership of their orange zone, which is setting them up a lot better to make their choices on what plays they actually come through with.
Yep.
So they're certainly getting the better part of that at the moment, and for me that's probably the big difference. Bullets are a little more clunky, often quite lateral in what they're doing. It's important that they get forward and get down and work that a lot
She's
more.
in. Yeah.
So when they go forward, that's the result of it.
That's right.
The result of it. So they've definitely got the players to do it. Just need to keep doing it more often.
Yep, that's right. We just come through here. Langheto just drives in, 33. Gas is short side, little late cut. Down. Bullets staying in this.
I guess for the folks at home, they'll all be praying for a drop-off. The players wouldn't, not so early in the semi-final.
Oh,
in the
mate.
semi-finals. Nobody wants their legs run out.
No.
But I guess the first thing is to try and win this.
Everyone wants to drop off until you're in one.
Forward pass, I think, on
Forward
that one.
pass.
Yeah, Willison thrown into the wind. Didn't quite work that time.
It's been a game of momentum swings, hasn't it, Rod? It's sort of been back and forth. Legacy have taken a wee bit of momentum, then Bullets take it back. Bullets can get on top here. They just... Nice, that's really good.
You just need to search for, if they can find the gates and just create a bit more momentum off and work off that momentum,
Yeah.
which just looks like they really want to set as they looks like they're setting for a sweep. Show, no give.
Well read there. Manai going forward. That's what you want. Ooh. Ooh. Play on. Really important for Legacy just to sort of, almost ice this game. It's not necessarily just getting a try, but it's just getting down there, getting to a good strike, putting a bit of pressure on Bullets, and then working really hard defensively. This Ngawa just skips across the line.
And the driver's seat at the moment is Legacy. The one touchdown up, so they are in better shape
Great play.
to not have to panic.
Ooh. Oh, play.
Ooh, unfortunate, I thought.
I think Alicia's just, given some nice comms by the refs there, working as a team. Massive D set here by Bullets. They're just going to have to stay tough, stay in it. D the set a 6 out. As Cody's on the ball.
Early give. That was great defense.
Great D.
Great defense considering that was an early give on that one. They really did have to be back on time. Centering back up again is Legacy.
Down the lane. Short side again. Well read there by Vic.
Yeah, thought they might have hit the pocket there with Waire coming around, but they decided to go long on it.
Yeah, great D set by Bullets. Awesome. Just want to exit off clean here. Bit of momentum coming on from their freshies coming on.
Yeah, I think at times Bullet's probably guilty of too many people subbing at once and not having a trail. Just another option to offer them if they need to shift their ball off and just allow them to get down the field a little bit more.
Yeah. As you see, another mistake from Bullets. Again, they're going to have to be really strong defensively. Stay tough. Just love the way Legacy shift the point of attack. The ball's always moving. Oh, I think it's down. Yes, it is. It is.
Wonderful read there by Legacy.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, they never die with the ball. You know, they're always keeping it moving. If they're live, you know, if they see a gap like this, just play the line and 3-on-2 option.
Great down by the winger.
Great down.
Leila Eremia, I think that was.
4 to go, Rod. 2 down.
Still
in
a chance. Still a chance. Important here that Legacy, whilst they don't shut up shop, they just go about their normal error-free game.
Yeah, correct.
Heading for that. As we see them come down here, Whakalilu making some great inroads. And while she's done that, they've had their full contingent subbed on. Some great work there.
That's correct. Legacy will just want to get to a complete here. Tips. Oh, over the top. Great try. It's a great team try. Bit of ad-lib stuff, I think.
All started from Whakalili, bringing it through the field, getting some good ascendancy to allow them to set this setup.
This tear kicks across the 32, tip on, over the top, finishes it off Whakalilu.
Great work there. Some bullets coming down now. Jamie Colosi with speed. Sarah Baldwin, she's up to it.
Yeah, Bullets chasing the game now, and they're going to have to. They're going to have to go, and they're going to have to go quick. She's in. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I thought she might have just slipped away from her in typical Jamie Colosi style. But that was well worked.
Very well worked. Here Jamie gets on the drop, just digs into the line, down.
So that's one back.
It's one back. It's not over 2 minutes to go. It's going to be tough, but
Bullets just need to keep pushing forward, just put the pressure on defensively. Hope for a mistake, as we see Mary Edmela Allen,
looking for the ball back here, I think.
Out.
Yeah, just wasting a bit of time too. Very smart.
They're doing a great job of shifting this defence around, these middles, shifting side to side.
It's changing the point of attack constantly, aren't they, Rod?
They're working them well. Ellen comes around, they faked her.
Maybe a wee trick play possibly here coming from Bullets. Just get a quick one. Then get a quick one. There's still enough time.
That's the momentum that they've needed. Who have they got on the back end of that?
This is the set. Oh, that's really nice.
Now we need to get in. Someone's got to need to go so they can get through.
Geordie.
Nice and early.
Play on. Oh. Hard luck. That was a great set though by Bullets. You know, they're keeping that ball alive but also going forward at the same time.
Patience here by Legacy once again for Kaleli. Knowing one way, just get forward and get forward fast. Kimura controlling the ship at the moment. Willison back. What you got? Certainly got gas to give. Didn't quite come off, but there was the right side to pass to.
These platforms that Legacy are running, you know, they're real high percentage platforms, and obviously it's come from their coaching staff, so you know, those platforms that they're running, you know, they're going to do them good and come in this final later on.
And that brings us to the end of the first women's semi-final for the day. Legacy taking the cookies on that one, and well done to them. Congratulations, commiserations to Bullets, last year's finalists. They dip out this year, but Legacy, they move through, and the way they're playing at the moment, they're looking good to take the title. It'll be interesting to see what's on the other side of their draw. But a wonderful game by Legacy there, Tama.
Oh, it was, very clinical. Again by Legacy, the platforms that they're running, they're just really sharp on them. Very well connected defensively as well. Bullets and no slouches when it comes to offense. So just to hold them out, constantly and be real consistent through that, it's going to make for an interesting final.
And up next, 350 Open Men's semi-final. Pearl Jam versus Playing Up on the main ground. Looking for a big one here. Northside Auckland against Central Auckland. It'll make for interesting watching. Can't wait for it. So once again, that's at 350. We'll see you on the backside of that. Looking forward to a wonderful exhibition coming up.
Like the way you love, distance from above, dignified, extra light. Do ya love the way you walk, live the way you talk, justified, Mr. Side. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, unafraid, find a way to relate. Why don't you come on over?
Teams here, 15-minute halves now in our playoffs and finals. And our first of 3 finals will be bringing you this, 35 Old Boys, then of course the Open Women's Final, followed by the Open Men's Final. We're underway here as one with first use of it. There is Zane Walsh there, just playing the middles at the moment for as one. Throws the longie. Oh, and just like that.
Yeah, what a start there for As1. They worked the ball through the middle of the field through Zane Welsh, and then the long ball came out to the left-hand side. He got involved in the play as well, and I suppose it's just that two-touch mentality, just wanting to get your hands on the football for more than once in any given touch, and then he evades the defender. The long ball goes out to the left-hand side, and As1 in their first set of the game, they managed to cross.
Yeah, impressive start there by As1. And now Galaxy into things here. And as we mentioned, there he is on screen, the legend in the number 1 jersey. Who else but number 1 for Galaxy? Peter Walters there. He'll show a little bit of magic. Shorty. Good touch there by As1, and it was the 5th as well.
Yeah, and he'll probably work a lot with Dave Edmonds in the middle of the field. Dave Edmonds, no slouch himself, so plenty of strike power for this Galaxy outfit. As you see, also Johnny Blaze in the white cap, number 11, just forcing the error for As1. He's a former New Zealand, or sorry, I should say, current New Zealand representative in the Masters grade. So plenty on display here for Galaxy.
Yeah, and it's our first look at the Old Boys division. Of course, most of their games through the early parts of today being played over in the backfields. And so what will be interesting is the field's slightly bigger out here on the main stage. And they've been at it all day in the sun. It'll be good to see what's left in the tank from these two Old Boys sides. Great scoop there. Galaxy press in the middle.
Yeah, and if you're watching and you've been a fan of touch since the sort of 90s, there'll be plenty of names that'll be familiar to you. And I'm excited to see Stefan Tiamo for Galaxy. Haven't seen him around the touch scene in a while, so it's awesome to see him back playing at the Whakatane tournament and back for Galaxy as Zane Welsh looks to drive forward, pops the ball over the top. Working in tandem there with Matthew Hodson. And that is the 6th touch hand over there.
Yeah, that's Tiamo there with the sideways backwards cap at the moment. White one for Galaxy. Just rolling himself off and unforced there. As1, big opportunity to double up here. Well inside the attacking half.
And it'll be interesting to see the sort of tactics that come into play as you get older and the body starts to go. That's when the mind starts to grow. So, when you talk about the old boys grade, while the bodies might not be there physically, the minds are there and they're sharp. As we see a scoop to the short side. I think that was Hodson there. Came on the rooster play, stepped off the right foot, went to the short side and got on the outside to get over. And Aswan scored their second. They take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and tidy finish there, Matthew Hodson. Just showed a little bit of toe to get through the gap there, doubling up for Aswan. In Galaxy now, they're going to need to fight back here in this Old Boys 35 final. We're only under 4 minutes into this first half, so plenty of time for both sides to show what they've got. Here we go. Let's see some of the magician.
Just ambles up towards the 7 metre line, lobs the ball over the top. Great defence there though from Aswan.
Yeah, good discipline from the wing there, just not to bite in on that overs ball. Excellent touch there. I think it was Kyron Marshall here for Aswan.
And when it comes to finals footy, you've got to lose some skin for the boys at times, and they showed it on that occasion, the diving touch. And it had to be made because Edmonds was through the gap. But now Aswan copping a slightly heavy touch there. They'll look to drive forward.
Yeah, and the questions flooding through on the YouTube, Tiv, is when's your playing up Old Boys team getting out here for the Whakatane touch tournament? Hey?
Well, I suppose when we all turn 35, we're all, I don't know if we're at 35 yet, but we feel that old. We're 35 in touch years, that's for sure. But in terms of 35, according to my birth certificate, I'm not quite there yet. So still a couple of years, Brad. I'm sure that'll go out as a call to all the old boys to get involved, but only a couple of us have reached that age yet.
They'll be in full force soon, I'm sure. The purple strip on the Old Boys fields. Here comes a little strip of numbers. I think he's going to be called back.
George Yonke still looking like a spring chicken out there. He went into drive and that strike dump, and then he thought he could kick away, but managed to catch a bit of his clothing there, I think, was the Aswan defender, and lucky he did because George Yonke was threatening on that right-hand side.
Yeah, I was about to say, some of these guys out here, after a long day of touch, they've got to be 34 3/4 at best. I don't know how they qualify for this division. Still looking incredibly sharp here.
Yeah, Welsh just holding up play, and this little duo here, this little combination between Welsh and Hodson, it's proved fruitful.
A little skip there through the overs ball from Hodson. Did he get it down?
I think he was out, was the call there from our sideline referees there.
Yeah, he threw it back like he liked it. And not for TikTok. That was for the tap off.
And as I was just mentioning, that combination there between Matthew Hodson and Zane Welsh looks like they're placing their eggs in that basket.
Yeah.
The Aswan crew, and why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Hodson just skipped through the long ball, and in fact it wasn't out, it was dead over the dead ball line. Right. So the finish wasn't quite there.
Ran out of space on the big fields there, but you're right, that two-man middles game at the moment for Aswan looking deadly.
Kia ora whānau, and welcome back to the 2025 Whakatane tournament, the 37th year of Whakatane. And with me today I have Dan Nicol. We've got a new panel on today and we thought we'd split it. I'm Peter McIntyre and I'll be your host today. Before I do that, I'd just like to just thank our sponsors again, Whakatane Touch Association Charitable Trust, the Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation, One Foundation, and Clearsite Consultancy. Awesome. We have with us Dan Nicol. So Pleasure to have you here, Dan. Just give us your thoughts on what's going to happen today.
It's going to be semi-finals footy. It's the type of footy that we all play for, and between, I guess, two of the most prestigious clubs and two clubs that are always here and hereabouts when it comes to our Whakatane tournaments of the last 5 or 6 years. It's just going to be a cracker of a game. This is a mate versus mate game, coming across from nationals, across from clubs, across from PTL. Get to mix and mingle between these two clubs, so it's just going to be another classic between Pearl Jam and Plan Up.
Just give us a call on your team list today, Dan, and what you're looking at with your Pearl Jam side.
The Pearl Jam side's coming in a little bit of a form from the day. Saw them earlier on the day and got a good score earlier on, but I guess there's a couple of sets of brothers, the Durban Burgess brothers, George, Tommy and Dan, and also Ezra Morgan, Tafia, Daniel Morgan, Putaranga, probably ones that we could probably look out for in the Pearl Jam squad today.
Nice, Dan, thank you. And in the playing up side, we have Wiremu Takare, very esteemed coach, and I think with playing up side, we're in a bit of a redevelopment stage. We've got some very astute outsides in Rehana, Finch, and on the other side, who are two New Zealand wingers, Finlay Barnett. Running the middle, we've got Pokaiawa, and he is, form-wise, he's going really, really well. I think what you'll find today is we'll have a team approach from playing up in terms of what you're looking at. I think Tatui, through the earlier rounds, was looking dangerous, and obviously Tian McIntyre is formidable if he gets the right platforms. I think defensively it's going to be interesting because they're such well-coached teams. Dan, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, exactly that, and you hit the nail on the head with Wiremu Takare. He's been an influential person in my touch journey. He's probably one of the best coaches going around, especially when it comes to defensively, and they're probably led by this defensive unit with Sean Law. And when you've got wingers like Finn Barnett and Razor, it's hard to get them on the outside. But yeah, hitting across when you've got Strohorts like Lance Davids and Nathan Rollinson in the links, and makes defence on both sides probably one of the factors that are going to determine the outcome of the next 30 minutes.
And I totally agree. I think, if I was to call it, I think the inexperience of the young links that they have in playing up could be the difference. However, if they use that experience from those two wingers, that could balance it out. But there is some extreme strike. I talked earlier when I'd done the call on Pearl Jam, your brother, just his IQ and his knack of seeing mismatches, and obviously Danyan and Nate with his speed, and Danyan I think he's a bit of an all-rounder. He's got a release, yeah. So very interesting matchup.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Like I said, this is mates on both sides, and I might be a Pearl Jam boy, but I am going to put all my chips in the middle and see how the defense. I think defense is going to win this one. Both teams strike rate across. Kurakanga McIntyre already said with Lewis Nicol and Smokey with Tamatea Winiana, but it's going to be a game that's won by defense.
Nice, so let's get into it, and Pearl Jam start with the ball. This is 2 halves of 15s, and if it's draw at the end, it will go to a drop-off.
Yeah, already with a great lift in the middle there from playing up, and it's a great touch there by Sean Law. Just getting up there early, winning that rock, and getting a clean press out of that gate.
I think good intent defensively, and even with Pearl Jam, their intent on their physicality, real good.
Yeah, it's going to be one. I think it's going to be an orange zone game. Both teams like to come out. Both teams are quite expansive and creative in their orange zone. It's going to be definitely a game that's defined by the orange zone, just as we see here. Some enterprise from playing up a little bit early.
Yeah, I think they didn't get the kickstart they wanted, and then they just had to ad-lib and put it on their box side, So, early days, but like you said, it's going to be that orange zone is going to be crucial.
Yeah, and I would probably expect to see the Urban Burgess boys come here and settle the crew down a little bit. But again, there's just coaching errors on both sides. I think a little bit of semi-finals jitters.
Yeah, I have a new mantra like ruck, pass, catch, and the ruck for me is very, very important. and a team that controls their ruck and then dominates it, it just gives them a better platform to get outcomes. So interesting that Pearl Jam have sort of lost 2 rucks there, so very interesting.
Yeah, and that's the thing they're probably going to be the difference between both sides too, is they're really good at getting a really good platform coming into that third and fourth touch, but it's just going to see who can, I guess, execute on the back end as Pearl Jam get a little bit of mix-up coming into latch touch. It's the stuff that we probably expected at open men's level. Should tidy up on both sides.
Yeah, I felt they were a little bit clunky today in the earlier round, and now playing up get their ascendancy in terms of field position. In saying that, I think we just need to be a little bit more dominant in terms of who's calling what and roles and responsibilities as Chops comes onto the field.
Yeah, and we give this man McIntyre any space and you give him the 7 and they're going to make you pay. Beautiful line there by Chops. Beautiful pull. And Mania, his off-ball work, I think. Off-ball work is something that we probably don't get a little bit of respect for, but the off-ball work's just as good as that release ball from Chops there.
And I totally agree. If I was to compare, and when we're in our country, we compare ourselves to each other. What I try and do is compare myself to the best in the world, and unfortunately, that aspect of our game, the assisting off-ball stuff, is something that if we don't improve, we're really, really going to end up second in the world consistently. I know that might be a little bit far stretched from Whakatane, but I add it all up. Yeah.
Just see if the set can get a good finish here. Recount there.
And I think that was a good play by Razor, because due to the fact that the link had collapsed hard there, the follow ball was the ball to play. So interesting. Yeah, really good.
Catch pass there.
I love the sweep early release. Razor sort of got caught in a half. He should have lifted. And then just the link wing connection there, I felt could have been better in a shot there. But it's an answer back, Dan.
Yeah, and just looking at that replay, this is bread and butter, and probably a set that we could see a lot, especially within last year's final with those 3 boys, our New Zealand Opens reps. It's what they get paid the big bucks in Pearl Jam to produce. So.
Yeah. And just with your Pearl Jam setup, how's that going? Everyone sees the stuff on the field, with yourself and your brother and, everyone helping there. How's that going?
Yeah, it's going really well. It's a great dive, great touch there, equally as the dive from Takuha. But it's just been awesome to know where we've come from,
Nice.
From a team that played 21 mix all these years ago into now play well in the mixed grade and then do not so bad within the men's grade and I guess going to that women's space quite recently. It's just been awesome, and when we get to play teams like Playing Up, execution there at the end.
Yeah, I just think that, again, the assisting lines, if they hold at depth, they're going to then create that 2v1 a little bit better, and they were just a little bit flat there. Tip-on is absolutely an option, but yeah, I think and that's better from Playing Up.
Oh, that's unfortunate. They had won those first 2 touches.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I agree, Dan.
Both these teams, you give them the 7, and they're both can really execute, and they both have players that are just real dominant on the 7, and I could probably see the set organised with Lewis and Daniel there, and that's a coach killer right there, 7 on the field.
Yeah, so those are things that, in hindsight, that again, with our assisting line running, just this box management, surely they'll tidy that up in there. So Playing Up get let off there, so that's a good one. But they just, again, I'll take it back to those fundamentals. That ruck would be the top fundamental. I'd have to say that if they win, the team that wins the ruck in this game and consistently puts that together has the opportunity to win the contest. Just with your Pearl Jam efforts and what you're doing at the moment, how do you find it as a player coach, Dan? How's that working for you?
Yeah, interesting. We have our moments between the boys. I think the boys get into getting to a stage where they probably don't need me anymore. But yeah, just winning that moment with it down the sideline. Lance Davis to see if he can get to the corner here. Great chase by Mania King. We call him the Liberian. He seems to get one of these runaways every game. He seems to be a pickpocketer. If it's not an intercept, it's a crazy runaway like that.
Yes, and that was a great ad-lib try, as we'd call them. You know, they gave them some space down the short side there. He steps back, feeds that one, eyes up, and then they do a follow in, and then goes for the corner. Well done.
Yeah, and it's actually a play that we've actually taken from playing up in the past when they have that 4-2-2 press. If you press with that, the far wing comes off the wing of touch one, you can just get an easy bounce out there with Pearl Jam exploiting that. But we can see this man here on the ball, he's probably going to answer back if we give him too much time and space. He's a very difficult man to get on the outside of Nathan Rollinson. Just quite makes a lot of athletic touches.
Yes, I totally agree. And just with his athleticism, you know, it's something that...
Yeah, ball down. Oh. And like we said, give that man any space. He's going to punish you, Tian McIntyre.
I think he reminds me of his dad. He plays a lot like his dad. Where's his dad's number? Yeah,
I could probably. I would say more his niece.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay, I'll give him that. But great rolling dive. You know, it's something that hasn't been. I think all those little micro skills that we've got in the game, the rolling dive, you know, the ruck, the latch and lates, the eyes up on the 2-1. I think that there's stuff that we're so systematic in terms of our coaching that we can lose, you know, and it's something that we need to bring back in, Dan, you know.
Yes. Bit of a messy set at the end there. Looks like both teams just on back-to-back sets. Probably could look to improve that one. But we'll just see how Pearl Jam respond to playing up, swinging the momentum off that try and just getting a real good D-stop, causing the area halfway.
And I find after that D-stop that this is very important as Lance gets in behind there. And then just that final ruck. Oh,
that's...
Yeah, so...
That man's... Yeah, that looks like Daniel there.
Yeah.
Hamstring heavily strapped.
Yeah, and that's not good for both things. The Pearl Jam momentum and the Pearl Jam team.
It's one of the most influential players when he's available in touch football, not just club and provincial, but probably nationally too. And one of the informed players at the last couple of nationals when he has been here, and that will probably be a big loss for Pearl Jam for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I think he's just his leadership and his vision in terms of what he brings to a group. I think it's been so great to see that develop over the last couple of years. And for me, you know, it's as much as you can have a good player, I think that leadership and how he brings that across a group is one of the most important things, I feel.
Yeah, and there's very contrasting leadership styles when it comes to someone like Lewis Nicol. Very outspoken leadership style versus Daniel, who likes to just take the boys on their back and lead through his actions. Probably see the ball wrap around with Tian McIntyre here again.
They just need soft hands there, you know, just those basic fundamentals. It's a basic 32 peel play, but just need soft hands there, you know, and, taking a little bit of the intensity out and looking at a little bit more accuracy. As Pearl Jam come out and go into the transition again, I'm hoping Daniel's all right to carry on for the day.
It looks like for a great scoop there, and maybe a great recovery.
Great recovery. I think that playing up really need to watch their overwatch and in terms of ensuring that they're a little bit tighter there.
Two interesting calls there, and there it is.
Yeah,
I think it should have been a penalty from that push about a touch ago.
Yeah.
But that was a big D-stop there from the young boys and playing up. And again, we've just, with that penalty, we've put on the strike players from playing up to probably execute. So it's going to be a big ask here for Pearl Jam to defend this one out.
I think just discipline in terms of in terms of this game, the team that finds their discipline and pulls it together. And I don't know where Danyon is at the moment, but I think a few of the Pearl Jam boys need to step into that role and just give them some consistency and discipline. And if I was the playing up team, I'd just look to do the same, just complete and look for consistency.
Yeah, and we love the word process, and I think both teams just need to, I guess, buck down into their processes. We see these two go at it all the time in Pakuranga, and it's a game that's always won that process over there. So I'm expecting the same for the rest of this half, and I guess and the rest of the game. Whichever team can get back into their A to Bs and go to work and stick to their processes, I think they're going to get the better outcomes. And that's great. Another catch pass.
Oh, nice. Yeah. And I think his assisting line, although it was late, the catch pass that he done with his assisting line was good. I'm liking Tian off the 32 out ball because it gives him an option to then play his skill set besides his dive. I think it's a great option with that 32 out. If he starts it in a little bit tighter, then I think he'll get that latch on. It's something that's lost in our game.
Yeah, and when you've got on the replay there, someone like Harry Card who's been quite astute at the 32 pick shape in the last couple of seasons, it just gives another threat, and Tian's probably one of the best at those 3-on-2s and picking the correct player there. As Tamatea answers back, this is just going to be a ping pong until someone decides we're going to stick to our process, get a good D-stop and play some touch footy.
And I think that defensively, our link, I think Takoha could have helped a lot more there. He just left our middle, he sort of hung him out to dry a little bit, so he has to be a little bit more active in terms of what's going on there. But good on Tamatea.
It is a pet play from the Pearl Jam boys, like to get both middles up and back our quickie exponents, as we can see live with the Tui on the back foot. One thing we do talk about when we're defending sets, especially off tap-offs, is if you can win touch 4 before the 7, you give a team one opportunity to actually get a strike. And Chops answers back.
Yeah, I've really liked Chops' form today. He's been going and getting some, and in the past, maybe that's the Chops sort of left that behind, and this today, I've seen him go and get some, so well done.
Yeah, and it's the Chops that you probably see more so for Metro as well. It's the Chops that's just... he just goes and gets it, and he lives for these moments. He lives for those plays, and that's just bread and butter for Chops.
All those divers out there, and I always see use their outside arm extended. That was a fine example of a rolling outside arm. Well done, Chops.
We'll see what Lewis and Lance here can come up with in the middle. Oh. Not too sure about that try. I'm not too sure if that was good or tackle, just an unfortunate slide on that defence. Might have to talk to the groundsman about a ward patch down there, but...
I think, you've got to take that as he goes into the quickie, and I talked to Sean about closing that gate way too early, and Sean's following on that when he doesn't, there's no threat there. It's something I've discussed about balancing that middle gate, and Sean's body just gave it up totally.
Yeah, and I guess it's especially when you've got someone like Lewis, it is quite hard, and here's Harry through the middle there. It is quite hard because most teams just get into that, we need to shut him when we see him in the quickie shape. But yeah, and just that little slip and that little pick through, that little nose through from Harry, could probably see him get more into the game, more especially on those picks.
Yes. The thing about this with the picks, we've got a very short in goal today.
Yes.
So as much as that power pick play is prominent, you really need to run a good screen there, like a link wing screen where the wind comes in and you can get in that back one. And I love that from Lewis. I absolutely love it. Yeah, so, it's a bit of ping pong now, Dan. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, just exactly what we thought. It's going to be a ping pong. It's just going to be the team that can, I guess, execute a little bit better, stick to that process when it comes to that orange zone. And both teams on both sides actually a little bit more fortunate with Pearl Jam with a couple of their tries, but playing up, just showing when they execute and they execute well. They can get those fundamentals.
Very exciting. I love the youth in Pearl Jam. I really do, and I'm really loving the youth in playing up. So it's exciting for our game, in higher honours. And have you ever thought yourself about that higher honours stuff and What's your thoughts there?
Yeah. We'd love to be in the system, I guess, looking at the next World Cup, and then one day maybe in the coaching circles as well, and just learning from kind of the best at the moment. I've had some influential coaches over my time with Tony Langaheto and Pete Sams,
Nice.
and Joel currently. But also playing under the likes of Mark Hodson and Wiremu Takarai, just real steelhooks of the game. And one day we'll get to that opportunity. But for here and now, there's no better place to be than
Then
down
2025 Whakatane whānau. Come down if you're not already here. This is the first of our semis. And just going to our sponsors, the Whakatane Touch Association Charitable Trust, the Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation, the One Foundation, and Clearsite Consultancies. Just to all those sponsors that help out our beautiful game. Like if you have a business out there and you want to be promoted in our beautiful game, there's no better place than the Whakatane to do it. It is I'd say, one of the most prestigious tournaments on our calendar. And at the moment we have two great clubs, representing their, obviously, teams and their whānau on the biggest club stage that there is. So and it's very exciting. There's no sport like it where you can be so close, Dan.
Yes, exactly. And it's just one of those, I guess, touch has developed so much in the last 5 to 10 years where it is one of those sports where anyone can win it on their day. As we pop into the second half here and look at some of those highlights, we could probably see the same faces, Tian McIntyre and Kurakanga come out off this tap-off, so it's going to be a big ask for Pearl Jam. Just looking out at this defensive unit, usually Daniel is in replace of Toby, so just looking out in the sub-box, we might have lost him for the rest of the game, so it's going to be a big task for Pearl Jam to step up and take that leadership role from him. As we can see, playing up, set up into their 32 shape for McIntyre here.
That's good, that's better. I still like Tian on that 32 option, and that's good.
Yeah, that was brought down. Yeah. If you get two players up on Tian, really smart there. Got the ball in that 32, knew it wasn't on, came back, drew both middles up, and if you get both middles up on Tian, I don't think there's many middles in the world that's going to stop him on that cookie shape.
Yeah, I think they just needed to hold that and stabilise it a little bit longer and get them frustrated and let the ref push you out rather than being both high at the top of the gate and then, your quickie man's going to go and get it. But interesting, the good start. Here we go, what's the answer? And I talk about the outsides in terms of Finn and Razor, that's a quality of a winger.
Yeah, and I spoke about it earlier on with their game with Elements, with the battle of the wingers there, that our wingers probably don't get the same, I guess, highlight reels as you'd see the likes of Tamatoa Ropati or E4 Jones, but wingers can win or lose a game, and they can... commentators curse there, but...
I think that was not the winger there so much, but everyone bailing to the box, and that's a good set for Pearl Jam. To keep them in the half, they got what they wanted. They really need to come out and set some ascendancy here. Just on that winger thing, when I had my time in the men's, I never said there was no more important player on the field. I had the luxury of having a Michael Kavanagh, and I ranked him as the best in the world. Even though we weren't the best in the world, we certainly had one of the best wingers in the world. So
it's two back-to-back reads from Finlay.
Big plays. Yeah. And you've got the big ball players on the field at that time. So, and
if you can shut that set off, especially with good reads like that, just cause a momentum shift, and playing up will get the type of teams that get on the back of that momentum.
Bit of ad-lib there coming out of transition, but they needed it because they certainly were in trouble.
Yeah, playing up with all the momentum at the moment. Getting some really good defensive stops and leading into... Probably could have tightened that up coming into the last touch. We'll see what Kurakanga can do here.
I just think Takoha just needed to work off that. He committed to that late before the true latch had happened there, and it's another skill. I go back to the work off the ball, and we just need to get better in that space to make our game better.
Yes, definitely. We'll see Pearl Jam kind of probably losing the rucks in those contests at the moment, which has probably given a more Ad-lib to plan up to win that set there. Just great contact in the middle of that orange zone from Chops, but yeah, 7-7 touches is what we've been wanting for, and it's just going to be those processes again and see who can.
So if you had that box at half-time, Dan, what would you be saying to your Pearl Jam brothers?
I would have been talking about just identifying the likes of who's had the hot hand. We haven't been defending well on who's actually had the hot hand. We've been auto-collapsing on people that we shouldn't have auto-collapsed. Kurakanga and McIntyre have both scored off pet plays. They've both scored off plays that we see quite regularly, and it looks easy, Whānau, but trust me, from a defender who's a 5% attacker, it's not easy, but they make it look easy. So I would have just been identifying that at half-time, but also we haven't been clean in this part of the game, our orange zone, which is something that we've do a lot for there. This will be an interesting call.
Yeah, they got the back to one there. I think a little bit. Manaia just needed to chuck a little bit of discipline in there, swiping at the ball. Just trust the process.
Yeah, could have trusted the middles a little bit more there because they were quite stable off that pick.
Good there by Tian, just holding that space there and not committing to it.
Probably this is a 4-man for Pearl Jam where they would want to see something or have something happen. The long ball from Louis.
Oh, I love that. I love that. He does that so casual. Like the casualness that Lewis does with that little sweep and then just stops and, holds that defence line and just winds and throws that big one.
He just comes around at
nice and casual, steps back. I don't think that we had to collapse on that. There wasn't a true threat. But,
I think it's the respect that he's earned when he comes around on those certain shapes. Yeah. He just caused so much indecision, but it's also his tempo. He goes, when we defend and we talk about defence, we're always defending players that run 100 miles an hour, and not many situations do we get that where the librarian gets another pick.
And he shifts it again, as he done in that first one.
Playing up will need a big D set here to swing that momentum back. Pearl Jam are the type that will... Not too sure what's going on there.
Yeah, they're just tidying each other's hats up, As you said, they're all friends until the losing team. Yeah.
We've probably seen Nate coming on the sweep here. And that was a great saving touch there.
Yeah. Threats everywhere. I'm loving it, and I'm loving how Lewis is conducting the threats. Really, really good. And he needs to, with Danyan gone, I think.
And that's a pet play from Lewis. He likes to. Most players, when they're in that 33 channel, will check the ball to try to draw the middles out. He actually creeps one over, and I won't spill out too many secrets, but that is something that he would do just to draw a penalty or just to get both middles up, just to get the right shape that he wants.
Dan, just in this environment, everything's open and fair play. Whatever you want to tell us here stays here. You're talking to the country.
Yeah, and that's again. I think that's just Lewis dictating. Nothing too flash, but he actually got all four up on that touch. And when you send Nate on that sweep and you've got a middle that's probably out of shape, he's too good on that sweep shape, especially within the link shapes where he's probably at his highest ratio. And we saw that at the World Cup. We'll just see if playing up can respond. And speaking of sweep shapes, Mr. Takoha himself.
Yeah, I didn't think the contact, that touch was very good at that one. I think it was too passive. Yeah. We just need to be sharper there. Yeah, Tian's ruck was a little bit passive too. He's usually better at that arm out, low hip.
Yeah, and this is where Pearl Jam likes to go to work here, and we like to play in the back ends of the second half, and we play off the back of momentum. But I think what's positive for playing up is looking across the Wooden Whakatāne. There's no phase there. He knows that we're in for a grind, we're in for a good contest here, and he knows that the boys could probably pull it back.
And just as you say that, they run a release early and a follow in there.
Yeah, I think that was more opportunistic with the trip up. I don't know where the groundsman is, but it means to be water patches all over the grass here, Whānau. But I think that they're just opportunistic off that one for Pearl Jam. Yeah. Looked like a middle pick, and just here someone fell over, and it chops there, and just falling into that hole where he possibly could have helped or. But may have been if he was,
I thought Nate's speed actually tied up Takoha really, really well for that follow play. So a little bit of controversy in the call here.
should be a playing up ball here. Oh, they're just saying that didn't tap the ball, but we're back here, whānau and Whakatane with Te Tui coming on his favourable sweep. That was a great release.
Great touch.
Great touch there, but probably could have been a little bit more stable. But I guess when you've got Te Tui with his footwork coming on a sweep, no one's stable enough for that.
We know Lance is going to be up in that channel. The passive on Lance to that right-hand side, I'd be running it at 33 ruck and enticing him to push up into that channel. Yeah, and we talk about it a lot when we're looking for attack shapes on links that like to lift a little bit more. If you either run the passive or just give a pump, you get them to lift up, and then you can either run a floater or that passive, but that passive shape's always on links that we know historically like to get into that passive shape. I'm loving the IQ, Dan, I really am. That's really good. And I would say offside there. I think Tian had just the IQ of Tian there to get a second phase ball, know that that Lance has come out of that ruck into quickie, which is probably a good touch here from Isaac on the wing. He's probably not our specialist winger. He's usually our anchor man in the orange zone, but equally just a great defence. Tian's going to the box and putting on some fresh attack, so that's good. I would have kept it on with myself. I would have been a little bit more selfish with the ball. Yeah, just with that. I guess when he's been the hot hand with him and Kurakanga, so I probably could have just held one and then, told the boys if we didn't get a dot, I'm going to go out and sub on for him. And that's just bread and butter for playing up. That's just a pet play between those two. They love the quick backs on the sweep shapes, and if you've got those three in particular, if you've got Tatui and Takua coming on a sweep, that give back, especially when Chops is at dummy half, is majority of the option, and something that probably Pro Jam should have been a little bit better to read, and that's just great no-look pass there. Yeah, I love that lateral movement that pulls that middle and locks the shoulders the other way, and then the release just to define that 3-2, and it's still got to be executed, but very nice. Middles look really stable here from playing up, so if they can get a dot here, or they can get a defensive stop, especially with someone like Lewis and Nathan on, they'll be big. And that's a good hit there from the... We can't afford to give them time, so when they're in the blind, it's something that we'll do from the open to strike that one, and we needed it too with Nate on the ball. We call this fellow right foot Ryan. We'll see if one comes out here. And great defense from playing up, and that's exactly what I was saying. This is the momentum that they're looking for, and if they can get a good finish of the set, 4 minutes up, we're going to have a game on our hands. That's good. It's a good set. So who are they putting on? Yeah, that's just unfortunate there. That's just it's a coach killer. Those are one of those areas where we're coming on, and they're coming onto a 32 shape with McIntyre out here at the left link, and with, I guess, his ratio at the moment, his strike rate was probably looking into something a little bit positive for playing up there. Yeah, I think that transition zone, the playing up really needed to tidy that up. I don't think there was enough control around that, Dan, and with the score at what it is, it was a big play. Yeah, and just see what Pearl Jam can do here, if they can get a try to just get that 2-try buffer. But just equally, they are really good on defense, and that's a great follow play. And I love the tactical call there, with Phoenix there being a bigger body, and his profile and release is quite hard. Just that follow play on that bigger man. Very, very smart. Yeah, that's very intelligent, especially with these two. These two have been, I guess, made their debut at Whakatane 2019 when we made the final there, to see their development, but also these two work on that all the time. This is their bread and butter. They work on it at training, outside of training too. And this is it. If playing up can beat this defensive stop here, it's going to be an interesting 2.5 minutes. Yes, and exciting. 8-6, very good from Nate. Yeah, that's 2 lifts now. Let's see if playing up can actually ID that. It's 2 early lifts. I'd play the skip straight to the link. It's it's something that you need to address just now. Oh, that's a great. That's a great up in the lane.
That's a great pick there. There's actually a sweep shape that we don't really talk about much that I've seen introduced into the open men's shape, where the middle actually picks up, squares up the defender and releases, and I actually probably saw a try there if that intercept didn't come.
Yeah. Very, very good. Oh, and then now you're going to speed. Oh.
I think Pearl Jam will probably need someone in the box yelling at them just to control the game down and game manage a little bit.
Well, by all means, if you want to yell from here, I'm all good with it. You know, as long as we keep our commentary going.
And that's a pet play for Loy. You can't shut him on that 33 shape. He's too smart.
Yeah.
He's going to get you.
Yeah,
And it's just he'll open you open side, make it look like, and his tempo means that he can just work off their left foot. He's got underrated feet. Not as good as his older brother, but
Totally agree.
Yeah, just looking to square out the defender. He looks open, goes short. It's just something that he's been doing quite a few years now off that down the lane shape.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, that's a better shape. But this is the man that you want on ball.
I think Manaya's line, he could look at latching the winger and chop that line.
That's a great.
Oh,
here we go. This is going to get interesting here.
And I think it doesn't need to.
Yeah.
That doesn't need to. Phoenix just needs to keep his cool.
We just need to keep our cool here, lads. This isn't rugby. Majority of us didn't make it in rugby, so that's why we're here today. We're here today, whānau. Didn't quite crack the NRL, so here we are.
And the ones that did, the Sean Johnsons, he would have.
And that's
nice
beautiful.
Ball.
That tip-in's on.
And that's an answer.
That's an answer back that you
well
wanted
done,
if you're playing up. And that's the man you probably wanted more on the ball throughout that second half.
Yes, I agree, Dan. I agree. Not that he's my son, but he wears my number.
Yeah, and that was just beautiful. Just into his long ball is probably something that doesn't get enough respect for, as well as his diving game, and it's just his bread and butter. As Pearl Jam looks to get the cookies there, but just an awesome game of touch footy between two proud clubs. And just as a Pearl Jam man myself, I don't love many clubs out there as much as I love the Playing Up boys. And as much as I am elated at that win, it is a bit heart-wrenching, and big ups to the Playing Up boys and to both these teams just putting on a spectacle for this semi-final.
That's amazing, Dan. I just want to congratulate you and really enjoyed the commentary. It's not often that I get to the pleasure of understanding and conversing with an elite IQ person in the game. So I have to commend you on that and commend Pearl Jam. To Playing Up, I think we're in a development stage. I just think there's a few things that we could have done better, but I think the best team won at the end of the day. Yeah,
and they're going on the right direction. And when you've got the likes of Wiremu Takarai, and you've got all these boys that have been here a long time, the Sean Laws of the world, Takura Ropatis, Reihana Suda Finch, you're going to get that development, and the boys are just going to learn from that pain. As someone that's experienced this pain down here in Whakatane a few times, it's you come back better for it, and you come back with that hunger. But yeah, just awesome being here with you, Pete. Always loved your whānau. So much respect for your whānau within the touch community and what you've done for our for touch when it comes to Aotearoa. And I guess from a former Auckland boy myself, my first ever time from playing with Pearl Jam was actually playing against you, Fujirai, which was about 10 years ago, which is a story I haven't shared yet, so it's been awesome to share the commentary with you.
Nice, and I wish you all the best in the final, my friend, and thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and your experience and your insight to Pearl Jam. Really a pleasure.
Awesome. Kia ora whānau.
Kia ora whānau. Just to our sponsors once more, the Whakatane Association Charitable Trust, the Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation and the One Foundation, Clearsite Consultancy. We thank you for your support for the Whakatane tournament. And to all the whānau out there, get down, there's finals to come where you can see Pearl Jam go to that final. And it's going to be a spectacle, I will let you know. Kia ora whānau.
Distance from above, dignified, extra, extra light. Do ya love the way you walk, live the way you talk, justified, Mr. Side. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, unafraid, find a way to relate. Why don't you come on over? Do ya like the way you love? Distance from above, dignified, extra, extra light. Do ya love the way you walk, live the way you talk, justified, Mr. Side. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, unafraid, find a way to relate. Why don't you come on over?
That holds them in good stead, so it should be a good battle.
Yeah, and they're first with the ball here. Waire working the middle. Special mention, of course, to our referees for this men's semi-final, Brett Kimpton, Adrian Brown and Carly Rua out there for this Open men's semi-final. They're going to have a lot of action on their hands.
Just there, they're going to their strike, their primary early. E4, he's got a very, very good low game. They run a little bit of a circle fake out ball with a dive. Something new from Efion, like E4. So, very good to see. At the moment, they transition on and probably playing up strike at the moment. They've got Tian on the ball, and that's who they want to have on the ball. He's been very good thus far today.
And the touch there from E4 Jones, just disrupting the long ball out to the wing there of playing up. So they'll get a reset here right up on the 7. Playing up, and big opportunity to show off their attacking prowess early here, Pete.
Yeah. One of the other strike players that they've gone to, Tutui, very good at the low quickie or punish on the link, and he goes straight to his primary play. And they should come back to a 33 ruck or 32 ruck for Tian coming down the lane. No, they go a reverse. They've really got to be smart here playing up to go to the hot hand.
There it is.
And there it is.
The link didn't shut the gate there, and straight through go playing up. First points in this Open men's semi-final go the way of the men in purple.
I talked a little bit about Waire at the start of this. Playing up, actually missing two of their marquee players in Sean and Chopper, but we've got a really good young breed coming through, and the best place to learn is in a semi-final.
Yeah, that's it. We saw last year the Jedi boys took out the drop-off tournament, so some of those graduates now in the Open men's here with playing up, so awesome to see that pathway, of course, and we speak of pathways, none other than Waire as well, who are always bringing those young players through.
And just as we're talking, I think a big strength of the playing up side is to have, and I rate them as the two best wingers in the country at the moment, Finn on one side and Razor on the other.
Yep.
Yeah, it really compresses the Waire attack. At the moment, I think the Waire platforms are a little bit passive, so they really need to change that up and get into something a little bit more, with a little bit more intent.
Yeah, we spoke of the wingers in the last game. We saw Rahana Suda Finch there grab one and run the length of the field in their game against Loaded. Proved to be a big score in the end of things. I mean, you're right, Finlay Barnett, also one of the premier speedsters and finishers in our game. So, excitement across the park.
Yeah. So interesting, just the back end of that, not that tidy. They want to finish a little bit sharper, either through the line or ball to ground. So they can get a good defensive set on.
And here come Waire through their transition. They work back towards the middle. And reset here for Waire, about 10 out from the attacking line.
I talked a little bit about quality with the Waire side. Obviously, you got number 23 on there. Without a doubt, one of the primary marquee players in the country at the moment. Mitz has been there for very, very smart indeed. And that there, they just run an outplay, the link wing lift, and maybe lifted a little bit slow there. They should have been up to target and out. But, good change up, a little bit soft in my eyes.
Yeah, but they get it through the hands and they execute at the end of the day. They're Waire and they'll stroll in.
Yeah, they've got to be pushing up and holding to push them over the top to double that one. And then Finn just came a little bit late after I just, commentator's curse. I just talked him up. Yeah, but anyway.
Here come playing up the middle, throw the long ball. And forward is the call. Yeah, and you mentioned Mittagraham, of course, recently named to coach the Māori All-Stars coming up in their touch fixture against the Indigenous All-Stars coming up a little bit later in the year. So
yeah, and that's great for Mitz. He's given a lot to the game as a player, and good that he can give some of that knowledge back as a coach. It's a different setup with the Indigenous. They're going not too bad with it. Oh, and again, a little bit of youth on the outside where they run a sort of semi-passive there. Caught them in a half mark and get them on the outside. But, that should be really, really, really good for Mitz, as I was saying. I think just coming out of transition, playing up, just need to put some defensive comms, either pull back and suck into the 7 to make them go passive, or just put some defensive comms and push a little bit stronger at a point defender. They're just a little bit lax at the moment when they're coming out of transition.
Yeah, and for those who have been following along through the live stream, here's a little breakthrough touch called into the playoff games. Now we are, of course, 2 15-minute halves, no longer the 25-minute straight shoot games here for these playoffs. Here's Takuha Ropati, dumps and go.
Yeah, playing up really need to look at their platforms there, it's really not that strong a platform to give some indecision with the Waire defence. So that 4-5 touch, or pull them back with some attacking range and ensure that they can get a little bit more assertive going forward.
And here come Waire, probably one of their most dangerous points, this transition in front of their sub-box. They're probably one of the best going around at it. They come into shape now.
Mitz pulling the strings from that link position, closing that attacking triangle. Look, they should get them out there while they can.
Here is DeGraham, and they'll just roll it back there. 5th touch. Well defended in the end there by playing up, and on their favourable side too for the exit. It's a little bit clunky there.
Yeah.
They've transition.
Why did they put a 3-3 press on it and really, really stole the possession off it? But this gives them a little bit of direct, and then they can go power off that. It's good. I don't know about cutting to a nothing. They've got to stay outside. Kia ora whānau, and we're back at the 2025 Whakatane tournament, and I have with me today Dan Nicol. In our 35 men's grand final, we have playing up versus the last year's champs, As One being the reigning champions from 2024. Dan, what are we hoping to see?
I calling that last game between the Pearl Jam and playing up was probably more of a Ferrari. This one will be the Rolls Royce. This will be a little bit more technical, a little bit more skillful. We'll see a little bit more footwork. And this one's just going to be as exciting. Two prestigious teams, two teams that have been here for decades playing in the men's grade. So it's going to be a great watch, Whānau.
Okay, and as we see on our screen here, we've got As One in the black. Dan, just take us through the As One team.
Yeah, the As One team. So starting on the wing, Mr. Wehapi's out there. You can see him out there. Walsh, Thomas, Rawiri, Rayner, and we go down the list to Gardner. And I think there's a special mention to Australian counterpart, and Mr. Prince, Scott Prince, has made the trip over for As One. So he'll be really exciting to watch. Coming off really successful Masters campaigns in Australia as well as Opens campaigns, so this will be a good one.
And in the playing up side, we have number 1, Urimu Takare. He obviously coaches a lot of the playing up sides, and he's playing today. Tama Guthrie coming out of the New Zealand Open Men's and the Guthrie family. Urimu Neho Ben McCulloch, Te Puna Sellers, Julius Gavitt, Aaron Nutai, again ex-New Zealand Open Men's player, Xavier Horan, Gary Riley, captain and ex-New Zealand Open Men's player, Emi Tahuri, Johnny Akavi. Johnny Akavi is back. He's won many a title in his career, and he's back with the playing up setup. After Johnny Akavi, the one, the only, the Henry Dunn, number 13. And if you are from Whakatane, we have Ricky Horlock, who is a founding member of the Whakatane setup down here, and very, very renowned. Victor Kalolo, and the number 16 is Jamie Laufisa. Assistant manager John Mana, and they've got me down as the coach, and I absolutely don't coach this side. Many a year ago I have coached all these players, but really looking forward to a great competition.
Yes.
Just before we carry on here, I just want to again talk about our sponsors: Whakatane Touch Association Charitable Trust, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation, One Foundation, and Clearsite Consultancy. Thank you very much for what you do for our game.
Yeah, and we're just tuning in here to the 35 men's final between Playing Up and As1, and this one's going to be a spectacle whānau. This is the one that you want to turn on. Two teams that have been here before. A lot of these Playing Up boys were here when they went through that period of those Open Men's titles. It's good to see the likes of John Mana on the sideline there in the manager's role as well. So this is just going to be a cracker of a game, and two teams that have probably faced each other down here for plenty of years. Lots of IQ, lots of mana down here, so it's going to be between two proud teams. Can't wait to call this one.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting what both setups bring. The As1 have been playing together for a little while, so I'm thinking that they'll just be a little bit more connected. The playing upside, as much as I say there's a lot of legends in there, you know, they've just come together for a bit of a renaissance and a reunion. I just want to say a big shout out to Jamie Laufisa, who coached most of these boys back in the day, and he's on the sideline supporting them. And you know, the grade itself to all the 35 players, the Masters players out there that competed in the Whakatane tournament. Congratulations to you all.
And here we have As1 tapping off on your screen, running right to left. This opening set's probably going to define how physical this contest is going to be. Just a casual setup for As1 coming into that 7. But when you've got a defensive straw halt like Aaron Nutai, it's going to be really hard.
Oh, very lucky there. That the wing lift was a little bit late there from our main man, Ricky Horlock. He just needs to ensure that he drop and lifts on that outside. Lovely little outplay from As1, and I'm loving the technicalities.
And there it is. That Scotty Prince's bread and butter. He loves it. Him and his mate Karnui Cox, they love that Geordie setup and looking to go open from that right to left. Been running it for mix for so many years in the NTLs in Australia, and seems to bring it here down to Whakatane.
Yeah, I just think that you've got Aaron Nutai here, and he pulls that, and then he steps back, and yeah, we just needed something from the 5 there. We just needed a lift there. We needed some sort of comms there. But good start to As1. Well done.
Probably see something revolve around that man in the number 1 jersey coming up into the 7.
So running a sweep setup, Henry Dunn goes in to Tamagafria with a reverse, and we go through the hands, and that's some classy play there. And then good that the winger gets back out.
Great recovery from the middle there.
Yeah. So we just need to make sure we're finishing those ones. Yeah, they're doing that early sweep release. Tamagafria at the ball.
Yeah, when you've got someone like Tamagafria coming on a sweep shape, it almost have to collapse it. So that play, and that's bread and butter for Mr. Takarai there.
He runs the sweep, and then he gets crushed with the follow there. But that's a great setup. I thought he might have given it to him early to let him play body, but it's the fake give and running the follow.
Yeah, and when you've got someone like Tama Guthrie on that sweep shape, your corner's going to be instantly just pulling. You're not going to worry about the step back, and you're probably not thinking that follow option's even an option, because for the last, I guess, 15 years he's been beating teams on both sides of the Trans-Tasman with that sweep shape. So that was just great attack, great IQ from the Playing Up boys there.
I'm loving this. I'm loving the setup. I'm loving the early release there. And
not too sure what happened coming into that
I think
setup there. Might have run dead.
Yes, I think that short in goals that we talked about previously, interesting. As Johnny Akavi goes forward, Gary Riley, he's not used to the yardage part of the game.
Yeah, Mr. Riley is probably more in tune with just attacking the 7 and finding the sub-box.
Yeah. He was in the other game.
Yeah, had the pleasure of playing with Mr. Riley for Niue at the Pacific Cup this year.
Oh, nice.
And it was just awesome to have such a spearheaded leader in our team. And he turned back the clock with a few of his quickies. We'll see if Aswan can pull one back.
I think that's Sean Brown in number 12 there that I see going on.
Yeah,
and a couple of their strike players, they'll enter onto the park. Let's see what they're running here. So he goes into that quickie shape. It's good recovery from Aaron Nutai there. So good, got him on the 8 or the 9, so he gives him a bit of relief.
Yeah, looks like we're trying to play for that penalty there, getting them both up. Equally good defence from playing up. You just see if Scotty Prince back into his Geordie shape. Probably a loss of his feeding there, but equally that was a great touch from the middle there. He won that range, won that gate, forced him to step back.
Yeah, one as one and playing up one, it's anyone's. We just need to ensure that playing up can get forward. They have the legs to get forward, and that's good by Aaron Nutai. Just get forward. Like, our game's pretty basic at the end of the day. Get forward, control the ruck.
Yeah, it's a great lift from Aswan there, just competing in their orange zone. Just seeing if playing up can kind of break that middle zone down there. Intercept from Mr. Prince, probably gets that 0 count, and will give Aswan the 7 coming into this set.
A little bit technical back end for playing up there. I thought, Dan, they can make it a lot easier than the double skip.
Yeah, it's probably something we're not something the playing up boys would probably look at when you've got the experience and the head in the box of Mr. Lafiso as well. Probably just calming the boys down and just getting back into some more simple processes. Yeah,
and ensuring that we've got the right people. They've got so much prowess in terms of attack on the ball as Gary Riley enters the field. That's, roles and responsibilities.
Yeah, just in turn, Aswan probably stifling a little bit of the attack, but let's just see how playing up can. A little bit of an error there.
Yeah, Johnny Akavi, in his day, I'd have to say, through his secondary schools play and even youth play, he would have been ranked the number 1 player in the world. And it's great to see him back on the field. It really is. It's a pleasure. He's a lovely man now. He's got a young family, that plays sport. So these guys, as one come out of transition here, let's see what they kick into.
Yeah, this game's probably a little bit more technical rather than the fast pace that we saw of the last one.
And Sean Brown, he's in there.
Might not have been the execution to which Aswan wanted, but it's still 7-7. You pin them on their try line to see how they can work through this orange zone to stifle their transition. And that was a great lift there from number 4, just lifting up early.
Yeah.
Okay, 9 times out of 10, when you do get an early sub on that transition, it means that when you do fly, there's not enough numbers to actually shift for that 2 pass and just force an error. That's great defense there.
Oh, early release there. What have we got here?
Oh, there might have been a little bit of 50-50 on that early release on that second phase, but you got to make your luck and touch footy, and you give that man some space on the link there, and just an easy step back for Scotty Prince.
Yeah, I think playing up just need to be a little bit more assertive in their defensive setup here. Johnny Akavi comes forward, then he brings the link. Johnny could make that one. It's left to right, and push him into a Geordie left to right throw. At this level, we really want to see the prowess as playing up reply.
Yeah, looks like we're into a ping-pong battle here, Whānau, to see if we can get a defensive stop, which is something that both teams probably didn't come down here to do.
Yeah, I think it's all about offense today, Dan. And as I look across the field and I see Aripao here, he's coaching on the other side there. We've got all the attackers.
Yeah, got all the attackers, probably the best attackers we've seen in New Zealand touch. So this is just going to be who can outscore the other.
I'm good for 15, 16, whichever way it goes. So interesting, the physicality, though. Like in all honesty, it's played with a good spirit. Like we talk about winning rucks and how that's happening, and it's all done in with the best intentions.
Good shape there, probably attack, but more so from defense, just holding on that down the lane shape.
Oh, and I love how they're always looking to tip it on or pass it on.
Yeah, and that was just great defense from playing up. When you've got someone coming down the lane there and you've got an early drop on that link, it actually makes it easier for the point middle to actually recover and pull a little bit more straight, which we saw with Aaron Nutai there. So it's great defense.
Yeah. I love how you talk technically. I don't think in their trainings that they've been that technical, but I love how you're reading our game. Beautiful. Let's see what Woodamu's bringing to the table here. And he looked a little off. Great from Julius. Woods picks up, goes in. He's in the in goal.
Yeah, that's bread and butter for Woods.
A little bit of pushy and a little bit of bargy here, but it's all done in good faith. I think he got that much space that he was shocked himself as they come through. They
defended that set at the start really well. It just opened up the space, and playing up, you give them too much space. They're too smart. They'll check the ball around. They'll find the cavity in the defense line. And Takarai just winding the clock back there. Just need to chuck on some calfskins, and we're seeing some OG Woodamu Takarai.
Yeah, I love how Julius got in the back of that gate there and pretty much set a platform for Woodamu to get through there. As we got Sean Brown coming through, I'm expecting a lot from Sean Brown. Just a little bit of disconnection in the half there. Oh, and a great out by Shawnee there. And Gary Riley, not renowned as a defender. He sort of got caught on his heels then.
I think I've played Mr. Brown once before in the mixed grade, and he actually just made us look silly. So he's really intelligent, great outball.
Yeah. And again, we talk about men in our game, and Sean's been a stalwart for the New Zealand Open mixed, and he's a great person, and good on him.
Yeah, so just looking over these team lists, just like we called, it's just going to be an attacking fest. I think it's just going to be who can outscore the opposition team.
Well, I'm waiting for Henry Dunn to show his wares, like as they drop in, and Henry comes on that sweep there.
Winding the clock back.
Winding the clock. I don't know about the feed, the Woodamu Takare, it's a play that we feed that one on purpose forward. I don't know if there are any refs out there, but, he got forward of the ball and one that dominated that ruck as Woodamu comes here. Aaron Nutai, Woodamu pulls back. He gets forward of the feed, playing the body, and there's,
and that's beautiful attack, and it's something that playing up have historically always been with good quickie components. Something that Woodamus from the playing up squad probably developed more than anyone else on their quickie game, just going forward instead of going sideways, playing at the body more.
Okay, now we've got as one coming through the field, and as we're going, and now putting that's a middle ruck, and they're coming down the lane. Scotty Prince is coming, and Scotty Prince dives. Oh, Scotty Prince actually gave the ref a little bit of a hand there and told him that was down, sir. But anyway, I don't think you're going to judge the refs. And at the moment, with our refs, and I just want to say a big shout out to Sonny, and as Scotty throws that long, and it goes forward, Mario and Moana, just the efforts that they give in our lovely game. It's Sonny Whakaro and Mario Ropitu.
Yeah, just three real quality refs, and it just allowed this game to be free-flowing. Like we spoke about the physicality of the game, and they've let it go. They let the boys play, and that's why we've got some free-flowing touch. So, big shout-out to our refs for this one.
As playing up come through, it's a drop-in. Oh, Gary Riley. Oh, Oh, yes, I totally agree there. Oh, a bit of argy-bargy. I don't know about Gary Riley and argy-bargy, I've never seen him in argy-bargy, and he's not moving too well at the moment, so maybe he's frustrated that he's not moving too well at the moment. But I think discipline's got to be a part of the outcome of this game, so... I think playing up need to sort out that discipline side of things. And
their orange zone defence on this has probably won them a little bit of field position. Unfortunately for that scoop, we probably got to split the wrong way on that plant, which made the scoop into man on.
Oh, Dan, I love your technicalities when you're talking about it. And as we go and he hits the link there, sort of giving the ball back, but anyway, I think the fatigue might be setting in a little bit here, Dan. And And as one of the playing up players, Julius runs off the field with a bit of calf cramp.
Yeah, this is going to be free-flowing for the rest of this game. We're just going to see whose legs hold out. And it's just such a high-paced game, and as one really showing a lot of connection in their second to third touch. And it appears to be just on the back end we're playing up, and just like that, Wuramu drawing his middle out, playing the offside, probably playing the penalty there.
He got touched 3 times in that. Wuramu got touched 3 times in that one passage there, and he got what he wanted. He got so at the moment he's got the hot hand.
Yeah, because as one just have a really good Orange Zone's defence of touch 2 and touch 3, and we always talk about Orange Zone defence for touch 3, where you most likely have the least amount of attacking players on the field, so you can send out more flyers. But playing up seemed to just be getting the checking around their back, and just pulling both of the players out on that 4th and 5th. It's probably winning them a bit of field position at the moment, as Mr. Takarai draws another
Henry Dunn must be getting a little bit frustrated here. He's come on like 10 sweeps and hasn't got the ball once, as Wuramu Takare runs to the box, and we chuck on Aaron Nutai. And Aaron wearing the famous number 7, that he made famous in the playing out touch club.
Yeah, it's be a big D-stop here from as one. So we see a good release on that 32 long, but
great release, double release, and Tom's just bubbles that. I'm thinking it's fatigue myself.
Yeah, we'll put it down to fatigue for the gentleman.
Yeah.
But starting to get into a bit of a flow.
Yeah. As one need to really come back strong here. I think if they sort out their discipline, they'll have a good opportunity in terms of setting platforms for Scotty Prince.
It's unfortunate with our middle and link chopping the same line there.
Like you said to me earlier, those little shortcuts that in the rule. I don't know
about. We've got a man like himself.
Standing in the opposition line. Probably, you have to be pretty smart to get away with that one, Dan. But anyway, where there's a will, there's a way.
Let's see what we can do on the hooter here.
Johnny Akavi goes through. He switches for the late. I don't think Xavier heard the hooter go there. He's playing the short pass. So just with this, obviously it's been a battle for the first 15. What's your thoughts, Dan?
Yeah, I think as one started hot and they off that Geordie setup and getting a little bit of disconnect, but playing up off the back of Takarai on attack and Aaron Nutai on defence, they've just found more of a solid foundation. Being able to depict as one's Orange Zone defence, getting them a lot of success rate, and then on defence just their holds, probably holding as one out and frustrating them a little bit on 7. But this is, like we said, this is the Rolls Royce of today, Whānau, so tune in for the next half.
Yes, Whānau, and just before we get it to that, again, our sponsors, the Whakatane Touch Association Charitable Trust, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation, the One Foundation, and the Clearsite Consultancy. Just thank you for your contribution to our beautiful game. We have a game on here with as one and playing up. I think for me, the fatigue factors are coming in here, so that's got to be an option here for as one. As we can see the screen, Scotty Prince has got the hot hand, and if Sean Brown and Scotty Prince, are the primaries for these guys, then they're certainly in a position where they can do this. For playing up, I think they just need a little bit of more discipline in terms of what they're bringing, and they're looking a little bit shaky around the leg, around the physicality, but just ensuring they tidy those up, because certainly got enough as attack, just being a little bit more assertive on defence.
Yeah, and definitely looking forward to the second half. I'm expecting, because of that fatigue factor, attack is probably going to be a little bit more free-flowing. We're going to see a lot more tries than we did in that first half. So
Yeah.
to see who we can, I guess, execute on the back of those setups from both teams.
And while we're at half, I'm looking forward to our Women's Open Final, which is the last year's Whakatane champions, which is playing up Open Women's, coached by Latoya McIntyre, versus the Legacy Touch girls out of the Waikato. Legacy missed out in terms of last year's final, and they lost in a drop-off. So they're looking to, I suppose, come back and add to that last year.
Yeah, and that final is going to be really exciting. Legacy coming off a successful Nationals campaign as well with the Waikato there, but you're trying to knock off the defending champs and playing up women, so it's not going to be an easy feat. And it's just, going to be an awesome final. It's going to be one of the finals we probably haven't seen in the last decade without the Bullets ladies there, so big ups to Legacy for getting through on that one. So tune in after this one final, because that's going to be a banger of a game.
I agree, Dan. So we're getting into the second half with playing up, running from right to left, and tapping off for our second half.
As one are going to have to step up here on defence just to shut out the likes of Guthrie on this attack line. You can probably see the ball be stuck to the hip of these two, and there's going to be a big defensive stop if they want to swing any momentum back, because I know the playing up boys in that box is going to get loud if they can get a try to start the second half. Oh, a little bit of a trick play.
Not the famous trick play, and I don't even want to know it. If you know, you know. But anyway, you still got to execute in the trick play.
Yeah, can't call that play because of censorship, but.
Yeah. And they done it for Ricky Horlock. I think it's just to celebrate that Ricky Horlock's playing. And as one come out of transition, they lose that. They really needed that back end there as one. So I think discipline is a big one here in terms of completion. Like both sides have got enough to attack. It's just they're getting forward and ensuring that, they've got fresh legs on and their roles and responsibilities as Victor Kololo comes down. Oh, hot hands comes on, Wuramu Takare.
Yeah, just looking into getting to touch 4 here and seeing what Wuramu can come up with. And that's just an unfortunate error.
Yeah, and again, just these unforced errors, they just need to take that out of the game as Xavier comes forward and tries to make up defensively for that little drop ball there.
Yeah, and that's the only thing we can ask for as a defender is if you're going to create an error, then show some bit of mana on that defense line, and it was just awesome to see him lift there and see if as one can bring something. So
in your setup for your Pearl Jam, in terms of that discipline, is there a call you go to? How do you look at that, or is it just an in-ground thing in terms of that mana defending after an error is made?
Yeah, and I think it's just one thing from us where we just put a lot of onus on that defensive line. And speaking of defensive line, no matter how good your defense is, if the attack's just as good as that from Mr. Brown and Scotty Prince there, you're always going to beat a good defensive line. But just when you're defending, just putting some onus and having a little bit of effort. It's one thing that we probably pride ourselves more so in our club is we celebrate our defensive stops more than our attacking tries.
Nice.
Because if you can defend a team out, no one's going to beat you regardless of how many tries you score. Playing up looks to answer back with Dunn and Guthrie. We'll see what the ref calls here.
Scotty Prince, he's very smart. He's still in the ruck, and I would have X'd him myself, but he's Scotty Prince anyway.
Yeah. He's Australian touch royalty, so probably can get away with a few.
Yeah, and he's played in a few NRL games that, let's see what these two can... I'm liking that strike from the length there. They're going to open that range up and be a little bit sharper than that.
Yeah, when you've got those two boys who are probably more 33 components, and you spoke about that last name, if you strike from the blind side, it becomes easy to do. Let's see if the playing up can settle this set down and as one equally come to the task and defend them out. So we can see Henry Dunn coming to that 32 shape. That's a great defensive set from As1.
And Tama with the outside rolling dive. I'm impressed. So he's not going to sprint the field, but he's got the outside rolling dive.
We'll see how Aswan can come out a little bit of off the mark there, but we'll let it go.
Yeah. Aswan have sort of taken the game since half time. I think they've got a little bit more control.
Yeah, they just seem to, I like to call it our 9 to 5s. You're getting back to work, you're clocking in and you're getting back to work to your 9 to 5 shift, and it looks like Aswan have done that. They've dusted off the finals cobwebs and they look like they're getting to their processes now. So
quite interesting with Johnny's touches. His profile's quite interesting there.
Great bounce play. Yeah, we'll call that a fair touch, please, ref.
Ricky's got no malice there. He's putting his body, obviously, there. And now he's following the player back to the ball. But anyway, at least he's in the right place. It's a slower lift, but it's a lift.
See if Aswan can execute with Prince coming on the sweep shape. That was a great touch there.
Yeah. Oh, no, he missed that one. And Scotty's pulling all the strings at the moment.
Yeah, and it was just that same shape that we probably saw from playing up in the first half. If you've got a dangerous sweeper like Scotty Prince or Guthrie, you almost pull an automatic corner, and what happens is the follow play is usually on with those types of players.
Yeah, and especially when they're pulling it so hard that it opens up that middle
middle, yeah.
Yeah. So they just got to, have a little bit more ownership at that middle. But a bit of comms and obviously IQ on that follow play.
We'll see how Takara can, calm the boys down here coming into the 7.
Yeah, interesting that Aswan have come back and got 2. Oh, and they run a follow of their own.
Well.
Yeah, the same old follow, good play.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking the static play from both teams. It's just two teams that just... Here we go.
Oh, got him on a latch.
Too smart.
Just a latch and late.
Yeah,
similar
the IQ of that man. I've seen him do it on the big stage for playing up in the opens grade for so many years, and he pulls one back out again and gives a little cheeky smile to the camera.
Yeah, 5-all, 5-all. So we got a game on. He just latches in here, look, pulls them in, release, and then a release. Good touch.
Yeah, and I spoke about in the previous game about just players that are just really good at controlling the tempo, and it creates a bit of indecision on the defensive line when you've got someone with really good touch IQ who can control the tempo on defense, and Aswan looks to answer back. This looks like the ping pong game that we expected for the second half, and this is the game that we want, try for try. We can leave the defense at home for this one, Whānau. And it looks like we're going into just a crossover quickie shape, step back, getting him isolated, and it's just a dot down there.
Yeah, interesting as there. He bit a little bit hard. He should have actually given him, I thought he recovered enough to give him that outside and not bite too hard so he gets done on the step back. Oh, nice physical touch by Sean Brown there. What's he going to bring to the table? Oh, the double pump there off the quickie.
Oh, he had got them on the late, and then that bounce out, that playing up are really known for just being able to either let you, or they'll let you and they'll bounce out that middle.
Yeah.
It was just real unfortunate on the execution there as Aswan looks to transition out.
Aswan's legs, though, they're looking good. Playing up a little bit, looking a little bit tight underfoot. As Aswan come on, I think they got their backs up.
Yeah, Aswan just looking real smooth on both sides of that transition, that orange zone. And then we've got Met. Yeah, that's a great shuffle. That's good under defense from Aaron Nutai. But they're just looking really fresh and looking like better of both with fatigue in the legs.
Still got a bit of time in this game. Still got a bit of time, but those little basic transition errors, I think there was a little bit of hard done by at the ruck there, as Benny McCulloch and Scotty Prince are going eye to eye. If I was Scotty Prince, I'd watch out. Benny's got a short wig, but anyway.
It's going to be awesome to see if the playing up boys can just defend this one out.
Yeah,
and swing some momentum back.
Yeah, and a little bit of discipline. I'm feeling that they just need a discipline call. All good having all the tools, but still got to be disciplined about how we apply ourselves.
Probably going to a 32 shape here for Scotty Prince, or just playing for a penalty.
Yeah, I think they need to take Scotty out of the game, so that ruck there is the better one to play.
He had actually stepped both savers on that play.
He got a little bit carried away. With
I think he was happy. He rewind the clock back with his former teammate Benji in that Sharks game with the triple step back. And he had stepped back the open side and the short side saver. And let's see if this man in number 1 can pull one back.
This is better for playing up, though. At least they're getting through the field. Just a basic setup. Short side, gets into the end goal. Again. And I don't know how that got down or who got tackled there. Oh, those short in goals.
Lost ball there, but that short in goal can be quite a killer when you're going deep into the try line like that. But Wiremu Takara seems to be having it on a string on both sides. Whether he's going open or at dummy half, let's just see if they can back it up, because Aswan looked fresher coming out into this transition set.
Ricky Horlock's, he's giving us all on that far side. I'd be praying right to left here if I was Aswan, because I'm thinking Ricky's not in the freshest mode at the moment. He's
still working really well to get into that orange zone with the step back, no look.
Oh, the step back on the step back. And
some razzle dazzle from Aswan.
Yeah.
See if playing up can pull something back to get this.
Heading in the right direction. If we need legs, a little bit of argy-bargy in here. We just got to tidy up our ruck.
Aswan working really hard on that touch 2 and touch 3, just winning that orange zone, getting a good 2-fly defense. But this is where playing up are most dangerous. Just checking the ball around, getting the point defender.
I have to say their last touch options are not the best, but anyway, the intensity of that set as Gary Riley runs to the box.
And you've caught it, Pete. Fatigue is probably playing a really big factor. It isn't like 2013 where these boys were running 430 Broncos.
Yeah, I think it's more than fatigue. I think it's like it's pain now. It's gone past fatigue. Oh, there was a penalty called.
We go.
And Scotty got it. Scotty's our man at the moment. He's manipulating not at the try line with the referees as well. But good on you, Scotty. So we need a good defensive set here from playing up. As one could really do a lot of damage here, with 4 minutes to go. It could be the, clutch play here.
And that's just, good defense from the middles there.
Yeah.
We'll just see what we can come up with Aswan. And like you said, this could be...
Scotty's on the ball here, so let's say right to left. He pumps that one, steps back.
2 really experienced middle defenders there for playing up.
Slam that, Geordie.
Good release.
Well done, Ricky Horlock. Good from Scotty with that Geordie in play, Time's starting to work against playing up now, so, if they've got anything left in the tank, we need to see it here.
A little bit of foot on the ruck there, but we'll play on. And Aswan again, just really good fly defense on their 2-man wave.
As Tama Guthrie comes on and gets a little bit of a bump there.
See you,
Gary Riley. Gary
with a little bit of a hip and a scop there.
Yeah, I think it was harder to stop than it was to start. But anyway, he had a go.
Looking into last play. Oh, Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Guthrie gets...
off the cuff.
So we're getting a hold it, put it down from the box. I think you need to just score the try. There's plenty of time to go in this game, Whānau. As Scotty Prince comes back to halfway. We've got 2.5 minutes and it's a draw. A little bit of indecision here. Gary Riley is helping out the ref there. We go there. Hemi goes, gives a little bit of a pass off. He cuts back in, runs a bit of a screen there, and it's a try.
And you've got to make your luck and touch footy, and that's exactly what that was. And to see... I think the set might be one of those defining ones on if one gets up on defense and one gets up on offense.
Not the most beautiful try I've ever seen, but it's a try as it was, as one comes back.
Yeah, and great speed there from Mr. Guthrie. Probably got that from his younger brother there.
Yeah, and it would have been great to see Tivoli Guthrie just a little bit under the age threshold as they go short side. And Aaron Nutai, and it's going...
What's call there? Holding on that one. But that was just a good breach of that try line from Scotty Prince there, just to eye up, square up the defender and take him short side. But see if we can get
a penalty. It's a penalty. So they, as one with time, we've got 1:30 to go.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted, Whānau. 35 men's grade here, and 6 scores locked
someone
up.
needs to push here, yeah. We need to get a little bit more assertive, There needs to be a call, push out hard.
Yeah, you don't want to give those 3 penalties and play with 5.
Yeah, they got 2 up here. He chases him as Wiremu comes, not the most graceful. Oh,
that's the third there.
That's the third.
Just having a discussion here whether that's the second
2 or 3
or third.
Yeah, and I think the ref gets to make his mind up whether it's 2 or 3. So,
and it's usually here when it's 5 on 6 where you see defenders kind of lift. So this is going to be a massive
Link's
set
got
here.
to engage in this. Link's got to engage. We've been through this.
Yeah, we've seen this earlier on today.
A year ago. Here we go.
Ball down.
Off a touch of the hand. Ball down.
There's one getting it on the. Is that on the hooter, Whānau? There's one.
On the hooter.
On the hooter to get that
well
one.
Done to
and pick it at the end there. Big ups to Az1. Absolutely elated on the field here. So much energy. Playing up, boys. Dug it in there. A little bit gutted on how that probably transpired at the end there, but Az1.
I think playing up just need to go and shake their hands. The game's the game. Well done to Az1. You came through, your body's worked, and I think as you're looking across at them walking across, there's some bodies that are working and there's some bodies that are not working. And I think, good learnings for playing up, coming to their first 35s tournament, about adding some respect to it, that you've got to come in condition. But again, a good testament. A 7-6 score line is a testament to where they are in their touch and in their lives. Being a little bit older, but great game.
Yeah, and just Az1, probably the deserved winners, just being able to control that tempo in the middle stages of that game, having the fresher legs is probably what was the defining moment, and then Scotty Prince all class here, and you've got to take your opportunities, and this was an opportunity in which he took, and to win it on a final is a pretty good, on the Hooters, a pretty good feeling. So big ups to Az1 for that one.
Big ups. And again, just to Az1 and playing up in that 35 men's area, congratulations to you both for making it to the final. To all those teams that did play in the 35 grade, congratulations for you getting down here and playing the game that you love. Just want to thank you again, Dan, for your great view and viewpoints on our beautiful game, and to our sponsors, finally, Whakatane Touch Association Charitable Trust, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation, One Foundation, and Clearsite Consultancy. We thank you for your contribution to our lovely game and to Whakatane. Dan, I hope that you're around for the next couple of games. I don't know what's happening here, but you have been a blessing to have called all these games with you. So to our whānau out there, get down to the Whakatane Touch Tournament if you've got nothing to do. We have 2 great finals to go. We have Pearl Jam versus...
for Waire and the men's final, and the next one is our legacy for us playing up in the women's final. So 2 crack of a game final. So if you're in and around Whakatane, this is the place you want to be. You want to be down here watching the best of the best go at it. And if not, tune in on YouTube. We're here.
Kia ora whānau.
like the way you love, distance from above, dignified. Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, why don't you come on over? Do ya like the way you love, distance from above, dignified? Why don't you come on over? Get to know me, why don't you come on over?
Playing up this year, they do have a few, I would use the term imports, but I'm not sure if that's a true reflection of the players that they have coming in, but let's hope that they can break that duck. I'll go playing up.
There it is. He's not going to put a sack of Kinners on this one because he's already down one in the last 2 months. However, what he can promise is this one's going to be full of action. Bullets, as I mentioned, first use of it there. Nice little interchange play and the stretch early. Throwing the ball around early in this women's final. Good to see from the Bullets ladies.
Yeah, it was timid start there from Bullets after the early foray into the wide passing. So they threw the ball around to start the set, and then coming into that final touch, just starting with the football. So again, a big tick of approval for the playing up defence. It's always nice when you can defend that very first set of 6. So we'll see how they go in this transition.
Yeah, here come playing up. There's yards up the middle into the end zone. They couldn't get that one down, just too high for them in the end.
Yeah, young Skylar Tainui Takere there in the number 2 strip for playing up. Still a teenager, so plenty of years ahead of her in not only this in this field in Whakatane, but also with North Harbour. She represented last year, as well as New Zealand made her debut in the Women's Open last year. So plenty of promise, plenty of potential from young Skylar. As we see a bit of an error from Bullets, a bit uncharacteristic, not what we've seen from them throughout the course of the day, Brad.
No, they've been so solid in their transition. That was a little bit of a surprise to see an unforced one just go out in front there. So an opportunity now for playing up, although they've got to get some numbers onto the field. There they are now, playing up, looking a little unorganised here, though. Perhaps as the dump strike coming left.
Yeah, they just swept around into man on there as Nordsai and Dina Puketapu looking to work in tandem with Rebecca Tamati. Ball goes out to the right-hand side. That was the final touch, and yeah, I think you were right, Brad. It was a little bit disjointed. Just the comms not quite gelling for the playing up outfit, but it is early days. 2 minutes gone. We're running with 15-minute halves here, whānau, if you have just joined us. So 30-minute game all up for the finals and knockout touches. Olive Hey shoots out of the line, makes that touch, and they're really trying to put pressure on this Bullets outfit.
Yeah, and this is a little bit more what we're used to for Bullets in their transition. That was a lot tidier, at least until that play. There they go now. This is better from Bullets. And pass, though.
Yeah, forward pass, I think it was. And yeah, it was a little bit, the quality was there in terms of the ball handling. But I think just the stifling defensive pressure of playing up really applying the blowtorch to Bullets here.
Yeah, they're trying to be up and disrupt this Bullets flow. They will have seen them a couple of times through the day and how good their transition has been. A big part of it for playing up is going to have to be cutting down some of that transition ascendancy that Bullets have enjoyed today. Here is playing up with the quick dump. Let's see if they can either try and force a penalty here. There it is.
Yeah, great patience there from Tainui Takere. While she is a teenager, she does have good head on her young shoulders. She's got great touch pedigree. With Peter McIntyre, our guest commentator from earlier in the day, being a grandfather, as well as 2 former Touch New Zealand representatives as parents, so the pedigree is there.
Yeah, sometimes you're just born into it and you don't know other choice. Be great or be greater was her options. Here we go, playing up, they're through the line, but touch called. Excellent defence there, I think it was Jamie Colossi.
It was indeed, yeah, really trailed Cody Tote to the short side there and managed to pin her down. Touch there, so yeah, a bit of a small win for Bullets, but a bigger win would be for them getting out of their half in a good transition and getting a good strike on the back end of this set.
Yeah, and for those that weren't joining us in the earlier games, of course, Bullets got here thanks to a 3-on-3 drop-off in the end win in their semi-final over Legacy. Meanwhile, Playing Up got it done in regular time over Pearl Jam.
And surprising play there from Bullets there. They're not afraid to throw the ball around, and I think when you come to this pointy end of the tournament, it's good to be able to have that confidence within yourself to throw the ball around.
Again, it's interesting to see in a final so early. Often you see teams just work through that first 5 to 10 minutes, feeling each other out, seeing where the options might be. Not this Bullets team. They're just going to throw things, and that makes it exciting. It also makes it dangerous for Playing Up. They're going to have to be switched on.
I don't think she was onside there. It was a very short 7 metres. Meg Sycamore thought so. She played through the line. Did the Otago representative playing for Playing Up. So, bit of a short 7 metre line. As we see now, Playing Up again with this press defence, really putting pressure on Bullets. And I don't think Bullets have been tested like this throughout the course of the day.
No, they've really had their way through that transition, and it's been what their platform has.
Kia ora whānau, and welcome back to the premier finals for our Whakatane 2025, where we have Legacy playing the reigning champions from 2024 Playing Up. I just want to congratulate both of those teams, and also welcome my co-host and a really good friend of mine, Rhys Allen, or to everyone that knows our boy, welcome.
Nā mihi nui kia koutou katoa, e mātaki ana I tēnei whakatautaki Whakatane, nā reira pai te noho ki tō tahapi. Engari he kēmu pai ki te haere, pai te kiti a Legacy, ko uru ki roto I tēnei feeling of fighty. So Legacy got over Bullets in the semi-final, and I'm really looking forward to calling this game with you, Pete.
Yeah, and in saying that, just to all our whānau and sponsors out there, to our prominent sponsors, Whakatane Touch Association Charitable Trust, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation, One Foundation, and Clearsite Consultancy, thank you for what you do for us. Can you call our Legacy side, please?
Yep, so Legacy, here we go. We've got Elena Eremea, Zaid, Sarah Bolden, Tia Kimara, Arorangi Totorewa Tauranga, Alison Presley, Alicia Presley, Leila Eremea, Manaya Woodby, Cody Taute, Nawai, Hawera, Mary, Eremea Allen, Regan Chapman, Simon Wilbor, Awatia, Whitiora, Tiura, Tanika Wilson, and lastly, Visinia Whakaleu.
Really exciting side there. You know, they've got sprickerings of the New Zealand Open Women's in that group, and currently the Waikato provincial side hold the national title. And in the Playing Up side, first I'd just like to congratulate Latoya Tainui McIntyre for again making the final, you know, being my daughter, and I love her deeply, but being a coach, it's a hard role. As I go through the team Latoya has put forward, it's Elena Rawley, Mia McCausland, Skylar Tainui Tākare, which is Latoya's daughter, Claudia Hannam, Mariana Winiana, Jessica Maha, Tiare Lang, Ari Tainui McIntyre, my other daughter, Emerson Garrett, Sammy Stanton, Lani Solomona out of Central Auckland, Tia Noatai, Sally Solomona out of Central Auckland, Miana Matariki, Destiny Kātene, and Chelis Cairns. Just a big congratulations to both these teams. It's sprickerings of current and past touch blacks in the Open Women's grade, and I think the spectacle is going to be a great one. Rhys, what are we expecting?
Oh, I've watched Legacy in the semi-final in particular against Bullets, and they play a lot off the 3-2 platform, Pete, at the link. They look to strike from there and look to carry inside with a lot of Geordies and things like that. But just before the game starts, a huge mihi to our 3 referees, an all-female referee squad here today. And I believe this might be the first time that we've got a mother-daughter reffing a final here at Whakatane. Alicia Rauti will be the lead referee with Caitlin Kimpton and Michaela Rueti. I'm pretty sure watching live will be a very happy father and husband down in Christchurch and Canterbury. Adrian, if you're watching, my mate, hopefully you've got a cold one ready to enjoy watching not only your wife but also your girl refereeing this final. It's a huge honour to you and your family and all the mahi that you do with Touch New Zealand and Touchdown in Canterbury, and now we're seeing the fruits of your guys' labour. So looking forward to this game, Pete. It's going to be a bit of a ding-dong battle. I think whatever team gets the ascendancy at half-time may kick away with this one.
And I just want to congratulate Alicia on her World Cup ranking and her World Cup final game. And just to the Rueti family, you know, I've watched your daughter come through and well-deserved. To Caitlin, you know, like, we've got 2 young ladies that are pushing forward. Well done. Congratulations.
Here we go. We've got Legacy starting off now. They win the tap-off. Not too sure of playing up the third at the toss, but coming through, looking to work in the middle here, Pete. Dingo option off the 3-2. Yeah, good defence. Last touch option. Looking for the late cut. And it's a turnover there. It's a good set of defence to start the game with playing up.
Yeah, I think Tia Nortai really runs that defensive unit really well. You know, you've got Emerson there, you know, freshly out of the New Zealand Open Women's. Tia, you know, although she was as good, she gets a hard touch there. She won't be happy with that. You know, so our ball control, very, very important.
Yeah, just looking through the names of a lot of these players in this team, there's some pretty famous names in our sport, especially from the Legacy. You know, like you've got the would-be whānau, you've also got the Kemara whānau well represented here as Legacy look to get the ball back. They got a turnover on the half here, so they'll be looking to capitalise on the second set on the line. Dragging right across to the 2-1 platform. There's a little bit of old school for you, Pete.
Yeah, no, I don't mind the platform. You know, she searched for it a little bit, so yeah, again, another good defensive set. Let's see how we go in terms of our exit set for playing up.
Yeah, critical part of the game, isn't it, Pete, this coming off the red zone and looking to get the ball down the field nice and controlled.
I watched playing up in the earlier games. They just had to tidy up their ruck, and it looks like they've done that. It's going to be interesting how we get that drop there.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see a no-mistake ding-dong battle here early in the game and really see how the fatigue, long day here at Whakatane now, always has been, but it's very hard on the legs, and Legacy looking to work towards the box. There's a lot of experience out there. Ngāwai Hāwera, outstanding player, not only for her club here, her province, but also New Zealand.
Yeah, Ngāwai had a great World Cup. You know, she gave me a call as the New Zealand Open Women's coach and said that she wanted to be a part of it, and I said to her, you can earn that right, and she absolutely did. You know, as we come and playing up or getting to an exit, in both teams you have New Zealand reps right across the board. I think the coaching is going to be interesting in terms of effort put in and what they're going to bring to the game.
Pete, what you've got a bit of involvement here with the Playing Up Club. As they've been looking to attack this short side off the last touch coming off yards. Is that a default system or just what's in front of them?
I think what she's trying to create there is putting the ball so they have to bring it from the far box side and then forcing an error like we've just seen there. So it's a ploy of ours always to finish our box side due to the fact that then, you know, the opposition need to then get the ball right across to their box side. As we're looking at this, we've got Skylar on the ball. You know, one of the primaries as it would be. I thought the pass option was an option there. She's done quite well in the game, but we've got Jess Maha as the ex-New Zealand Open Women's captain. Oh, and a great lift from the winger there. I thought that was good. If Aria ran that line as a definite line, we could have gone over the top. Let's see how Legacy exit us off the field, and that's good. A good press defence by the playing up side. And good yardage there.
Yeah, Edamere here on the wing. It looks like she's brought a drink bottle over. She's going to do a solo wing effort here. Can work every now and again, Pete, as a surprise tactic when you shut up there as a winger, but you just need to be careful and on your toes. Legacy, after that mistake coming off their line, looking to get on a last touch scoop here. Back to the open side. Good D.
Yeah, and what you'll find is playing up will force them to left to right, not the prominent side for any team unless you've got a prominent lefty. Legacy have got a prominent lefty in Cody Toti, but obviously you've got to work to that and work to that skill set.
Yeah, that's right. That's that just shows that we're seeing perfect examples of what you're saying. The girls here are sticking to their systems, which is good. Yeah, they'll probably look to strike back down here, this left-hand side, away from the box side. Yep, beauty. Even though it's a mistake, a drop on the last touch, it's another completed set.
Yes.
After that first mistake in the first set, they've really tidied up their yards.
And we've watched in every game today, Alboy, that the completion rate at the end of the day, it is something that is undervalued, and we need to go on that completion rate. I love that Mary Aramia is on the field. She's an ex-New Zealand women's captain and does bring a lot of physicality to the game. A little dummy there and go would have probably been an option for Mary, but she actually has got a great dive, and she brings a lot to the game as we're rucking through the field.
A lot of people might be sitting at home and watching this and going, oh, it's 0-0. It's not a very exciting game. Well, I can tell you right now, especially as a touch enthusiast, this is exactly what you'll see in the fifth game at Whakatane. There's a bit of a ding-dong on yards, and here we go. Here's a recount on the line.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the first recount we're going to see here.
Yeah, and I think it was a lucky recount. Skylar went to shift that one and got a hand, and Mary got a hand in there. So it's interesting that two teammates then, Tia Kimura, and there's three teammates there, and they all played in the New Zealand, and it's a great ball from Skylar. And as I talked before, she is a primary. She did get a one in the stomach, but yeah, she sucked that in and let it go. So that right side release of hers, she's got a good release both sides, but a really good. So we see it on the replay here. Skylar gets the same quickie. Gets on the outside, a little bit of collapse, goes right to left long, and a good finish there by Destiny Katani.
Almost looked like she knew exactly what the winger was going to do there, and on the catch and release, nice off the right hand too.
Yeah. She's got a pretty much prominent left hand, but she goes all right off both sides. Let's see what Legacy come back with as Zadie comes to the fore, and that's a good shot by Sammy Stanton there. And as Cody picks up,
been really impressed with Zadie's touch over especially the last year or so, and her development. Super fit, quick on her feet, and she obviously spends a lot of time watching the men with being the partner of Avion Jones. So I think her game's developing quite nicely, Pete.
Yeah, and it is, and she's just earned herself a New Zealand Open Women's trial, so you're so right there, Alboy, and it's all earned, she's been in the system for a little while, but she's done really, really exceptional, and she's actually a lovely girl. I hope she's in a lot of, she's a cross-coder, and she's in a lot of it. She just needs to ensure that that she gives that New Zealand Open Women's a good crack, as we see V's very deceptive. She's got a good quickie dive on her, so she'll see them feed her on a setup or on a punish setup quite often, and go that one quite often. Playing up a little bit tight there.
Yeah, I've watched her V play Hamilton girls all the way through Waikato Women's. You're right. She loves to come off the 32 here. Yeah, she does it. She's got a good dive, as you can see there. But playing up, I love the way that they get off the line. They get onside and they take 2 metres straight off the line, Pete, to take those little wee refs calls out of play.
Yeah, and what we'll do is you'll see their outsides drop and lift quite a bit, and Tia will run that middle and be quite stern in terms of running that middle. A little bit of argy-bargy there, but I think, again, Tia's comms in that really solidified things. Let's see how playing up do with the exit.
Yeah, just even looking at the girls' fundamentals as they come down, they get to the side. It's nice and clean. They create separation with their footwork. Just really tidy after their first mistake. It might have just been a bit of early game jitters, but I've been really impressed with the way that the playing up girls have been pounding it down the field there, Pete. And here we go, looking to get involved in the seam. Off the right hand again, looking for the outside.
There's the ball. Is there a finish?
It's good defence, very good defence.
Yeah, and a good follow by Aria there, you know.
Yeah, Tanika Willison there.
I think Legacy just have to look up a little bit when they're exiting, playing up, sort of bailed on a little bit of a bail defence there as Mary. It's great to see Mary on the field. I knew she had a little bit of a niggle and an injury, but really good as Cody gives it to Ngāwai. A little bit of indecision at roles and responsibilities on the pick there.
Yeah, and also we must shout out, I know you gave a bit of a shout out to Latoya and her crew, but also, Holly Graham over there running the Legacy girls, probably could still put the boots on and run the sting for the girls, but then you got half a Waire there over there as well, helping in the sub box.
I love how half a Waire there. I really do. I think it's great.
I just get this feeling that the playing up girls, they got a little bit extra zip in their feet, and I think they're looking good here. They're coming off their right hand again into a little pocket there. Long ball to the corner, chicken.
Oh,
yeah, good defense.
They're running that early release with a follow there. Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
And on the other side of the ball, the Legacy girls are really working hard to come across and help with that chicken with the winger, letting her know that we're here. Don't worry about the chicken, just take your play. It's good. But you're right, this Yahtzee just looks a little, I don't want to use the word clunky, but it's just not as clean in the fundamentals as the playing up girls coming off their line. But
I think the playing up girls are running that 4-2 press, and it's one of their things that really keeps them in good stead here, that they do run that 4-2 press and they try and obstruct them from crossing half, and I think it's a key element of the playing up side to ensure that they're not getting good platforms in a good position to attack, and then they're giving themselves a little bit more leeway in terms of getting through the paddock.
Yeah, that's right. The 4-2 is quite a popular. The Waire men's at the moment are running it. And it seems to be pretty effective. We had a ding-dong battle with Loaded, but back to the women's here. They've got a turnover set here. They'll be looking if they can get one here and go 2 up. It'll put them in good set. Yeah, I like that little wee deep pocket. Not a deep pocket, but it's just enough to create a little bit of confusion with the defence. But Legacy here going to defence, pulled man on.
Zari goes through. Oh, great finish. Skylar went through, played body on Mary and just got in deep and pushes it to the back, and good finish by Sammy.
Yeah, Legacy here, hopefully they bring up the replay. Just went straight into man on defence, and unfortunately for Legacy, the playing up girl, she's very quick off the ball here. Just a quick pick and gone.
I like a little alley-oop pass there, but back on the screen we have Legacy coming through. I think Legacy just need one just to get themselves in the game. And that, not bad. I think just their platforms, if they start their attacking range a little bit earlier, not so much 7, it'll give them a better outcome in terms of what they're trying to achieve.
100% Pete, in the semi-final against Bullets, they weren't going for that one-off strike option. Yeah, they're actually building into their sets and scoring off last after sequencing their play further out. So you're bang on. And for some reason in this early stanza of this game, they've gone for that one-off hit play.
A better defensive set. I don't think playing up really got the best out of that transition set there. So as we're coming through, let's see what Legacy bring to here. Tia's running that defensive pod really good again. So we've got Tia Kimura events, and Tia just gets her a little bit high, but the ref doesn't call it. And
that's just a good physical touch for me, Pete.
Oh, okay, a little bit high for me, but anyway, all good. Yeah, and then they're running this short side. She gets her short side and she scores. Great effort from Tia Kimura there, going that short side. And a good comeback after that hard touch there, like a really good. So let's, with at the 13:30, it's a really good effort from here. Skylar makes that touch there. I think that middle gate was just a little bit closed, and Tia loves that step off that short middle gate.
Just the saving middle there had overcommitted and hadn't waited until the dummy half had passed the ball. Went for the shot, and then obviously that opens up that
that's
gate.
Right. Yeah. And it's something that we're talking about in the New Zealand Open Women's, how we need to keep that balance, that gate. So, after a try, and it's what I said that Legacy needed, they've actually picked their tails up a little bit. They've got enough both ways to make this happen. As Mania comes on, she's out of the New Zealand Open Women's system as well. She can throw a good ball, and just a little bit of an error at the ruck there. They just need to tidy up those to give themselves those opportunities, those platforms. Very close game here, Pete. It was a good fight back from Legacy. They were starting to just make a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes we didn't see in the semi-final, but their communication seems a lot clearer from what I can hear from here. So, coming into the half, if playing up don't get one, Legacy might have a chance to get one off the back of yards. As Skylar comes onto the field and she's with Tia, Skylar gets the feed. I think Aria's line could have been, her assisting line was quite tight there. She wants a latch line on the wing. She wants to be going at the wing and in rather than assisting on that line there. Legacy, they're doing quite well, and with the halves as they are, like if they could get one here, that would be, as the hooter goes, as I say that, it would be really good. Well, there's a half for you. 2-1, Elboy. What's your thoughts here?
The yards after an early mistake from the playing up ladies. They tidied up their yards and they got down the field and coming to their set, not their default, but their set off the right hand. They've capitalised and they've got into the in goal a couple of times and I've got the ball down. And to be honest, I think if there's a difference at the moment, it's coming out of the red zone, working through the orange and creating opportunities.
Oh yeah, and I think for Legacy, just getting that touchdown just gives them a little bit of, I suppose, belief. Like they've been here. They've all been here. There's New Zealand reps right across the board. So I think that's going to give them a little bit of a positive going into it. They've got coaches galore over there as Holly comes forward and they're briefing the refs, on bits and pieces. In the playing up circle, you can see Latoya, giving her controlled delivery there, and they're all ears on. Next to her we have our New Zealand 18s girls coach Gary Riley, so it's interesting to see him in there. And as we have one captain go over and talk about it, the other captain goes and joins them as Tia Nuotai goes to the middle. I think discipline in terms of the basic fundamentals of this women's game needs to be first and foremost. In roles and responsibilities. That there's a lot going on here, and just as I say that, we've obviously the hot hand for playing up is Skylar Tainui Takare. She's a renowned attacker, but I think just the assisting stuff from playing up could be a little bit better. On the other hand, you have renowned attackers in Tia Kimura, in Mania, in the Iramia girls on the other side as Tia picks up there and goes through. And we just need to ensure that our roles and responsibilities are first and foremost in our game. But we're looking forward to an exciting 15 minutes coming up as our temperature drops at Whakatane. This is unusual. It's 5:45 and she's getting a little bit nippy. I don't think these girls will be concerned at all. Playing up, get the tap off to reply. So interesting second half, Elboy.
Yeah, and I'll probably sound like a broken record, but I think just you're talking about the fundamentals. I think the playing up girls at the moment have just got really clean yardage, and if it does get into a yardage battle, quite often than not, the team that can be really tidy in terms of completing their sets will get the chocolates here. So we saw that in our semi-final, the Waire game against Loaded. It was the first game today that we went with no mistakes. Nice. Set completion, and then you win in a drop off, and blessed to have the likes of Tamatoa and E4 in our team. But I believe in this women's final here, if Legacy can hang in there, we saw in the Bullets game they were able to get up on them. So
nice.
I'm hoping that this one might go to a drop off, Pete.
And we all like a drop off, So as playing up and now left to right.
Yeah, so Legacy look like they're... Oh, yes. Beautiful pass. Oh, good touch. It's a great touch. I thought the pass had beaten the defender there.
Skylar's pass selection has got good.
It's a sweeper check back on the bounce. Oh, and I think that's been touched again. Yes.
Yeah. So good work there by Aria. You know, like she's a stalwart of the women's game. Obviously played in both New Zealand Open Women's and New Zealand Open Mixed. You know, I'm very proud of my girl. Sometimes looks at overplaying her hand. So, yeah, she just needs to know, you know, what her role is. And in this team, her experience is first and foremost.
And as you know, in big games, you just can't beat it. Oh, here we go. Another short side scoop because of the overcommitting, saving middle there.
I think, you know, like unfortunately they didn't run a screen there, and Aria just came a little bit late into that pocket with the short in goals. You know, the scoop is an option, but it's a hard one to pull off unless you have an early screen, which is the link running behind the wing. Legacy actually turn it over, so that would, as a coach's heart pounds, that would be one that's really going to be interesting.
Yeah, they defended so well, and I can just imagine the coaches on the far side there, Legacy, they are their coach killers, and it's great to see some of the Waire boys over there because these are all learnings for them, you know, like getting the coaching experience. And there we go, we've got the ball down there.
Yeah, and that was a great, we call it a PAM play where we sweep the link to change the point of attack. Great call by the coach, great execution. And, you know, it just gives you, you've got to defend differently at the link there. And if you're not good at contact and you don't take that release profile to get them to step back in, as you see here, they shift, here shifts it out, shifts again. But back to our game, Legacy need to reply here as Cody takes the ball forward to V and passes off. We've got enough here. Mania is on the board and they're running to a one of their own. A little bit of confusion in terms of hard touch. I don't think Tiare needed to make that one. So Legacy get another crack at it. And they're bringing on Mary Idemir. She's got a great quickie dive as V is up there doing her quickie dive. I think just the attacking range and platform for Legacy could be a little bit bigger. Yeah, so look, they're going to that. Oh, they get the recount there, so really good. So this, you know, like that.
Great defense, great lift.
Great lift and great strike. Ooh, she called her on that one. That was an interesting one.
That's the second penalty there. So for those that don't know, 3 penalties in a row in and around the attacking zone. A player will be sidelined for 6-on-5.
Oh, I just, that was an early changeover, and you know, just that one shot mentality there. I don't think they needed it at this stage. You know, play the set out, have a couple of goes, and then go to that one shot at the end.
Very clean yards here from playing up. Also good, the girls look like they're from Legacy are looking to press as much as they can. Here's the 5th touch scoop. Oh, great beautiful ball. Long ball off the left hand, Pete, and in the corner.
I think that was down though, and that's a great two-step play there by Jess and Skylar. Skylar's obviously, you know, got the hot hand at the moment, but I think that was set up by some great exit set in the yards that you talked about. You know, really well done.
You're going to see it here on the replay.
1-2 release. She loads it left to right, over the top.
Easy decision.
Yeah, easy decision. Well done.
Yeah, and the man there in the red hat video, and here we have great footage of that one in the corner.
I think Tia needs to take some. Emerson, she's been brought into the New Zealand Open Women's, and her job is a defensive role there. She does it so well, and that's not the way you want to finish in 5th and final as Tia picks it up.
Defense again.
Yeah, and that's a good stable defence. You know, like I'm liking the stability of that. You know, it's run from some confidence. Tiare just needs to make sure she's getting it down. Yep, as Aria comes on. Aria's played a really good role in this latch role today.
Yeah, it's she picked up for playing. There we go. Here's a nice scoop through as well. Yes, and that's an easy one.
But I think again, Alboy, you've talked about the progression of coming from exit to transition, and that strike power that they put on there. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, and you talked about that earlier, and well done.
Far side turnover. It would have been very easy. They went 2 out to the middle. It would have been very easy to try and shift it and go lateral again. The next one took it to the middle again. They got a good 3, and then Aria came on with a 15-metre latch, and then they're able to scoop from the middle. So
this set, Reece, is very important here. Eh? So they go a little bit passive here, Legacy, and I'd really like them to really open that one up. Yeah, and that was a good out ball. Good play. I think the link got caught on their heels there, and a good really answer back. At 5-2, you've still got a game here. There's plenty of time to go in this. You've still got at least 9 minutes to play. That's a lot of minutes in a game of touch.
Yeah, high percentage play there. Like it was just a one pass, but got it to the right personnel.
Yeah.
With Zadie, with her fast feet, and a great diver. So they're fighting back here. Then that's one thing that these girls will do. They'll fight to the end, and it's a little mistake there.
Yeah.
So a good set here, and maybe a try might see a little bit of a momentum shift here.
And there's plenty of time in this, Alboy. Like you've still got 9 minutes. 9 minutes is a lot of minutes. So they need to tidy up this part of their game. They need to tidy up their transition in their back end, and then they're going to get some outcomes.
Scoop on the last, step back in. Oh, beautiful pass off the left hand. Great play by the winger.
Mariana done so well to double that, and that was a really good. I thought that was a try for all money.
Yeah, great play by the winger there, and knew that her link was cooked, so played at the ball and saved her team from another try there. Here we go, draw feed.
Yeah, look, that's another try. Look, they're coming back. It's 5-3. Well done to Legacy, A bit of a reaction one, but, all good.
I'm sure Latoya and Gaz here will be just controlling the sub-box and just making sure that they get back to their systems and completing sets. It's what's worked for them to get to a 5-1 lead, but we're 5-3 and we've got a game on our hand now.
Yeah.
Sweet play. Middle of the set.
She needed to drive off that one to keep it consistent. She just needed to drive. They're searching now, and they don't really need a search.
Yep.
Go back to roles and responsibilities. Let's go Legacy. What are we replying with?
Momentum shift here.
That's a good defence set, though. They need to keep that up.
Great lift, and then another good lift there as well.
And this is where they got them in the first half. Ensuring they didn't get that back end where they want to be.
Last touch play here.
That's good. That's good defence there. That's good defence.
To hold them at the 30-metre mark's great.
Now, as playing up have been going, this part of their game has been superior.
Yeah, 100%. Here it goes now. So touch one already. There's 2. It's good, strong touch, but still very strong in the ruck.
Yeah, let's see who's got the latch on here. A little bit slow on that one. Skylar comes on. What are we looking at here? 2-step.
Tell me a little bit about Emerson. She's looked really strong in the ruck.
Yeah.
Peyton looks like she's got really good fundamentals on the plant of the ball.
And it's something that we've developed in our New Zealand Open Women's with Emerson. She's got a big engine, and she just needed to refine those basic fundamentals, which she has. And she's got good speed. She's not renowned for her speed, but she's actually got good speed. And as we're talking, as Legacy are coming through those basic fundamentals.
7 on Pete. It's killer.
Oh, yes. If they just control those basic fundamentals, playing up really need to, tidy up theirs. But I think Legacy, it'll give them more of an option there. And a great touch by Mary Edemir as I'm talking, as Aria comes forward and Tia puts that positive touch on her.
Aria's really owning this right side link space on yards and holding her space on attack. Hopefully they came back her way. If they said, look at the outside there. That's Emerson there with the long ball off her right.
I thought she should have kept going there. I thought she released way too early and got on. She needs to get on body a little bit more. Just those little technicalities in terms of Emerson's offensive game. Yeah, but as she is, she's 18 years old and they're developing. As Legacy come out from their box, now we're getting into the 5-minute zone that they really need one here to really make a game of this. Whew. Yes, and Aria does make that one, and I think it was one for Aria to make. Like Emmy really, Zadie really put on some toe there.
Yeah, I think Emerson was, I think she was cooked there on that one, and once again, like the experience coming to the fore with Aria making a touch there. Otherwise, I think Zadie might have gone through there.
Yeah.
She looks like she's still got plenty of energy too, Aria Pete. It's great to see, man, the experience, and like you said, it's critical. It's critical, and you've seen enough big games in your career to know you've got to have experience.
Oh, experience! I talked about it earlier in the day that the experience for our touch athletes gives them that to fall back on, and just their IQ. And as I say that, Skylar puts in a two-handed touch, which is a big play at this stage of the game. We're now getting into the time being your enemy sort of thing, and you've got your primary on the ball. If Skylar could put one on here, it'd be very crucial.
Very easy as well. Yeah, look
and
at
there she goes. I know it's my granddaughter, but she's been an influence on a lot of the recent playing up successes. In saying that, we've still got time here. It's 6-3 at the moment. We've still got a couple of minutes to play. Let's see what defence that's playing up pulls out. We've got some attacking on there with Mary Iramia and Manaya there. And as they come forward, they run that one. And I think that's a good touch there by Sammy Stanton.
Same play. Difference was that Link stepped up and made that touch and helped their middlers out there, whereas conversely down the other end, they were lateral on defence.
And look how Emerson gets forward and takes that range away.
Great pass.
I would have put it forward myself. I'm not sure about that, but they're giving it, and they need to give it. With 2 minutes to play. There's 2 in it. We've still got a game on here. They'll get 2 sets, which is 2 tries.
And no doubt Alicia will be thinking, gee, I thought I'd finally got rid of Reese's voice by saying forward pass in the end goal there, but she's probably going to listen to this one. I thought it was a little bit forward, but out of the hands backwards. Play on. 6-4, here we go.
Yeah. The game's the game. The ref's the ref. So I take my hat off to the ref. They do better than all of us.
Oh,
so.
Why would you do it, Pete? Yeah.
As we say that, Skylar comes through and gets a clutch play on there, puts them 3 more back up.
Hot hand.
Yeah.
She couldn't even see because of the sub box, and Gary Riley was jumping up and down.
We've got a screen in front of us, our boy. We can watch the screen.
I know. I love watching the live action, but so Gary Riley's calf injury looks like it's come right.
She shifts early, she steps back there, and she gets it down.
That's just good touch, Pete.
Good touch. Takes after her grandfather.
I tell you, I've seen it before. I've seen it. Unfortunate for the Legacy girls. Like it was, they were fun to fight back into this game, but here they go. V's in a dummy half, looking to bounce out Zadie.
And they're running that play again.
So link.
Little outplay, and Tiare reads that one there.
Look at the way that they're active in getting off the line, though, Pete. It's just not good athletes understanding how the game works, but also I believe it's the coaching in this game. The playing up girls are just starting to stick with their structures. They got a little bit loose in that middle stanza of this game, but now look what they're doing. They're completing their sets now. They're moving the ball nicely. That's a 10-metre pickup straight away. Here's a big latch, engage in the middle, coming in hard for a 3-3 scoop, taking the short side into the end goal. Oh, and unlucky, but what a great completed set once again into the far corner, pinning them into the playing up box side. Exactly what Coach would have wanted.
Yeah, and I just have to congratulate Coach. She's being the daughter of the coach that's been quite successful is a hard thing to do because they think you get a free ride. There's no free ride in coaching right across the board. So to all you coaches out there, I commend you, and I know how hard it is. To my daughter, I just want to absolutely say, what a great effort you've had, and back-to-back Whakatane champions, well deserved.
Yeah, 100%. And like I was just saying, Alicia's probably thinking I'd finally got rid of Reese's voice, but she's going to watch this replay and she's going to hear me giving it to her. But well reffed, Alicia, with your daughter.
And congratulations, Alicia.
Great to see you, but playing up, fundamentals on the play of the ball, the skill set, defensive system, their exit through the red, through the orange, into an attack, knowing where they wanted to finish with the ball. Once they got a turnover through good yards and recounts, they were able to get into the in-goal and manipulate the defence. And at the end of the day, if I'm picking an MVP for this final, I'm going to go with the experience. I know there was a hot hand with Skylar, but I'm going to go with the experience at the right link here with Aria and what she was doing off the ball. Even the 3-3 quickie in the middle on their second to last try, Aria held her width. So she hit that middle and that link, engaged with width, and it opened up the middle. So it's the little things like that we see on a TV screen and through experience, but it's the little things in the game, experience, yardage package, set completion. You can't beat it, people.
Oh, yeah, and I just want to say congratulations to Legacy. Last year they lost in a drop-off. This year they are in the big dance, and it's a stepping stone. So, and just to you, our boys, just thank you very much. I just want to thank the Whakatane Touch Association for allowing me to be a part of this commentary and doing it with a good friend and reselling. And whānau, I wish you all the very, very best, and congratulations once more to playing up and my daughter Latoya Tainui McIntyre.
Have a good weekend, Pete.
I will. I'm going to go and have a rest.
All right.
Kia ora whānau.
Nā mihi.
Tui a te heke, tui a ki a tātou katoa, kua tai mai ki tēnā ngā whiringa tō I Whakatane, tēnei tō maruwhiri, no rua hine maunga, tararua maunga, e mihi kaua tuana kia mā tātua waka. Tēnā koutou katoa, straight off one of the backfields, and I'm in here, and I'm just waiting for my mate to join me, here in the, as he used to call it, the Ferrari of the series. Mr. Peter McIntyre has just come off a pretty hot women's game, playing up Legacy. But here we have it, Waire taking on Pearl Jam, and straight from the women's final. Kia ora, my bro.
Kia ora hoa. Great to call a game with you, my brother. You know, it's a privilege to actually be here, but to call the Pearl Jam Waire game, no players, we both know players right across the board here. We've both coached them, and this is going to be a boomer. You know, I've been in this seat for a short time, and it's quite overwhelming, I have to say. And you know, I'm the spectacle is going to be a big one. I'm feeling it's going to be quite interesting how this is approached with Danyan. Oh, I see Danyan's out there, so so he's not missing. So there's. But just on behalf of everyone from the Whakatane organisation. I just want to thank our sponsors before we get into this game thing. The Whakatane Touch Association Charitable Trust, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation, One Foundation, and Clearsite Consultancy. All yours, Hika.
Awesome, and as we see, we've got Waire there, the traditional colours here. I see we've got Tewa Morris out there. Looks like we've got E4 himself on the ball. There's Raiki, we've got Chauncey, Trey far side, and it must be none other than Harmy on this side, coming up against some very formidable defenders in Danyon and Rolleston there, Pete.
Yes, and it's going to be very interesting how this is played. And I've been talking about it all day, the basic fundamentals, and obviously the intensity starts real quick.
Oh, we've got the best view in the house. A little E4 on a follow here, goes through the hands. Oh, just lovely defence.
Yeah, great recovery by Nate there. He's in, holding that gate, and then he's out. His physicality in terms of what he brings. But I'm loving the little change-ups in terms of the 32 platform, faking it for long and coming back with the little out ball.
Yeah, and there's the younger brother there just coming up the middle, like you talked about earlier, Pete. Micro skills, those 1%ers coming up the field, lift through there. That's a great lift from Waire there.
Oh, I'm liking the Pearl Jam attitude here. I've seen them being a little bit clunky in the other games that they've played, but here they look like they're ready for business. It's the big dance, and they're ready to, and they ran this one. Oh, hard luck. They ran this one in the previous semi against Playing Up, with that early feed to the link and drag him wide and then reverse follow in.
And there's the new call there coming through. You always roll the dice on that one, but George Durbanburg just come up, faked the touch, and he's got a massive turnover for Pearl Jam, and they're in great field position. And as we look to the field, here comes Louis Nickel on the field. The younger brother Durban Burgess, there's three of them out there, which is always awesome to see in our sport. Lance David's out here with some quick feet.
I have to say, Lewis has been on fire with just his player IQ in terms of his release and what he's seeing in his early release and what he's giving. He's been very, very good today.
Yeah, and he'll be just teasing the defence. He's getting an eyes up here. We've got some couple of players just returned from the World Cup there, and Afion Jones with the mixed, and I see Legion Hotham also there. The dentist is out there. Very, very well-known whānau, born in your back of the woods there, Putararu.
Oh, yeah, it's a breeding ground for touch players, Putararu, and our we have a club, Taro, which is prominent out of Putararu. But yes, the Hothams are from there as Tamatoa brings us forward with his very, very intense and extreme speed. I'm loving the openness.
Just lovely rhythm also, Pete, as they come up the field. Just setting for a platform here. Shan Tomuri was with the Cook Islands World Cup. Chauncey on the ball. He's got a lot of time on the ball, Chauncey. I don't think they'll be happy with the end of that set, but they've definitely found their rhythm through the field, through the orange, as we say, Pete.
Interesting their line they're playing there. They're playing very flat, and to be very flat against this team, they're renowned for their links getting up in the lane, so your pass has to be so accurate. And it was, I have to say, it was very accurate, but you're running the risk of that link connection and that link lifting and getting into that channel. And we talk about Lance Davis, he's an exponent and a very good exponent of ensuring that happens.
And just see the back end of the set, George Durban Burgess. He's sort of running that play that our open ends ran at the World Cup, that tuck at the back end. I think just sort of having a look at the picture defensively.
As Waire bring it forward, I'm loving the openness that our refs are giving us, to express ourselves in terms of a good open men's game.
And they're definitely kicking over to that far 32 platform at the back end of the set, aren't they, Waire?
Yeah. Interesting. You'd think they'd kick out to this Pearl Jam box side and finish over there, but big turnover here for Pearl Jam, and I talked about it earlier. It was a little bit clunky through the rounds, so at this stage, that's a big work on for Pearl Jam, as you don't want to give this guy too much ball to play ball, and they've got a lot of attack there, don't get me wrong, but at the World Cup, he was exceptional. And I talk about guys in the lane, and as I do, Nate Rolleston gets up and gets in that lane.
Yeah, and I guess when he falls out there, you've got to be on your toes, don't you, Pete? And they look like they've done the homework. And just while we're here, we just want to give a big shout out to the top 3 refs here, Thomas, Ben and Quinn, who've been given the big job of the Whakatane final.
Yeah, and I take my hat off to referees, like they're unsung heroes, they really are. And from the back of that, look, we've got Pearl Jam, getting the meat pie at the back of that, Hicks. And what are you seeing here?
Yeah, it looks like it's a nice, I think first and foremost, if you look at the platform set here, digs across here, Tamatea, lovely platform fake there, comes short side, just goes through the numbers, open side back to that, and yeah, I guess they stood quite late. Why did they play off that, Pete?
I loved Tamatea's. I've been talking about that assisting line that they are doing as Shan Tamuri, as he comes through with a kick out and a dummy and cuts them straight through the middle. But going back to that line that Tamatea run, beautiful line,
That's a big heads up to Shan, because Shan has seen Wollaston get up in the lane twice now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So he lifts again, he sees him up there, throws a dummy, and through he goes. So it's a bit of IQ there. So we've got 1-1, 5 minutes into the Open Men's Final here at Whakatane 2025.
And I love Shan's pirouette. I don't know about the pirouette, but it was pretty.
That's a bit like your defence, though, Pete. I see your pirouette. Oh, and there we go on the follow.
They ran this one in the semi-final against playing up. That's their little pet play there. So really sharp.
There's a real art to the follow, isn't there, Pete?
Yeah. And what they do is if you watch here, as he lifts, he gives it there. Oh, and they switched off. He gives it there, and then they run the same outline, which gives the deception of your retreat line being bigger, and then they kick back on that follow line.
Yeah, that's a lovely adjustment. It's a very lovely adjustment. Normally he would pass, but he does it. He goes Legion. Another, that's great touch.
Yeah, great touch, great defence.
Yeah, Ezra, he's really coming through the young fella. Yeah, and a lovely defensive touch again. That left edge there for Pearl Jam has been asked a lot of questions early in this game, and they've stood up. His lance nice and direct. Good to see direct yards there, Pete.
I think Waire need to be a little bit better out of their transition. They're going to like a lot of a static game where they're 3-4, and then they sort of slow it up for their final touches. I'd like to see them be a little bit better as we see Pearl Jam coming through. I like Pearl Jam's attitude to effort on that 4-5. It's really giving them a good platform to be sharp and accurate at back end.
Yeah, and they're still working hard defensively. Still lifting Pearl Jam, just coming over halfway. They haven't got big meters at all on this set. Chantal Muri on the late pick. Yeah, Dan, he'll eat that up every day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know about that middle. It's not a really good power platform, especially coming through that 50. I'd rather see them kick out to a 32 platform, coming back to some sort of latch or collapse.
Yeah, here's Wollaston. Haven't seen him on the ball, but he's definitely been playing a massive role as a defensive player. You go the Durban Burgess brothers. George on the ball. Might just come off his right. He's got a nice right to left, George. It's definitely the side he favours, and he's been hot on the back end of sets, hasn't he?
Yeah, and the Burgess boys have been very, very good today in terms of both ends of the field. They've been adding, and I talked today about the value a player brings and where he brings it. And to be honest, in the open men's now, you've got to add value right through the field. And I think the Burgess boys, they do that.
Yes, they're going to get that back. Oh, yeah, it looked like he had a hand to it.
Interesting.
Yep.
I think the exit of Waire there just needs to tidy up a little bit. They're just making it to half, or they're just making it out of transition. So that would be a work on I'd look for them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's as Lewis puts one of his trick shots on. I tell you, the boy's just got that vision for those trick shots, and he does them well. So we'll be happy with that one down the short side. He's looking. You can see him actually look up and have a glance at it.
Well, if you watch Waire, they don't seem to be as aggressive defensively, but they just send that one player up here, which isolates the winger. Yeah, just gets on the outside. And
that's a New Zealand winger. He's going outside there, so that's pretty good.
And there we have it. Pearl Jam take a 3-1 lead. This is the men's final, if you've just tuned in. 2025 here. None other than the best club tournament in the world. Whakatane. Yeah, I just love their outside release defensively, Pete. Just they're so sound.
It's like ballroom dancing. It's sequenced so good.
Ooh, yeah. And again, Ezra. They've asked a lot of questions. Stood up to the task. Here's Daniel and that micro skill set you talked about.
Beautiful.
You know, and look, touches on the side. That's a better lift.
And I just like what Daniel brings in terms of giving them some forward momentum and some direction. You know, even without saying anything. We talked in the last game when they had the semi that what he brings, and when he got injured and went, they sort of lost a little bit of direction there.
Yeah, he's sort of like the James Bond of our game, isn't he, Daniel?
Well, James Bond's a fan of mine. If you want to call him James Bond.
He's a gentleman, smooth as they come, and a very efficient, slick operator.
Yeah, I think his eyes up vision and for multiple plays, not so much single plays, but multiple, as Waire, like I talked about, they just got it's a big tidy up for them. They've got to tidy up that part of their game. You know, they're getting sort of to transition, and then they're doing those little errors where you're going to put yourself under the pump if you give Pearl Jam the opportunity to attack and multiple times as the hot hand comes to the field.
Yeah, look at this ball movement, just really stretching this Waire defence, isolating that middle. We've got Wollaston here, Louis Nicol, Shan on defence. There's that nice little fadeaway play that they normally go to. He's just sort of teasing them, isn't he? Yeah, look at that. Gets a repeat set.
I love Louis, just what he brings to the offense side of our game, you know.
Yeah, Toby there. You're very good at controlling tempo. Yeah, great work.
Yeah, some good defence. A little bit helter-skelter from Pearl Jam there. I think they're better if they open up that range of attack there.
Yeah, Bailey Cripp was up to the assignment. Yeah, nice.
Oh, good lift there from the link.
Yeah, some experience in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, just taking their time there. Just, it's always on.
Yeah, he sort of throws it, you know, he's got the arm extension but throws it from his wrists, you know, like...
Here we go, Waire, Tiwi Davis on the ball.
The last two, they haven't been good coming out of transition, so let's see what they get set up. That's better. I like that extension there.
Check back in.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, way to shut it down. They shut it down well.
You know, but give yourself a platform. Good feet. Oh, great feet, Tamatoa. Oh, hard luck.
And that's the injection Waire didn't need. We had Talwa Morris right here on their two touchbacks middles with speed.
Yeah. And I think that was one of their better ones, you know, where they didn't go middle. They actually extended it and opened up some gates and some definition as Pearl Jam come through. You know, there's 3 minutes still left in this half, so, you know, like Pearl Jam could set some ascendancy.
Let's see if he's got the feet
here. Here we go.
Trey. Yes, and he's going to put this one down here, Trey.
That's a good finish.
Yes, that's quite a sort of momentum swing from what's been happening.
Yeah, it is. And they needed that. I think Waire needed that. Just to give themselves a little bit of confidence. You know, like, Pearl Jam sort of had their ascendancy and they're getting their opportunities. And then that one, you know, Trey just got up in that lane, got that one and went the length. And good on him.
Yeah. Definitely stepped up with experience. And here we have it back live here. Lance Davis, Louis Nicol out here at left flank. Then we've got Ice there on the wing. Coming through, here's Lance. Good feet around here. A lot of players played against each other over a lot of years. But here we go. Louis might get the special cookie, gets live. Eyes up. Through. Yes. Ooh.
Good touch there and just informing the ref that he touched him, and so give him a little hand, making the call.
Slightly different picture that Louis done there too, eh?
Yeah.
Got him around and really tested that outside edge of Waire there. That's a big win for Waire. They score and D them out, Pete.
Yeah. I don't know about that finish from Pearl Jam. I'd like to see a latch play, something, you know, that's going to be a little bit more effective than just handing the ball over their box side.
Clunky in that orange.
Oh, very.
Right in front of their box too. Over there, so I think they'll address that, I dare say.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see a change up if they pick up the middle and they go to the middle maybe twice to give them a little bit of, space to play down that exit zone. They're just bailing straight to and I call it a bail mentality, and, due to the fact that we play a lot of system, we can get into that bail mentality, and all we're worried about is getting to the box.
And it's very predictable too, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. So once you've trapped down that zone, they can, they can run a press,
Yeah, they just got to stay alive here.
Ooh,
yeah, ball down. Yeah, look, the ball down from us. Yeah, and man, they disguised that really, really well.
Yeah.
They disguised that really, really well. Lance, we don't really see Lance on the ball like that, so they put some new players in positions that we're not used to seeing.
Look at this. Watch as he comes around.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I think that the middle, he overemphasised his in, and he was closing that, that balance gate, and then Lance just got him on the outside.
Yep. Good to see. Oh, here we go, half time, so we've got to run it here. But
that was good. Just a little bit off the ball and something a little bit different. So, what's your thoughts, Hicks? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I surprisingly haven't seen, I think, the hottest thing going around since the World Cup before on the ball, which is surprising. I'd like to see him on the ball a little bit more. Obviously, he caused a lot of havoc. But they're probably more worried about tidying up their exit, I think, for Waire. They've been quite clunky as they're exiting, like you're saying, at that option of 2 hits up the middle and then condition them that way. Pearl Jam, I think they'll be pretty happy, with that half. I mean, they've got high standards and maybe a couple of sets they would like to finish better. Yeah. But when I look at Pearl Jam, they're going straight. They have good fly defence, right through the field, and I think that's why they've been under, of course, a few errors through that pressure on defence.
Yeah. And if I was a box in Pearl Jam, as we see the probably trialist players running in their togs, I'd be saying to Pearl Jam, discipline. Just the discipline in those little aspects of winning that ruck, giving yourself, winning that set, what's next mentality in terms of their outside defence, ensuring that release is consistent, because it's been very, very good. If I was the Waire, I'd be really looking at, tying up the middle a little bit more before I go to my box, making sure gate 1 and gate 2 are defined so I can kick out a transition.
Yeah, I feel credit to the 3 adjudicators. I think they've opened up that zone of the field we've always asked for, Pete. But here we go back on the tri-lights. Tamatea gets the ball, comes around here. It's Toby and just sticks a nice line. That blues line, that 7s.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. And here we have Waire coming again. Shantomita gets this. What feet shows through there. Beautiful. Man, wound back the clock there, Shantomita, didn't he?
Pirouette, freaking kick out on the left, pirouette, and puts the ball down.
Pirouette.
Yeah,
and here is, this is this nice little follow.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to get a quickie here, isn't it? Goes with him.
Yep.
Yeah, nice.
And it's like ballroom dancing. They do synchronization of that is beautiful.
Yeah, nice setup. And here we go. Here's a little look, Here's a little sneaky.
Yeah. He knew. Yeah, he knew. He didn't want to overemphasize that he was there, but he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, and I guess that's where you can toy with that latch, can't you?
Yeah.
Here we go again. Georgie just going through the hands here. Oh, this was the intercept from Trey.
Trey picks up in that channel. Yeah.
That was a big touchdown. It really moved the momentum.
Yes, and kept them in it. I'm having to say, Hicks. Like now that Pearl Jam are coming back with the start, they really need to D this one out.
Here we have it, second half, Pete. I know you've been to this tournament probably from its inception.
I'm not that old, Hicks. I'm not that old.
But here we have Lance Davids. We've got Ezra out there, Wollaston and Daniel standing at right link. And look at the speed. This is what we love, seeing this intensity on tap-offs, don't we, Pete?
Yes. And Lance, he's quite surprising. Sometimes he can win that gate, how he gets his body through that. And he's very lethal here. And what he does, because he's so lethal, he slides that defence, and then on the far side you're going to get caught ball watching, and if he gets that one off, that's the outcome we get. Well done.
For me, they disguised the setup really well. He holds them up in the middle, and then he just slowly fades, gets a quickie. I mean, they'll be running that play for years, and that loose middle, far side, he won't be happy with himself.
Yeah. So, at that stage, to start like that for Pearl Jam is a big, big play, It's like an uppercut. They've given them one, so why do they really need to come back in here?
Oh, beautiful touch.
Oh.
But didn't the young Durbis brother, didn't he hold?
Oh, yeah. And
he held, because if he released too early,
yeah, that's right. He's going to give Tamatoa that room to use his attributes, which is absolute speed and agility. Yeah, so he holds that space just to tie him up long enough for Danyon to recover. And Danyon, with that hamstring, is doing really, really well.
Yep. 007, I think he's faking that.
Yeah.
I remember?
Yeah.
Another good set, far side.
Oh, yeah, and I love how they do that release, and they really get that link to run that outside to get that follow play there. So let's see what Waire coming back with.
Yeah, 4 there. He falls out there. Good to see him on the ball here. Oh, yeah. They read that. It was very readable. Oh, yeah. Talk about a pirouette. It was a little halfway.
I just think they're just getting a little bit flashy, and they just need to go, I don't want to say it, but get down, ass up, and, get some real, power platforms on back end. Waire?
Yes. Almost looks like they're still finding their feet on attack, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go, lads. This is the intensity he brings.
Oh.
Yeah. They'll just go through the field.
Yeah, and they get an outcome. Yep. I think that was beautiful from Lance. And obviously, they've had a good talk to in terms of what they want 4-5. And that's, I've seen it all day. Their 4-5 has probably been better than everyone else's in terms of consistency. And then you get Louis, he can play some ball, eh?
Yeah. Even Lance, not a known ball player, using his options really, really well.
I didn't think he had to release that one. I thought he was home and hose. He could have got through, but, early touches, so...
He's had early release with some speed.
Oh.
Yeah.
And they're asking questions here, I say. They really are. A little bit of lateral movement, running. I think their assisting lines in terms of that link could have been, Nate could have been a little bit wider.
Yes. Wollaston, he's got that dive. Yeah. Yep. That sprinter dive.
Yeah, that in between.
Almost unstoppable.
Yeah. 33 in between one. Yep. It seems to be the go-to lately, eh? It's the go-to.
And when you've got that height, but really good setup.
And
comes across.
Well done by Louis and Nate.
He gets his man, comes in here, and you're diving, you're diving from 5 out now when you're that tall.
I just thought Waire was a little bit soft at contact there. They sort of gave up the 7. They've got to ensure that Pearl Jam's earning that 7, and this is men's. There's always a little bit of contact in there. Oh, I think that's Trey done really well there, getting back there.
Yeah, nice. Well, Jackson forced him to step back in.
Yeah.
And young Dan was there, the other Durban Burgess brother. There's 3 of them out there. There's Ezra.
Oh, I'm loving the change-up. I'm loving... Oh, a little show.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if he's on. He looks short.
He looks short, but anyway, I'd like the little show off the ball there, and I'm liking going to the 32 platform mix. It's way better. But look at this. I'm loving Pearl Jam in terms of their, what are we looking at here, boys? It's our effort to ensure that we're at the right end of the field, using the right energy at the right time.
Do you know what's evident is role playing?
Yeah.
What's very evident is people's roles.
Yes.
You look at they go on, they all do the exact job that's needed, and they get the right person on the back end. If we get the replay here, you'll see Tamatea come on a late sweep, and George goes and picks the other way. So it's a plant here. George picks and he comes on that late sweep, which opens up that middle there.
Yeah.
It just keeps him really isolated.
Yeah.
But here we go, Whitehead on the ball. E-Force on the ball here, using his feet.
I'm loving the defence. They stay stable. Their gates are balanced. They're balancing the zones. Really, really good.
Yeah, and you'll see, nice. Tamatoa just using his speed. Oh. It's speed on speed there, Toby's, he's speed.
I thought Tamatea was good. I didn't think the Ifion's, his shape off that didn't give him the space to run, and he didn't do anything off it. Just the connection of, like you said, role-playing in Waire compared to Pearl Jam. Just those efforts off the ball as Louis comes on, and that's a great effort from Louis,
Everyone's direct here.
Yeah.
Good ball movement.
Great.
Tamatea kicks over to the 32. Dan on the ball. Just using his time. Yeah.
Not bad. Still ended up in the right place. Danyon picks his time. Danyon comes off, gives him a little bit of go forward. hasn't the temperature dropped? I don't think it's dropping for Pearl Jam because they're on fire at the moment in terms of effort and their attitude to effort and where they're putting it.
And I just look at Pearl Jam's, sub-box. They got Dan Nicol, Tomahawk, and they're playing roles even though they're not playing, Pete.
Yep.
That adds to your culture. Uses the hands, he
look
finishes
at
in the
that.
corner. That's
I don't know about the put down. Needed to be a little bit more assertive than that. But anyway, he got it down in the end.
Yep. So that takes it 3-7. Pearl Jam ahead by 4. Just over 6 minutes into the second half. Pete, what message are we sending here for Waire?
Waire need to pick up their accuracy, intensity in defence. That's number one. I think they need to be. The intensity needs to start here, right here on the first touch, and just their communication. I'm not hearing defensively there's loud comms in terms of a role or a decision on who's doing what, and that should help them out. The other side to that is once they've got that back, then is get into a rucking mode and earn the right to play touch.
Nice, and there's a little bit of rain just coming on, so a big shout out to our production team there, our camera crew, sound techs, bringing you these live images. Gecko Productions here, none better in the business. Lance David's on the ball again. Harmy there, great touch from Harmy.
Oh, good out, good out. Got a little bit caught deep on the line, so at least he got lateral here, and that's better. Let's get forward and pick up some. I'm loving that 2 up the middle. They need to do something different to give them some sort of different outcome. And this needs to be intense through here.
Yeah, it's got to be clean and intense, doesn't it, Pete?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I don't think they, setting up a power platform for Tamatoa, they need to be a little bit better than that because Pearl Jam are not going to give it up that easy.
Very predictable. I think you got to work them off the ball too, Pete, like a stretch.
Yeah.
And then isolate, come back and isolate.
Yeah.
It's very predictable, and when you're ahead and you're up, Pearl Jam, they'll put the feet in. Yes, George again. Man, the amount of times he's been on the ball, he's definitely their primary, isn't he?
Oh, yes, yeah.
On the back end.
Yeah, and Tamatoa's been Tama's been really good for them. As we talk, they're sending the ball player on himself.
Yeah, Tamati's on the ball. We got Louis here, Nath Wollaston, a lot of strike here.
The good thing is Louis gets time, and look at that. He gets time. He fakes that one. They just need to keep those middles balanced, So a little bit of communication in terms of defence wouldn't go astray here, Hicks.
Yeah, and once again, it's, you send the right people out with the right tools.
Yeah.
They manipulate it. I really like. They hold things up really well, Pete.
Yeah.
And they get the defender they want, eh?
It was the right time to send Louis out there because, he's going to slow it down for him anyway. So, he's using time and getting an outcome. Great work.
So here's the hold up here on the replay. He gets the exact right middle. Dummy there. Comes through. Short side shut. I don't know if they'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, I think that Ifeon, he slid and he didn't need to tighten that gate up there. And it's something that we're doing really bad in our country is we're tightening up the gate for no purpose. And then Louis is just too smart. He just shakes that one and kicks back short side. He's going against his body momentum. So, that's a they don't need to push. They just need to ensure that they're accurate. They don't really need to push. And I think Waire really need to push. With, we've got 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes to go here, Hicks. So, so they just need to get a call that's going to balance them up. Let's see what Waire comes back with here.
Yeah, I think he might be saying there was a hand from Waire, but it was definitely a forward pass. I think it was a forward pass. Yeah, and I guess the adjudicators just make sure that they've got the right message, right?
Yeah.
No harm in that.
Yeah. If I was Waire, I'd really be picking the ante up and ensuring that the intensity, they need to get forward, and that's better. That's better. Oh, just that last touch,
Yeah, and I did see it was the semi for Waire to come through was a drop off, was loaded. And another great touch, the edge defence from Pearl Jam. That's where they've had to step up the most, I feel, and it's just been solid as a rock.
Yeah, and I don't want to say it, but the secret to the defence is ensuring that you can defend from outside in. Unfortunately, in our country, we defend from inside out. You know, so if you're a young coach out there, if you can teach your team to defend from outside in, as Lance gets up the field and sidesteps 4 people, but he's going forward, and he's going forward with intent.
And running freely.
Yeah.
You talked right at the start of the game, Pete, around micro skill and little things like that. There was a nice lift from the winger. And it's been a very, very clean performance from Pearl Jam in that respect.
I think they're just losing a little bit of shape. I mean, I know it's 8-3, but, you know, like in the professionalism of our sport, we just need to ensure that we can just be a little bit more consistent. You know, like 8-3, you don't want to be breached. You know, you'd like to see the score at 8-3, I suppose, if you were the coach. So that would be something from the box there to ensuring that we're going forward and we're sticking to our roles.
Yeah, and micro skill, just the error there. And
the ruck. I have a mantra, you know, ruck, pass, catch, ruck. If you're going to lose, you lose more rucks than the other team, the likelihood is you'll lose the game.
Yeah, and, you know, premier teams here, we have obviously Pearl Jam Waire in the final, and you'll see Waire down at Brooklyn Battle next week. And at the end of the month, you'll see Pearl Jam down at the Kiowa tournament. These 2 top teams get around the country and support those. We've got the 2-year 10K tournament, Pete.
Yes.
We've had Pacific Cup. There's just the tournaments that you can play in today now, Pete. Isn't it amazing in our country?
It's a circuit, I think, Hicks. You know, and you rank the, I suppose, the top club on how many of the top tournaments they actually win. You know, so, but I think as tournaments go, the prestige sits with the Whakatane tournament due to its history and longevity and the great teams that have won this tournament, you know, past and present. You know, like even that one there, Hicks, you know, they pressured a tip-on. So that was really good. Better than them walking over, they'll pressure a tip-on.
Yeah, and it was just good to finally see if we'll get a clean platform.
Yeah, so...
With those dancing feet of his from Tawamutu.
We've got 4 minutes to go, so, you know, I'm not saying it's over, but, you know, there's 5 in it, so one at a time. But time is your enemy at, and I said 4, and I look up at the clock, and now it's 2. I don't know what happened there, but maybe it's my eyes. As Tamatoa comes back.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
A couple of young boys in there. The young boy from Grammar come across laterally, maybe a little bit late, and no comms in there. Great right, left, Tamatoa gets it down. So, you know, 8-4, you know, you got 2 to play.
Yeah, just Tamatoa with that speed. Left, right, whack. Down it goes, nice and low. Through he goes. Pearl Jam leading this one, 8-4.
Yeah. You know, the weather not playing ball, but anyway, we love Whakatane.
And it's only just arrived. You know, nice light little sprinkle.
Yeah.
Those that plant strawberries, they'll be pretty happy with that locally.
Oh, okay. Strawberries like water, I hear. Look.
Always caught him off.
Yeah.
And, you know, if there's one player that deserves another, it's Tamatea.
Oh, I think he's had a great tournament.
Same.
Yeah. He's been, you know, every opportunity he's had, he's taken. And, you know, I'm loving it.
Yeah, he comes from a beautiful whānau also, Pete.
Yeah.
Give a lot to the game. As a whānau, players, referees, coaches. So he top ones down and it's 9-4. And this will probably be the last attack that Wairere will have just to finish off this tournament.
Yeah.
Afion Jones there, he'll slide this one in. Yeah, slide it in.
And he got one.
And he got one there.
Yeah, so it's 9-5, you know, just to get them back one. And he kicks the ball down, so I doubt the ball will get back to halfway by the time the hooter goes. We've got a few seconds there, but anyway.
Yeah, I think they're going to take a long smoko break like they do at Chokurapi.
Well, no.
Just to get back there.
We're all about mahi at Maikura. Yeah, we're all about mahi, doing the mahi.
And here we have it. And there goes the hooter. They're going to tap this off and finish it off with probably the... Oh, no, the ref wants them to go back, tap it one more time. Oh, that's the hooter there.
Okay, and Lewis kicks the ball in, and congratulations to both our teams, but congratulations to the 2025 champions, Pearl Jam, for back-to-back finals.
Ka pai no reire te iwi e mihi ana ki a koutou I hono mai ki tēnei o ngā kēmu nunui ko te pāwhitu poro. Tēnei māua ko Pete atu I Whakatane, Mauri 2, Mauri ora.
just on behalf of the crew here, and behalf on Whakatane Touch, just to all our athletes out there, I just want to thank you for turning up this year. To our finalists in all grades, congratulations on officially making the final and being a part of Whakatane 2025. You know, to our sponsors, and I'll go through them yet again because they're the ones that ensure that this happens. Whakatane Touch Association Charitable Trust, Whakatane Ōhope Community Board, the Lion Foundation, One Foundation, and Clearsite Consultancy. I got that right for the 5th time.
And a big shout out to the walkers and those over at Tournament Control, the many refs that are here, Pete. Just it's a big operation, the Whakatane tournament. I think it's been running for many years.
Yes.
At
37.
37. There you go. 37. Yeah. 2 years younger than me. So nice stuff. But yeah, just once again, thank you to the production team, Gecko. It's always awesome to see our Haukainga, our locals, stepping into the space and bringing us the game that we love, Pete.
Yeah, and just from me to you, Hicks, I really appreciate that. I called the last game with you, and thank you for supporting me through my career. You know, you coached my son. You know, you looked after. You give me crayfish, I hope. Either you or Piriwipu. Oh, yeah, I'm not allowed to say that. But anyway, thank you, whānau, and thank you to everyone who attended Whakatane 2025. Kia ora, whānau.
XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man, moving too quick. Keep the cameras in the playback. Dang. So tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal. Take the meal. Yeah, we ain't never fall back.